The Dragon Knights are the strongest force on the continent. Even the undead must avoid the edge for a while. Many Dragon Knights felt a sense of pride out of thin air. They always felt very confident when they saw the departing undead. Perhaps in their eyes, the departure of the undead was their victory. Only the players, the Dragon Knight captain and Sabaton's face only became more serious. Lin Jin is a decisive person, which can be seen from his various deeds. He just gave the Dragon Knights only two choices, surrender or perish. Even if Sabaton arrives a step later, Lin Jin will launch an attack on all the Dragon Knights. Now he leaves so decisively, without even a little unnecessary nonsense. But it will make people feel frightened. The devil has learned from the past. They are still here. The demons were still cooperating with the undead, but the undead suddenly launched a thunderous attack on the demons, almost wiping out the main demon force in the Holy Empire and wiping out countless demon legions. If the undead suddenly launched an attack on them, what would that be like? And with Lin Jin's character, is it possible for him to let go of the Dragon Knights? The more Sabaton thought about it, the more nervous he became. Seeing Lin Jin's back, he finally couldn't help but gritting his teeth. He shouted loudly, "King Eternal Knight, please wait. The Dragon Knights are willing to cooperate with the undead." One sentence resounded through the sky. This also made all the Dragon Knights stunned. They were all planning to celebrate. Unexpectedly, at this time, Sabaton suddenly said that he would cooperate with the undead. Moreover, his tone was so humble. Looks like this. Only the player and the Dragon Knight captain understood what Sabaton meant, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cooperate? How do the Dragon Knights want to cooperate? When Lin Jin heard this, he turned around with interest. King of Eternal Night, the Dragon Knights will contact you for specific cooperation details. If you have any requirements, you can also mention them to the Dragon Knights, and we will seriously consider them. Please believe in the sincerity of the Dragon Knights. Sabaton looked serious and continued, "Send someone to find me in 3 days, and we'll talk about it then." Lin Jin glanced at Sabaton, then led the army and finally left here. After getting Lin Jin's reply, Sabaton couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. He always had a feeling. Once Lin Jin leaves like this, the Dragon Knights will also suffer disaster. "Captain, do we really want to cooperate with the undead?" Many people in the Dragon Knights died at the hands of the undead. Dragon Knight Captain Sweet flew from the air and asked with a frown. He also knew that this was the right choice, but he still had some intentions in his heart. "Sweet, I know what you were thinking. It is because too many Dragon Knights died, so we have to cooperate with the undead. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire Dragon Knights will cease to exist. Besides, this matter was indeed caused by the Dragon Knights." Sabaton sighed. If he could, why would he want to reach this point today? Sweet lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Sabaton was never there, and he did not command the Dragon Knights, and the undead are enemies. This is what the underworld is doing. If not, the Dragon Knight would not have reached this point with the undead. In fact, Sabaton did not allow the Dragon Knight to participate in any force before and only targeted demons. This is also why, once involved, in the battle between various forces, it will be difficult for the Dragon Knight to break free, and his strength will only be wasted. This is not his original intention. In his opinion, except for demons, any race is qualified to survive in this world. After leaving here, Lin Jin directly used the return to city technique to teleport to the main city of the Bucks Principality. He also used the image crystal ball to check the situation of each legion. Everything went very smoothly. With deliberate calculation and unintentional, the undead's thunder attack directly destroyed the main force of the demon army in various places. At the same time, elves and orcs are also assisting the undead and attacking the orcs together. The demon, which had experienced many wars, had not yet recovered its strength, so it was attacked by this onslaught and suffered heavy losses. Coupled with the murder of Aribon, there is no suspense now. After killing the demon, the undead army advanced all the way and began to fully occupy the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality. After the main cities of the two principalities were captured, the morale of the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality dropped to the lowest. After they knew that the angels had withdrawn from the war, more and more towns surrendered. Everyone knows that the Holy Empire is doomed. If you don't surrender, there will only be death. It can be said that the last hope in their hearts has completely disappeared. According to Lin Jing's army's attack speed, it won't take long for Lin Jing to occupy the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality. He sent all his men out to speed up the attack and defeat the demons, and also let the Wings of Shroud begin to incite public opinion. At this time, he came to the main hall again. Baira is still imprisoned here. King Yongya, if you are wise enough to let me go, maybe there is still a chance to save everything. Otherwise, the devil will definitely not let you go. Moreover, you'd better let me go quickly. If I disappear for a long time, I will also attract the attention of the devil. The ice on Baira's body has melted and been replaced by chains. Seeing Lin Jin's arrival, she warned coldly. Unfortunately, it's already late. Lin, Jin said calmly. What does late mean? Did you attack the devil? Bayala's expression was stagnant, and an unbelievable thought came to mind. Is this madman really attacking the devil? Ariban is dead, and all the main demon army has been destroyed. In addition, I have launched an attack on all demons in the entire Holy Empire. As of now, the number of demons killed has reached nearly 3 million. Lin Jin showed a smile and spoke elegantly and naturally. His words directly set off a wave of panic in Bayala's heart. This madman. There was a trace of fear in Bayala's eyes when she looked at Lin Jin. She was absolutely terrified. She never expected that Lin Jin would dare to take the lead in tearing up the agreement with the devil and launch an all-out attack on the devil. This was like a slap in the face to the devil in front of everyone. She couldn't even imagine the hell now. What will it look like, and how angry will the devil be? When the time comes, I'm afraid even she will be severely punished. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to do in reading collection. By the way, thank you for your information. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that the devil planned to attack heaven. The devil actually had another passage to heaven. In the midst of Baira's dull expression, Lin Jin's voice sounded again. This voice was like the whisper of a devil, making Baira's delicate body tremble, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Compared to you, Lin Jin attacked the demon, and this news frightened her even more. This is the demon's biggest secret. Among all the demons, only the demon prince knows this news, and it is related to everything about the demon. The defeat of the main interface. Even if the demon king will anger, that's just anger. Once the devil fails to attack the angel, that kind of anger will definitely make people despair. What's more important is Lin Jin's words. Her information? When did she provide Lin Jin with this information? Yes, you have been by my side for the information you provided. You were the one who leaked the information, and I got it. Lin Jin seemed to see what Bayala wanted to say, and then said with a smile, You madman, the devil will not believe your words. Don't try to frame me. Bayala yelled at the top of her lungs, like a shrew. Her emotions were completely out of control. She now understood what Lin Jin meant. Lin Jin was threatening her. No, the devil will believe it. Lin Jin stared at Bayala and said loudly. His words made people believe them instinctively. Especially for Bayala. She has fully seen how terrifying Lin Jin is. If Lin Jin wants to do this, she had no room for explanation. Besides, even if she explained, would the Demon King believe it? No matter what, the Demon King sent her to monitor Lin Jin, and she herself was caught by Lin Jin. Question. Now Lin Jin is sure that she provided the information. She really can't argue. The Demon King always only looks at the results, not the process. If he succeeds, it doesn't matter. As long as he fails, he will suffer the most violent punishment. It's a hell of the jungle. It's conceivable that whether the devil believes it or not, her end will be extremely miserable. You lunatic, you have no idea what kind of existence you are provoking. After a long while, Baira finally regained her composure. Her eyes were full of despair, and she murmured, Baira, times have changed. If the devil fails once, he will fail a second time. Lin Jin said without changing his expression. His words made Bayala raise her head again. She looked at Lin Jin's face as if she were seeing him for the first time. The first time she saw Lin Jin in the Demon King's palace when she was young, she felt that Lin Jin was crazy. Not only was he not afraid of the Demon King, he was so calm and even negotiated terms with the Demon King. But she didn't expect that Lin Jin could be so crazy. He was actually provoking such a powerful person. The devil. He has no idea what the devil actually means. What else do you want to do? What is your purpose in catching me? Bayala lowered her head, stared straight at Lin Jin, and asked in a low voice. I want you to surrender to me. I need to know what hell is like. Lin Jin still said very calmly. Bayara instinctively wanted to scold Lin Jin and ridicule his stupidity, but she saw Lin Jin's calm eyes without any waves, and the one that originally reached the side of her throat. The words were spoken, but they suddenly stopped. This is impossible. I will not surrender to you. And the demon prince has already sworn allegiance to the demon king, so he cannot betray the demon king and escape from the demon king's control. After a long time, Bayala continued to say, Nothing is impossible. I can get you out of hell. Lin Jin said, and crystal clear fragments appeared in his hands. These fragments are none other than the fragments of Asha's tears. The fragments of Asha's tears have the power to change everything, and they are universal fragments. As long as there is Asha's tears, the presence of tear fragments can change everything. This is also Lin Jin's confidence. How is this possible? Seeing the fragments of Asha's tears, Bayara was stunned and once suspected that she was hallucinating. Raphael, come out to meet an acquaintance. At this moment, Lin Jin continued to say, in the black curtain behind him, Raphael, holding a black magic book and exuding a strong aura of death, also stepped into the black curtain and appeared in front of Bayara. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar Raphael, Bayara's body became rigid again. For Bayara, nothing that happened in this life was as exciting as what happened today. This completely subverted her worldview. But the figure and familiar aura in front of her couldn't be faked. This Raphael was the devil's old enemy. She had even fought against Raphael several times. I forgot to tell you, just today, I killed Raphael, literally killed Raphael, and resurrected him as the angel of death. Lin Jin explained. The things that were spread enough to shake the whole world came out of his mouth, but they seemed light and airy. Raphael, this is the legendary archangel in heaven, representing the highest combat power in heaven. Even the devil Raphael, who couldn't be killed, was actually killed by Lin Jin and turned into an undead. This is simply outrageous. Okay, just think about it slowly. I will come back in 3 days. By then, I will need your choice. Lin Jin finally stood up when he saw the lost Bayala. Bayala needed some time to buffer. Even if she was asked to make a decision now, she couldn't make any decision. However, Lin Jin was not in a hurry. If it doesn't work, he can only kill Bayala. The only pity is that if Bayala is killed and then resurrected, there is a high probability that Bayala's memory of hell will be lost. Presumably, the devil has also done some tricks to the soul. If it weren't for this, Lin Jin would have killed Bayala and directly resurrected her. Of course, if Bayala really surrendered to Lin Jin might still be able to use this to fight in hell. Leave an eye in. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Lin Jin directly tore up the verbal agreement with the demon and launched a full-scale attack on the demon. His offensive was very fast. He concentrated his troops and overturned the demon in one fell swoop, wiping out the main force of the demon. Now the number of demons in the Holy Empire has dropped sharply to an extremely exaggerated level. The sudden attack stunned all the demons and completely aroused their anger. Hell, Demon King's palace. But at this moment, Aribon was already kneeling on the ground, with anger and fear on his face. Demon King, the king of eternal night, suddenly launched an attack just when I was attacking the sealed land. The demon army was attacked from both sides and was defeated. From the very beginning, when he cooperated with us, King Yongya wanted to destroy us. Now, he has a large number of death angels, and his forces have grown in size. Aribon lowered his head and said loudly, Waste, failure is failure. What excuses are there? The Demon King glanced at Aribon and waved his right hand violently. The latter's body was ignited with flames, his face was extremely distorted, and his whole body was twitching. He kept grabbing his body with both hands and clawed at it with sharp claws. Pieces of flesh and blood immediately dripped with blood. Even though Aribon suffered a fierce blow from Erica, he never frowned. It is hard to imagine that he would be in such pain now. The rest of the demon princes also had expressions on their faces. Looking on indifferently, no one chose to intercede for Aribon. Maybe in hell, this is the rule. Demon King, have mercy on me. This is all because of Biala. Biala went to monitor King Yongya, but she didn't get any news. This is all because of her. Arabang's voice was hoarse, and a piece of chapped skin was torn off by him. The whole piece of flesh and blood fell to the ground next to him, still burning with flames. This kind of sound is moving. What about Byra? The demon king heard Arabon's words and asked the demon on the side again. Byra lost contact a few days ago. Aribon, have you seen Byra? The demon king glanced at Aribon. The flames on the latter's body began to gradually dissipate, and his expression finally relaxed. But he saw Aribon panting heavily, then getting up from the ground, and said in a weak voice, Lord Demon King, I have never seen Byra, and she has not sent a big demon to remind me. It is precisely because of this that I was attacked by the undead. By Allah, will she surrender and rebel? Surrender? She doesn't have the courage. Prince of Destruction Asker said with a cold snort. Demons are always yelled at by everyone, and where else can they go besides hell? Besides, betraying hell is the absolute stupidest thing to do, and the Demon King will never let her go. And if you are caught by the Demon King, what you will suffer will be excruciating. The Prince of Destruction will not feel that Byra, who has always been humble, smart, and cunning, did such a stupid thing. This King of Eternal Night is really not afraid of death. He even dares to plot against hell. He doesn't know what kind of enemy he has provoked. I will let him use all this time. A cruel look appeared on the corner of the devil's mouth. Demon King, I am willing to be the vanguard to defeat the undead. Prince of Destruction Askel is the first to ask for battle again. The Demon King must not let the undead go. Otherwise we demons will become everyone's joke. I suggest sending demons now to attack the undead and give them a head-on blow. Alistair, the Prince of Pain, said conspiratorially. Demons are seeking revenge from beginning to end. Now, there are a large number of demons gathering in hell, and the night of the lunar eclipse has not yet ended. They can completely invade the holy continent with a large army. The troops that appeared were even stronger than before. Demon King, please give me another chance. I am willing to lead an army to defeat the undead. Aribon also slowly recovered and said with a sinister face. He poured all his hatred into Lin Jin, especially for being punished by the Demon King. He also blamed all Lin Jin. Now he also wants to let Lin Jin feels pain and punishment. Let's put the matter of the undead aside for now. Heaven is the top priority, and we have to speed up our actions. The Demon King glanced at Aribon. The latter quickly lowered his head, and a light flashed in his eyes. Compared with his old enemy, the undead was in no hurry to take action. Moreover, the undead also created the best for them. The timing. Now the angels' attention is all focused on the undead. Their own General Raphael has also been killed in the battle. It can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The angels have withdrawn from the battlefield and will inevitably enter the recuperation time. It can be said that, as time passes, the angels' power will quickly recover and increase. It is precisely because of this that the demons need to act faster. There is not much time left for them. How long does it take to repair the channel the fastest? The devil then asked. Demon King, if you don't pay any price, it only takes 5 days. Raphael is in charge of the barrier. Now that Raphael is dead, no matter how big our movements are, it won't attract attention. Moreover, we have launched an attack on the main passage to attract the attention of the angels. Coupled with the changes in the Holy Empire, the angels cannot notice us. They may think that we are all seeking revenge on the undead. Prince of Sin Irgir thought for a moment and said calmly. Prince of Sin Irgir is also full of conspiracies in his heart. He is also responsible for repairing the passages and launching attacks on the other passages to attract the attention of the angels. Then make every effort to repair the passage and send envoys to the Holy Continent to negotiate with King Yongya. On the throne, a bright light appeared in the devil's eyes. Negotiation? Everyone was a little confused and didn't understand what the devil meant. Demon King, what do we need to negotiate with King Eternal Night? Prince of Destruction still asked hesitantly, with a look of confusion on his face. Aren't we going to attack the undead? Why are we negotiating now? Negotiate the ownership of Byra. Ask the undead to pay compensation to the devil and destroy all sealed places. Otherwise, the demon will use all its strength to attack the undead. The corner of the devil's mouth raised slightly. At this moment, all the devils seemed to understand, and they all showed a cruel smile. They built the plank road openly and secretly built the warehouse. The so-called negotiation is just to attract the attention of heaven. Maybe they really thought that the devil would attack the undead with all its strength. Little did they know that with a feint, the devil would directly attack heaven. That is the biggest murderous intention of dormant people. Feilu reminds you, 3 things to do in reading collection. In 3 days, the Griffin Principality and the Unicorn Principality were conquered by the undead territory. To be more precise, these 2 principalities themselves surrendered and died, which is equivalent to the surrender of the entire territory. It has to be said that the Holy Empire has already lost its last chance. Looking around now, they don't have any reinforcements at all. Therefore, there are only 2 simplest choices. One is life, and the other is death. If you don't surrender, you choose to die. But there is no value in their choice to die. After all, the rest of the civilians want to live. Now the Holy Empire is not so repulsive to the undead, but is very repulsive to angels. Everything fell into place. Furthermore, because the undead crusade against demons, these people's impression of the undead has been completely changed. Wherever the devil passes, not a blade of grass grows, and blood flows like a river. They will only bring carnage and destruction to this world. When the undead attack the demons, many towns and villages are also protected from the demons' attacks. It can be said that the undead save these civilians from the hands of the devil, and this is the most direct way to change their minds. Hero saves beauty. Although this word is not appropriate, when people pray in despair, the sudden appearance of the figure will eventually be deeply imprinted in their hearts. It was also because of this that Lin Jin did not chase the demons before, but allowed them to flee. He also needs demons to bring destruction, and then his legions act like heroes and deal with these demons. Lin Jin's methods were not bright, but I have to say that this method does work. The people of the Holy Empire also like this. Facts will prove once again that since ancient times, true love cannot be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts. Scumbag men always find good women, and scumbag women always find good men. Even if some people know that the other party has laid a trap, they are still willing to jump into the trap, so who can they blame? These are nothing. During the establishment of the Undead Empire, if other voices appear, Lin Jin will do whatever it takes to get rid of them all. In a mansion of the Greyhound Principality, a large number of heroes and nobles were seen gathering together, and sitting on the main seat was Isabel. When the undead captured the Griffin Principality day by day and threatened the Greyhound Principality, the pressure also forced Isabel to make a choice. She wants to lead the Greyhound Principality to surrender. In fact, since the last Holy Empire sacrifice incident, she has been thinking about it every day. This reflects not just a problem of light, but a problem of the entire Holy Empire. It is absolutely impossible for the Holy Empire to not notice such a big event. It can only be said that at the last moment, they just chose to side with the Church of Light. This Holy Empire has long been corrupted. Everything she experienced made her more and more dissatisfied with the Holy Empire, and her disappointment became deeper and deeper, even to the point of complete despair. Coupled with her understanding of the situation of the orcs and dark elves, and the player's constant persuasion, she made up her mind. If the Greyhound Principality resists, it will only be a dead end. In this case, it is better to lead the Greyhound Principality to surrender to the undead. This can at least reduce the casualties and damage to the Greyhound Principality. Everyone, I have brought everyone together today, and I hope you can help me. I want to lead the Greytai Principality, submit to the souls of the dead, and submit to the King of Eternal Night. Isabel got straight to the point and said directly. The sonorous and powerful voice made everyone turn their eyes in unison, and their hearts trembled. They had never seen Isabel with such a serious expression. Isabel had been depressed for a long time. She lost all her fighting spirit, and even those who were loyal to Isabel were disappointed in the end. Now, she finally seemed like a qualified king. In addition, Isabel's words made them even more shocked. Although the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality were defeated, the kings of the 2 principalities chose to resist and fight to the death. And Isabel, does she mean to surrender to the undead now? If this is not done well, She will have to carry it on her back, infamous throughout the ages. There is no need to doubt that I made this decision after careful consideration. I know exactly what I am doing. Now the undead army has begun to move south. When they fully deploy the Unicorn Principality, their target will be our Greyhound Principality. With the power of the Greyhound Principality, it is absolutely impossible to defend the undead army. If we choose to fight hard, I can honestly say that everyone present will die. But there is no value in dying like this. Even after our death, the Greyhound Principality will fall under the control of the undead, and we will still be unable to protect the people of the Greyhound Principality. Only by living can we protect our homeland and people. Moreover, you all know that the undead are not as evil as we think. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions, Isabel also used a firm voice and continued to explain. Surrender to the undead. Will the undead accept our surrender? After a long time, a noble finally spoke. If you can live, who wants to die? Besides, there are already many people who have surrendered, and it seems that if they surrender again, it will be nothing. Besides, with Isabel in front, he can't bear much shame. As a king, he has to bear everything. Even if people talk about people who surrendered, they will only think of Isabel. The goals of the undead are only the church and heaven. They have no blood feud with us. Moreover, they have all accepted the surrender of the wolf, unicorn, and stag principalities, so they will naturally accept our surrender. Of course, after surrendering, we will not be able to enjoy our original rights, and you need to be prepared for this. Isabel continued. Everyone's expressions tightened, but they didn't say anything more. As long as there was a chance, they would never surrender to the undead. Since they chose to surrender to the undead, they were naturally at a dead end. So at this time, there is no need to think about fighting for their own interests. It's good to be able to survive. Besides, with Lin Jin's usual style, even if he gives them a few courages, they don't dare to raise conditions. See the underlined version. Please download Feilu for the novel. 3 days later, the Holy City, the largest and most prosperous city in the Holy Empire, was completely under Lin Jin's control. With the current strength of the Holy Empire, any town is useless to Lin Jin. In the main hall of the Holy City, Lin Jin was seen sitting on the throne. This position should have belonged to the Holy Emperor, and it could be said to be the most noble position in the Holy Empire. But now, this position has become Lin Jin's throne. Behind Lin Jin, Erica was still guarding respectfully. On both sides of the hall were expressionless angels of death. In the center of the main hall, the left and right sides are divided into 2 camps. On one side are the heroes of the Greyhound Principality led by Isabel, and on the other side are the prestigious Dragon Knights. Especially the Dragon Knights. They showed extremely powerful power in fighting against the demons, and thus attracted the attention of the world. The heroes of the Greyhound Principality headed by Isabel were very surprised when they saw the Dragon Knights, and the people of the Dragon Knights were also quite surprised after seeing Isabel. Isabel is the king of the Greyhound Principality with traditional inheritance qualifications. Even now, King Inhim only temporarily replaces Isabel in managing the Greyhound Principality in name. Inhim is still unable to legitimately manage the Greyhound Principality. This is the pure royal family. No one in the Dragon Knights expected that Isabel would come here. The purpose of finding the undead during this time period is self-evident. Only Lin Jin was not surprised at all. The arrival of both parties is related to him. As for Queen Isabel of the Greyhound Principality, the guild next to her is also the Player Guild. This guild has long been loyal to the Divine Wings Guild and embraced the Divine Wings Guild. Therefore, every move they made was under Lin Jin's control. How about the Dragon Knights? Have you figured out how to compensate for the losses you caused to the undead and how to cooperate with the undead? Lin Jin did not shy away from the Greyhound Kingdom camp next to him and asked directly to the Dragon Knights. Listening to Lin Jin's question, the heroes of the Greyhound Principality could not help but lower their heads and look at the Dragon Knights quietly. These majestic and noble knights chose to compromise with the undead. This made them feel much better, and even some shame disappeared. The noble Dragon Knights all surrendered, and it seemed that their surrender was considered nothing. In order to express the apology of the Dragon Knights, we specially present a top-level undead strategic magic and 3 top-level strategic magic scrolls. In addition, Our dragon knights will never be enemies of the undead in the future. If the devil attacks the holy continent, we will also obey your order and fight against the devil together." Sabaton did not hesitate and respectfully handed over a magic book and 3 top strategic magic scrolls. Top Undead Strategic Magic. This is the top strategic magic that cannot be learned in the tower. Just like Lin Jin's previous Dark Burial, generally speaking, what this black book records is also a top strategic magic. As for the 3 top strategic magic scrolls, Noble. Just tearing this scroll is enough to release the 3 top strategic magics. The release of this magic, it is possible to directly change a battle. The Dragon Knights do not occupy any resources. They represent the most powerful armed organization. Although there are not many resources and gold in their organization, they have many items to enhance themselves. Let's not mention this top-level strategic magic book for now. Just 3 top-level strategic magic scrolls are priceless. Sabaton is indeed sincere enough. On the side, the Angel of Death also came to Sabaton and handed the magic book, and all the magic scrolls were put away, and after checking, they were handed to Lin Jin. Lin Jin got the magic book, opened it, and a system prompt sounded. Ding. You have read the top strategic magic, Infinite Corpse Explosion. Do you want to study? Study. Ding. It has been detected that you meet the conditions for learning Infinite Corpse Explosion, and you are learning. Ding. You have learned the top strategic magic, Infinite Corpse Explosion. The more powerful the magic, the greater the limitations it has. Even if this magic book is given to players, players cannot control this magic at all. Only Lin Jin can learn this top strategic magic so easily. Infinite Corpse Explosion will detonate corpses throughout the battlefield, causing an explosion. Including the corpses of the undead, the more corpses are accumulated, the stronger the magic power will be. In addition to unlimited corpse explosion, there are also 3 top strategic magics. They are Nature's Blessing, Doomsday Judgment, and the Power of Gaia. Each magic scroll all have the power to change the outcome of a war. Even when Lin Jin was fighting in the north and south, he had not seen many top-level strategic magic scrolls. Now, he has finally added a lot of knowledge. I see your sincerity. However, I need the Dragon Knights to do 2 more things. Lin Jin put away the magic scroll with satisfaction and said directly, on his side, saying 1 is 1 and saying 2 is 2. Lin Jin saw the sincerity of the Dragon Knight, and naturally, he would not make things more difficult. Please say that the Dragon Knight will do his best. Sabaton was overjoyed and said with a serious face. He was afraid that Lin Jin would be greedy. Even though he was so sincere, Lin Jin would still make things difficult for the Dragon Knights. In that case, he would have to make other preparations. But Lin Jin's expression does not seem to be deliberately making things difficult. Sure enough, the undead are not the kind of truly evil existence. The reason why Sabaton chose to cooperate with the undead and compromise with the undead was not simply because he was worried about the survival of the Dragon Knights, but also because believe in the undead. What the Silver City State, Dark Elves, Orcs, and Lin Jin did to the civilians of the Holy Empire was the final reason why the Dragon Knight planned to compromise with the undead. The first thing is that I will build a huge empire, and I need you, the Dragon Knights, to help the entire empire quickly restore stability. Lin Jin's words were not surprising. The calm words rang out in the hall, but they were like dropping a huge boulder on a calm lake. The waves are rising. Build an empire. Even if the Holy Empire is unpopular now, various unfavorable rumors were circulating among the people, but when the undead wanted to establish an empire, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They were all shocked by Lin Jin's courage, and also by Lin Jin's unprecedented idea. I was shocked. The undead were the only organization that didn't need an organization, people, or power. A real undead force only needed one undead hero. But Lin Jin, he actually wanted to build an empire. What is the use of his establishment of an empire? What kind of people does he want to inform? To manage people with the undead? Everyone was dead silent, as if their throats were being strangled. They looked up at Lin Jin, their eyes flashed, and in their minds the idea of Zhongjin also emerged. This subversive idea really had a great impact on them. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. The second thing is that I want your Dragon Knights to help hunt down the Great Pope. The Great Pope has disappeared, but he must be hiding somewhere. You Dragon Knights need to cooperate with the undead to arrest all the Great Pope and even the other members of the Church of Light. Lin Jin obviously did not give them time to digest the news and continued. The Empire of the Undead will inevitably be established. Lin Jin has been preparing for such a long time, and everything has fallen into place. It won't be long before this news will be passed on. In addition, there is the issue of the pursuit of the Church of Light. During the Falcon Principality, the Great Pope led the people of the Church of Light to break out of the encirclement. From then on, he seemed to have evaporated from the entire Holy Empire and disappeared completely. The Great Pope, an old fox, will never die easily. The Church of Light has occupied the Holy Empire for such a long time, and he must have left behind some back-ups. Whether it is for revenge or to eliminate this last danger, Lin Jin, the Church of Light, must be killed. If you want to destroy the Church of Light as quickly as possible, you still need the power of the Dragon Knights. The latter's bases are also spread throughout the Holy Empire. The fact that they can hide until now also shows that they are unique. Moreover, the Dragon Knights were founded earlier than the Church of Light. Therefore, they may know more about the Church of Light. In the end, letting the Dragon Knights capture the Church of Light is also murderous. The undead take action will make the Church of Light feel tragic and feel that they deserve their death. But the Dragon Knights' attack will only make them feel ashamed. Dragon Knights, I obey your orders. Seeing Lin Jin turn his eyes to him, Sabaton looked straight and nodded in agreement. He could barely accept the undead establishing an empire. After all, the undead occupied a huge holy empire and were qualified to establish an empire. As for the undead establishing an empire, what will happen next? This is not the scope of the Dragon Knights' consideration. For the Dragon Knights, it is enough that the undead did not massacre civilians. If the people of the Holy Empire obey Lin Jin's orders, and the latter will also be like treating the orcs and dark elves, as well as the people of the Holy Empire can even be considered a good thing. As for hunting down the Great Pope, there is nothing to say. The Church of Light is originally the mortal enemy of the undead, and their Dragon Knights, since we have helped the Church of Light before, it is natural to target a wave of Church of Light now. Besides, the Great Pope is not a good bird to begin with, and countless people have died because of him. To hunt down the Great Pope, the Dragon Knights, also there is no psychological burden. For Sabaton, quickly restoring all order is the first priority. Isabel, what happened to your Greyhound male and I? Lin Jin glanced at Isabel and others aside, lightly. I want to represent the Greyhound Principality, help and lead the Greyhound Principality to surrender to you. But we hope that the undead can treat the people of the Greyhound Principality properly and protect the safety of the people of the Greyhound Principality. Isabel came back to her senses, and Lin Jin shouted respectfully. When she came to Lin Jin in person and contacted Lin Jin, Isabel didn't feel disgusted. In her opinion, Lin Jin didn't seem to be that kind of arrogant and unreasonable person. He is not cruel, and even seems a bit elegant. In many places, they describe Lin Jin as the kind of terrifying demon that eats people without spitting out bones. But the reality is completely opposite. The Greyhound Principality is willing to surrender? Lin Jin looked at Isabel and then asked seriously. Surrender and surrender are two different things. He wants to redefine the purpose of the Greyhound Principality. Yes. Isabel gritted her teeth and replied seriously. The first condition is that all nobles in the Greyhound Principality from top to bottom are cancelled. The second condition is that all heroes at the epic level and above in the Greyhound Principality need to dedicate their souls to me and swear allegiance to me. The third condition is that you must dedicate your soul, be loyal to me, and do things for me. Lin Jin looked at Isabel and continued. Isabel's abilities are not bad. In addition, she is also the successor of the king with pure blood. Since Lin Jin wants to establish an empire, he naturally needs to lead these countless holy empires. At this time, he also needs a spokesperson who can make the rest of the people accept it faster. Isabel is just the right one. Moreover, as the new king, Isabel is different from those old-school kings. Everything depends on it seemed that Isabel chose Lin Jin, but in fact it was the opposite. Lin Jin chose Isabel. If you are willing to treat the people of the Holy Empire well, then I am willing to obey your orders. but I have no way to make other heroes obey your orders. Here, I also need to ask for your help." After Isabel hesitated for a moment, she agreed directly. Now that she is here, she has already made her choice. Moreover, the Dragon Knights all chose to side with Lin Jin, which also made her less worried. The Dragon Knights, after all, are the most noble knights in the Empire. Since they also believe in the undead, she is also willing to believe in the undead. Raphael, you lead 1,000 angels of death to help her control the Greyhound Principality. Lin Jin said to Raphael below the hall. As long as Isabel is willing to agree to Lin Jin's conditions, the rest is not a problem. Lin Jin can definitely send troops to support Isabel. As long as Isabel is given 1,000 death angels, this is completely it is possible to reproduce the actions of the great Pope and launch a coup. Isabel is the Orthodox royal family of the Greyhound Principality. As long as she controls the Duke of Inheim, she will naturally be able to fully control the Greyhound Principality. Of course, if she cannot control it, Lin Jin will not be able to control it again. Just send people to destroy it. The coup was launched just to better control the Greyhound Principality and preserve the power and buildings of the Greyhound Principality. If you choose to send troops to attack by force, the losses in the war will also be huge. This does not mean that the loss of the undead is the destruction of the Greyhound Principality. In Lin Jin's view, the Greyhound Principality is already in his pocket, and he is naturally willing to obtain a relatively complete Greyhound Principality. Thank you, Lord Yongya. Isabel bowed gracefully. With 1,000 champion troops, this force is already a crushing force. Not to mention that the leader is Raphael. Give them a certain amount of time. This force alone can kill the Greyhound Principality. No matter what, after losing the angel, the Greyhound Principality indeed has no power. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Byra, how are you thinking? The heroes of the Dragon Knights and the Greyhound Principality quickly left the main hall here. Lin Jin came to Byala again. 3 days have passed. This means that Lin Jin gave Byala the deadline has also arrived. You actually want to build an empire? What exactly do you want to do? Is there any use for the undead to establish an empire? Byala put down the crystal ball in her hand and looked at Lin Jin in front of her with a complex expression. He was said to be crazy, but he was also terrifyingly sane. Although Byala still couldn't see through Lin Jin's thoughts, the latter was really she has her own goals, and she is still acting firmly for her goals. It has to be said that Byala has met countless people and experienced countless things, but she has never seen anyone like Lin Jin. Accurately, to be honest, she has never seen an undead like Lin Jin. If you are willing to surrender, you will know what I want to do. But if you don't agree, then there is no need for me to explain to a dead man. After all, after your body is transformed into an undead, it is no longer you. At that time, I will need to explain it again. Lin Jin did not answer, but said very calmly. His eyes were also looking at Byala in front of him. As a kind of succubus, Byala has a hot figure and is extremely sexy. Usually, she is with absolute confidence. She exudes a wild aura. But now, her spirit is a little depressed, and her eyes have lost their confidence. The dignified demon prince has also been tortured to this point. Do you really have a way to keep me safe? If the devil finds out, my soul will be completely destroyed. Byala couldn't help but whisper. A glimmer of hope arose in her heart. I still have to mention it here. The reason why Lin Jin chose Byala was not without reason. Byala's identity is that of a succubus because their own strength is not strong enough. They are walking on thin ice in hell, relying on the strong, and showing themselves in a flattering manner. It is precisely because of their long-term observation of words and expressions that they have a stronger ability to speculate on other people's psychology. If it were anything else, demons, according to their strong personalities, would never surrender to Lin Jin. Only succubi can be capricious. They can do many things in order to survive. Don't worry, I will protect you, and you don't need to worry about the devil. Now the devil's strength has been reduced sharply. If they attack heaven, their strength will also suffer heavy losses. If the undead join the battlefield, then there is no telling who will be the final winner. Moreover, now that the Holy Continent respects my strength, even if a demon comes to this world, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. Lin Jin said lightly. His tone was calm, but mixed with a kind of disbelief. This is his battlefield. He will be the master of the holy continent. Listening to Lin Jin's confident words, he nodded. This is dark. The place reminded her of the long time in hell. She rose up all the way and became the demon prince. She knew what she really paid for later. Demons enjoy teasing the weak. They naturally like chaos, especially the big demons. They preferred to bully the weak demons. Torture, humiliation, and pain, she began to suffer from the moment she was born. At the beginning, she also had great hatred for the demons. But the torture and strength of the Demon King made her, after all. She became numb little by little, and finally gave up all struggle and tried her best to rise to the top, so that she became the Demon Prince. Now, the torture and pain that should have been forgotten by the years are tumbling in her mind again. I don't know. Unconsciously, a seed of hatred from the past resurfaced. Compared with the destructive desire of ordinary great demons, the succubus desire for revenge is stronger. I am willing to surrender to you. Bayala knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Such a proud and wild demon kneeling in front of Lin Jin made him have a different thought in his heart, but he quickly suppressed the thought in his heart. A fragment of Asha's tears appeared in his hand. Protect Bayera's soul. Let me establish the highest level soul contract with her and block the interference of the devil. Lin Jin said to the fragment of Asha's tears. The latter instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Bayera's mind. The latter's face changed, and a feeling of resistance instinctively emerged in his heart. Give up resistance. Lin Jin's threatening words also sounded in Bayala's ears. But she saw her delicate body trembling and immediately gave up the resistance in her heart. Bayala is very strong. If her resistance is very strong, then tears of Asha will consume more power, which is not what Lin Jin wants. The reason why he persuaded Bayala was also for this reason. Bayala gave up resistance, and the fragments of tears of Asha were immediately submerged. After Bayala's soul was established, Bayala also chose to sign the soul contract. When she signed the soul contract, her soul also belonged to Lin Jin. As for the Demon King's control of her soul, it was also completely blocked. This is equivalent to a high-level deception, but such a fancy way of doing things, I'm afraid these local residents would never think of it. You know, the fragments of Asha's tears are extremely precious fragments. Even in the Holy Empire, Lin Jin never seen it before. The only thing he saw was the angry unicorn he killed when he attacked the Hasima Empire. A fragment of Asha's tears exploded from the latter's body. But that was the only one. If not, you can obtain the fragments of tears of Asha through legendary mission achievements. And Lin Jin only has one fragment in the true sense. Ding! You conquered Bayera. As time went by, when Bayera's expression relaxed, a system the notification sound also sounded in Lin Jin's ears. This meant that Lin Jin had officially conquered Bayera. This powerful demon prince in hell had also officially become Lin Jin's loyal subordinate. Meet the master. At this time, Bayala also stood up and knelt down to salute Lin Jin respectfully. She had already felt the connection between herself and Lin Jin, and now she seemed to have adjusted her role and regarded Lin Jin as her master. Only in this way can she get better treatment. Lin Jin nodded, without saying much, and directly began to check Bayala's memory. This was equivalent to checking Bayala's life. However, Lin Jin would not be embarrassed. On the one hand, he wanted to know more about Bayala, everything in hell. Now that he has completely broken with hell, the two sides have become enemies, and he must understand his enemy. On the other hand, he also has to ensure Bayera's loyalty. In addition to checking her soul, this is also a gift to she immediately shows off her power. Fei, Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The first place the screen came to was a succubus lair, but inside an unknown crimson egg, Bayera was hugging her knees with her hands huddled together. She was naked, her skin was like jade, exuding a gleaming light, and she had her eyes closed, long eyelashes, picturesque. This is how the devil is conceived. There are also a large number of devil eggs near Bayera, and the ones that are bred here are also succubi. Time flies. The huge egg cracked, and Bayera's body fell on the dry ground. Her skin was stained with a touch of red, and she looked extremely sexy. After she appeared, The surrounding flame elements gathered and transformed into clothes. A whip naturally appeared in her hand. At this moment, Byra still did not leave the nest. She was in the nest and began to wave her whip. Fighting instincts are imprinted in living creatures, especially Byra. She has had the qualifications of a king since she was born, and she also has very powerful fighting skills in her mind. While she was training, eggs around her shattered, and a succubus was born. After these succubi were born, they all knelt on the ground and respectfully acknowledged Yara as their master. As if becoming an uncrowned king, Byra began to direct the actions of the succubi, further subduing the succubi wandering nearby. The entire succubus tribe gradually grew and grew. However, this peaceful development did not last long. One day, a demon lord led his army and broke into this place. This demon lord has two large demon squads, which are extremely powerful. There are also many other demon legions. The strength of the succubus alone cannot stop them at all. The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. After the battle, the succubi suffered heavy losses, and the remaining succubi were also captured and brought to a hell town. Immediately afterwards came imprisonment, torture, and whipping. After these succubi surrendered, the demon lord led more legions to challenge another demon lord. Byron naturally participated in the war passively. In this cruel war, her captured succubus tribesmen also continued to sacrifice their lives. At first, she still felt painful and confused, but as she got further back, she became more and more used to it. It can be said that the environment of hell is like that. As long as you are in hell, you cannot escape the battle. The demon lord who captured Byra met a stronger demon lord one day and was defeated. As a trophy, the remaining legions were merged into the new demon lord's legion. Byra also fell under the command of another demon lord. One day, the demon lord also fell. Back and forth, endlessly. In hell is the law of the jungle in effect, and eternity is shrouded in battle. As long as you are born there, you will always be in a fight. The constant fighting made Byala gradually become more and more mature, and she began to realize that she had to integrate into it, and she also had to gain more power. Thus, she began to become a real demon. She helped the demon lord she was loyal to and allowed him to grow and prosper. In a conspiracy, she plotted against her own demon lord, killed him in revenge, and took the remaining legions to join another demon lord. She also encountered a lot of crises, but in the end she turned the corner. Every time she turned a corner, she gained greater strength. The unscrupulous use of any means turned her into a completely different person, completely indifferent to life and death, and also made her stronger. In a war, she performed well and gained stronger power. As a result, she was summoned by the Demon King and became the Demon Prince. Even though she became the Demon Prince, her situation was not very good. Once she didn't handle things well, the cruelest punishment would be waiting for the Demon King. That's soul burning. In Byera's memory, she also endured the burning and torture of her soul by the Demon King several times, and once again it even lasted for a real year, which was simply a nightmare. The torture of the devil also prompted Byera to become more and more unscrupulous. Next, there will be a long war and boring years. The endless years have allowed her to completely forget the past and become a demon prince with almost no flaws. At the same time, the succubus cunning made her never truly trust anyone. In addition to the succubi, the same is true for the demon princes. They also maintain a competitive relationship with each other, and even the Prince of Anger and the Prince of Destruction once fought. There are also some demon princes who also hate Byera very much. They felt that the lowly succubus was not qualified to be on an equal footing with them. However, Byera's several calculations made great achievements for the devil and were recognized by the devil. The Demon King has absolute authority. Since he thinks Byera can become a prince, the others are unhappy, but there is nothing they can do. After looking at it one after another, the last thing is about the construction of the space tunnel. Lin Jin also got an approximate time. About 6 more days. After Lin Jin read it, he couldn't help but think about it. Before Byera got the news, the demons were quickly maintaining the channel. Counting from that time, it would still take 6 days. However, this is not confirmed. Byala has not appeared for several days. Moreover, Lin Jin killed Raphael. The angels withdrew from the Holy Empire, and Lin Jin launched an all-out attack on the demons. Everything has completely changed. According to the devil's original plan, they wanted to attract the attention of heaven in the Holy Empire, lure Michael to invest more troops, and even force Michael to invest more troops. But now that all the troops in heaven have withdrawn, everything has naturally changed. Not long after, Lin Jin broke away from Biala's soul. He turned his eyes to Biala and asked directly, "Will the devil launch an attack in advance?" He just checked Biala's soul hastily, and there were many places in between. Naturally, they are all skipped, or in that crazy fast-forward mode. Regarding the specific character of each person in the demon and the true background of the demon, he has not yet been able to completely determine. Therefore, he asked Byara directly. But when Lin Jin's eyes turned to Biala, his eyes drifted to a majestic place unconsciously. Through his soul, Lin Jin saw everything about Byara, and naturally, he completely saw her body. Now looking at Byara again, he seemed to be able to see directly through Byara's clothes. The Demon King is bound to win this attack. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the demon. He will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Now that the angels are evacuating, but Raphael is killed, the devil will definitely launch an attack on heaven in advance. Biala didn't seem to see Lin Jin's gaze. She just straightened up slightly and said confidently again, "Biala has always been by the Demon King's side. She has a strong ability to observe the behavior of the Demon King and the Demon Prince. She also knows her character very well. She knows very well that the devil will never give up attacking heaven. He will only attack early and concentrate all his efforts." "How many days will it take?" Lin Jin then asked. "This is unclear. The originally given time was also vague. The Prince of Crime, Irgir, was responsible for this matter. Only he could know the details." Biala shook his head slightly and said, "Everything is full of variables. It is impossible for Biala to be completely sure. The situation has become troublesome again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Byra, please make a bold guess as to when the devil will be able to attack heaven at the earliest." Lin Jin thought deeply for a while and finally made up his mind, looking at Byra seriously. 3 days, 3 more days to go." Biala also seemed to understand something and said seriously, 2 days, 2 days from now, I need you back in hell." Lin Jin's firm voice also sounded. After seeing Byara's past, Lin Jin also had some waves in his heart. But reason finally prevailed. The devil launched an attack on the angel, and this would also be Lin Jin's heart. Jin's biggest opportunity. If he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know how long it will take to develop before he can catch up. Although the strength of the undead is improving rapidly now, the situation is unpredictable, and sometimes potential does not necessarily mean strength. As long as if you don't hold strength in your hands one day, you will face the unknown and uncertainty that day. Lin Jin's character is destined to not be the kind of person who can relax. I'm afraid that now is still not the time for him to relax. "Yes, master." Bayala's eyes flickered, but she still answered firmly in the end. Since she chose to betray hell, she would inevitably bear great risks if she returned to hell. In fact, even if she did not betray hell, she would definitely return to hell, suffering punishment. However, Bayala is still smarter. She knows how to get the love of her master. Since she decided to surrender to Lin Jin, she has no choice but to go to the dark side. She also knows that Lin Jin's character is very firm. Things he decides will not be changed easily. Therefore, instead of objecting, it is better for her to leave a good impression. "Don't worry. I will do my best to ensure your safety." Lin Jin nodded and said, "In fact, returning after 2 days has ensured safety to a great extent. Now is the critical moment for the battle between the Demon King and the Angel. If the card time is correct, then the Demon King is likely to settle accounts after the autumn." Greyhound Principality. The night cast a curtain of silence on this principality, and everything was very quiet. If it were the past time, this would have been a very beautiful night. But in the moonlight, there was a scarlet and ominous aura. The more peaceful the night seemed, the more it looked like a beast with an open mouth, rushing out of the darkness at any time. The haze of war is destined to make it impossible for this principality to regain peace. Sanchuan City, the main city of Lingti Principality, is brightly lit. King Inheem is in the main hall, discussing military matters with his loyal subordinates. The angels withdrew from the Holy Empire, and King Inhim also recovered. But he was not happy at all, and he even hoped that he would continue to be a puppet. Is there no other way? These damn souls. King Inhim couldn't help but get off the table, shouting unwillingly and helplessly. The strength is before his eyes. This is a power that is absolutely enough to make people despair. Rather than discussing tactics, it is better to discuss a glorious way to die. King Inhim, these damn angels have betrayed us. With our current strength, we will definitely not be able to defend the Greyhound Principality. We should retain our strength and accumulate strength to fight against the undead in the future. Now that the undead have not yet invaded the Greyhound Principality, we still have a chance. A cold look flashed in the eyes of a noble. What do you mean? Duke Inhim said with a frown. Destroy all the towns and leave with the main force and resources in order to make a comeback and re-establish a Greyhound Principality. The noble continued. His words made everyone look at him with surprise and frightened him. Destroy all the towns and leave with the main force and resources. This is to completely abandon the Greyhound Principality. No, we cannot evacuate. If we evacuate, what will the people of the Greyhound Principality do? Immediately someone spoke up to argue. The undead will not kill civilians. The noble glanced at everyone and then said, although we don't know why, the undead have not taken the initiative to attack civilians. So even if we leave, the people of the Greyhound Principality will be fine. Even so, we cannot destroy all the towns. Once the towns are destroyed, the undead are likely to become angry. Even if they are not angry, our people will suffer and suffer. Someone else retorted, suffering and torture will make them remember us. The man looked at the audience without any panic and continued, the Holy Empire and the Greyhound Principality are now in disrepute. People don't have much resistance to the undead now. If they don't hate the undead, how can they remember us? If they don't remember us and don't need our help, then this Greyhound Principality will be truly destroyed. With these words, the whole place fell into a dead silence. These people looked up at the former robes, but they had a strange feeling. His method cannot be said to be unresolute. This approach is equivalent to deliberately creating undead, and conflicts between civilians require death. Many people. They are heroes after all, and they have a certain bottom line. This has exceeded their bottom line. But I have to say that this approach is indeed effective. Because of Jean, the entire Holy Empire no longer has faith, and both the nobles and the Church of Light have lost their prestige. People no longer hate the undead, and some even advocate the undead out of revenge. Once people stand on the side of the undead, if you don't need them anymore, then they become a real joke. Gee, that's really interesting. Is this how you're talking about fighting the undead? Are you taking advantage of the kindness of the undead? Just when everyone fell into silence, a gentle and elegant voice sounded in the hall. Who? Everyone immediately turned their attention, and in the darkness, a dark figure full of wisdom emerged. It was none other than Raphael. Raphael was holding a crystal ball in his hand, and he had obviously put what he had just said. All the scenes were recorded. With the appearance of Raphael, a large number of death angels from outside poured in. The leader was the former queen of the Greyhound Principality. Inhim, the Farsense here. I originally thought that you could at least manage this country well. Now it seems that I was wrong from the beginning. From today on, I will take back what belongs to me with my own hands. Isabel looked at Inhim and others in front of her and said coldly. She never thought that she would see this scene now, which strengthened her belief. This empire must not continue like this. Isabel. Inhim looked at Isabel and instinctively put his hand on the hilt of the sword, but the constant influx of death angels made his face extremely ugly. Lost. He knew that the Greyhound Principality was doomed. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Bull Principality. Virgil City. What? The Greyhound Principality surrendered. King Arentil asked with a look of disbelief. When he got the news, he couldn't even believe it. Queen Isabel, the former queen of the Greyhound Principality, contacted the undead and obtained thousands of death angel reinforcements from the undead. She launched a coup and eradicated all King Inhim's forces overnight. At noon, she announced her surrender to the undead, and now the undead forces have begun to take over the towns of the Greyhound Principality. The hero replied quickly. The shock in his eyes has not subsided. There was also an uproar in the hall. This matter was completely beyond their imagination. Vaguely, Alan Deere seemed to understand what happened at the beginning, at the meeting of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, Duke Inheem deposed Isabel as queen directly in front of the kings, and the latter had to leave in despair. Originally, Isabel disappeared from his sight, but unexpectedly, she will actually reappear in this way now. King, what should we do now? Not long after, a noble asked worriedly. The Greyhound Principality is located to the north of the Bull Principality. Once the Greyhound Principality surrenders, the Bull Principality will bear the brunt. This leaves the Bull Principality with no buffer time at all. What to do? What else can be done? Alander's eyes also looked a little confused. From the beginning, the Bull Principality knew that they had no chance, but at least there were still people struggling with them. But now, the Greyhound Principality also surrendered to the undead, which made them suddenly senseless. King, people from the Dragon Knights want to see you. Just when the hall was shrouded in haze, a guard came in to report. Dragon Knights? Alan. Deal looked puzzled, and he quickly let the Dragon Knights in. Except for a team of Dragon Knights that participated in the matter between the Holy Empire and the undead, they have never participated in any events in the Holy Empire. Previously, the Bull Principality also planned to seek help from the Dragon Knights, but they never planned to agree. Now, they suddenly came to the door, which also made Alan Deal and the nobles of the Bull Principality a little confused. Not long after, the Dragon Knights people stepped into the hall. Dragon Knights, why are you here? After the two sides greeted each other, King Alantil also asked straight to the point. We brought Captain Sabaton to say that the Dragon Knights have now cooperated with the King of Eternal Night. We hope that the Bull Principality can put the overall situation first and surrender to the undead. Sweat, the captain of the Dragon Knights, also answered directly. Since the Dragon Knights chose to cooperate with Lin Jin, they will cooperate in a down-to-earth manner. Moreover, they have already paid Lin Jin very expensive items, Tied with Lin Jin. If Lin Jin is angered at this time, that would be the most stupid thing. Besides, with the strength of the Bull Principality, there is absolutely no chance to resist the undead. They came to dissuade the Bull Principality, saving the people of the Bull Principality. Did the majestic Dragon Knights also choose to surrender to the undead? It's really eye-opening. When a noble heard this, he couldn't help but snorted with an ugly face. When the Dragon Knights appeared, they were still wondering if the Dragon Knights were here to help them. But the fact was exactly the opposite. They were here to help Lin Jin. Come, this also makes them extremely complicated. I just came to deliver the words of the leader. Since the words have been delivered, the Dragon Knights will take their leave for the time being. Sweat didn't care, and just continued to say to the king, except for the undead, no one can make the proud Dragon Knights bow their heads. Now that the Bull Principality has no crowned troops, these Dragon Knights can come and go as they please. Before long, the Dragon Knights left here directly. However, there was still a dead silence in the hall. The noble, cold and arrogant Dragon Knights actually chose to surrender to the undead, which also had a great impact on their hearts. Surrender. For a long time, a voice came from the empty hall. Turning around, it was King Alantil who spoke. After the latter said these words, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his whole body was full of momentum. They all languished. The angels evacuated, the Greyhound Principality surrendered, and the Dragon Knights surrendered. All of this put the Bull Principality in a desperate situation, and the king also lost the courage to fight. After thinking calmly, the right choice was made. The war was dragging the entire principality into the abyss. After Alandile's words, all the faces were extremely complicated. They seemed to want to say something instinctively, but the words still stuck in the end. Throat. No matter how unwilling they are, this is the only choice. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The Greyhound Principality surrendered. The Principality of Bull surrendered. The Dragon Knights also surrendered to King Eternal Night. Unified. Invincible. Really invincible. I didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Such a powerful holy empire was captured just like that. Damn, I feel like I'm still dreaming. What did I do during this time? From today on, the one who rules this continent will be King Yongye. True God. God forever. After getting the news, Players from all over the place were all shocked. Although some people had speculated that Lin Jin would conquer the Holy Empire, when he actually conquered the Holy Empire, everyone was still shocked. This is different from Lin Jin. Capturing the Hasima Empire is different. This is truly the home of all players in the country. Capturing this territory is equivalent to standing over all players and becoming the uncrowned king of the players. This is also what players of the Holy Empire can imagine. The ultimate achievement. Who doesn't want to wake up and seize the power of the world and lie drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman? Now, Lin Jin has really achieved it on his own. After knowing that the Greyhound Principality and the Bull Principality surrendered, these players, besides sighing with emotion, he also has incomparable admiration for Lin Jin. People admire the strong. There is no doubt that Lin Jin is the real strong man. All his deeds are widely circulated, and his various miraculous victories still attract the respect of all players. Worship. In the Holy Empire, if any player slanders Lin Jin, they will all be attacked. For players, Lin Jin becomes the emperor, which is also what everyone expects. In the Holy City, Lin Jin is taking over the Falcon Principality and the Bull Principality, and the Greyhound Principality. Among them, most of the Falcon Principality fell under the control of Lin Jin, but a small part was occupied by demons. The latter also wandered around the Falcon Principality, causing a lot of damage. Lin Jin is also the demon who swept away the Falcon Principality. As for the Bull Principality and the Greyhound Principality, the surrender of these two principalities is also good news for Lin Jin. You must know that there is a completely different difference between a town that was captured and a town that was transferred independently. But whenever after being captured, the buildings will be damaged, and it will take time to rebuild. In the past, Lin Jin destroyed the buildings of the Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality, completely destroying them. If he wanted to rebuild them, he would not be able to build them again. Know how much time and energy it takes. Destruction is always easier than reconstruction. For Lin Jin, completely restoring these towns is the biggest problem at the moment. Now that the Bull Principality and the Greyhound Principality have surrendered, Lin Jin has also reduced the number of a lot of trouble. In this way, he was able to restore the power of the two principalities in the shortest time. To take over and govern, Lin Jin handed over to Arthas, Varian, and Isabel. In addition to controlling the transformation of all undead, they also need to be responsible for wipe out all the demons. Now, the sealed land is once again occupied by Lin Jin and his army, and powerful legions are stationed nearby. Dark elves and orcs are still attacking demons. As long as the lunar eclipse night is over, Lin Jin can be said to have a peace of mind. But at this time, Lin Jin's goal is set on hell. All the trivial matters in the Holy Continent can be handled by his subordinates. What he really needs to do is to hold on to the strongest troops. With a heavy army, you can intimidate the world. If you want to enhance your strength, this wave of battle between hell and heaven is definitely not to be missed. In a mountain range, Byra, today is the day. Today you have to go back to hell. Lin Jin said to Byala. When all the time comes together, in these 2 days, hell will launch the most violent attack on heaven. I am afraid no one can imagine this. As for the demons, they think that the undead they were all busy occupying the Holy Empire. Who would have known that Lin Jin was actually watching them all the time? Yes, master. Byala also replied seriously. Erica, give her a ride. Lin Jin said to Erica beside him, who also nodded. Dodge. Erica waved her right hand, and a sharp slash hit Byara's shoulder. The latter immediately had a scar with bone visible on her body, and the scar was also covered with a layer of dark corrosive atmosphere. It keeps corroding the wound. This scar is also very tricky. If Byara dodges a little slower, it will even hit the vital point. Byara couldn't help but let out a groan. And Erica waved her hands quickly, leaving several scars in an instant, and Byara's aura instantly became sluggish. At this moment, the latter saluted Lin Jin, gritted his teeth, and flew towards the crack in space not far away, which was also connected to hell. After Byara left, Erica quickly chased after her. There were many demons in the cracks in the space. When they saw Byara flying towards them, they all looked puzzled. Lady Byara, there are also 2 big demons among them. They are looking at Byala blankly, with doubts on their faces. Byala, who has disappeared for nearly a week, actually appears in front of them in this form. Who is it that can chase down the majestic demon prince? What are you bastards still doing? Stop this angel of death. Biala's icy cry followed. The two big demons panicked, no longer hesitating, and immediately led the demon army to rush over. Among the demons, the hierarchy is clearly defined, and the demon princes are above ordinary demons. If they are demons, the prince asks them to come to support, but if they don't come to support, the punishment they will bear will be a punishment 100 times more painful than death. Two big demons flew over, and they used teleportation to block the way. In front of Lika, the sharp blades in the latter's hands were flying, but the two big demons, even some timid demons, fled into the space cracks and disappeared. Wait until after the massacre. Erica left here. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. In the center of hell, in front of the Demon King's palace, I saw that a large number of demons had gathered here, including a ferocious and burly big demon, all gathered together like a tide. At a glance, they are all 14-year-old demons. These great demons exude a powerful aura, and the lava swords in their hands carry an aura of oppression and violence. So many big demons gathered together, making the air much hotter. The number of great demons gathered here has reached 12,000. This is the real Ace army and the true strength of hell. The number of these great demons alone is enough to destroy everything. The sky and the earth are full of great demons, and all the demons have ferocious expressions on their faces. Now they just want to fight and tear apart all their enemies. In addition to these big demons, the 12th level Evil God King, the 10th level Nightmare Beast, and the 8th level Beloved Concubine can't be seen at a glance. These are all high-level combat powers among demons. With this power, it is enough to easily sweep across the Holy Empire. Moreover, this is not the full strength of the devil. Some time ago, they had just fought such a tragic war with the entire Holy Empire and sacrificed thousands of great demons, but they were still able to assemble such a powerful force. This can give you an idea of how powerful hell is. There is a reason why Biala is so afraid of the power of hell. Even though Aribon saw Lin Jin's strength, he still had no fear and was full of confidence. The devil inherently represents the most powerful force in the world. Moreover, the number of demons is extremely large, and their reproduction rate is also astonishing. In the realm of gods, they can all have stronger power, and no force can break through the demon's realm of gods. This also results in the demon becoming invincible. In front of these big demons, the Demon King also stood in the sky. His eyes carried the aura of Overlord, intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every move he made attracted the fanatical gazes of all the big demons. To the big devil, the devil is God. Surrounding the Demon King are demon princes. Each demon prince has legendary level strength. They also have national weapons in their hands and have extremely rich war experience. This time, the Demon King has assembled extremely powerful forces. Their goal is to inflict heavy losses on angels and even conquer the realm of gods in heaven. All demons, we demons have been waiting for such a long time and finally have our chance. Today, I will point directly to heaven and kill all those hypocritical and annoying angels. The Demon King glanced at the vast demon army in front of him and shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder, spreading throughout the world and making people feel heart stopping. Roar! As the Demon King shouted, there was a huge uproar. These big demons raised the giant lava swords in their hands and began to shout wildly. They could no longer restrain their fighting, to the point where they wanted to tear their old enemies apart. The blood is flowing faster. Demon King, when shall we set off? Asked the Sin Prince Erigir. Wait until night. Wait until heaven is the quietest. The Demon King was not in a hurry. He just flapped his wings slowly and flew into the sky. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. He waved his right hand, and a curtain appeared in front of him. Curtain among them. It was Byra. The latter was covered in blood and looked very embarrassed, but many of her scars had recovered and her blood volume had stabilized. Byala, why would she come back at this time? This useless traitor. Seeing Byra, Aribon couldn't help but snorted. The Demon King glanced at Aribon, who trembled in his heart and quickly lowered his head. The Demon King was not on Byra's side, But Aribon Bang is still a meritorious person, so how can he blame Aribon? Viola's speed is extremely fast, and it doesn't take long for her to fly into the sky here. When she saw the overwhelming demon army, a touch of fear instinctively appeared in her heart. She quickly came to the Demon King and didn't care about anything else. She just knelt down on the ground. "Meet the devil," Viola said respectfully and fearfully. "You know how to come back. Do you know what will happen if you don't do things well? You know it yourself." The Demon King looked down at Byra and said lightly, "Demon King, it's not that his subordinates are incompetent. It's that the King of Eternal Night is too cunning. He deliberately pushed me away and led me into a barrier. Fortunately, his subordinates sensed the danger early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come out alive and I wouldn't be able to tell anyone." Lord Demon King, the conspiracy of King Eternal Night. Viola lowered her head, looking frightened. "Cunning undead? You, Byra, are actually being teased by the undead, which really disgraces the face of the undead." Prince of Destruction Askel sneered and said sarcastically, "What's his plot? Attack the devil? If this is the case, needless to say, it is because you did not deliver the message in time that the demon army was almost completely wiped out. It was a heavy loss." Prince of Hatred Aribon also spoke, completely blaming Byra for the reason for the failure of the war. "No, it's not just this." Viola quickly went on to say, "What's the matter?" The devil asked in a deep voice. "King of Eternal Night. He wants to build an empire of the undead. He started planning a long time ago, and everything he did was to build an empire of the undead." Viola replied solemnly, "Build an empire of the undead? Haha, this is really a big joke. Why should the undead establish an empire?" Prince of Pain Alistair couldn't help but laugh. "This is simply a joke." Only the Demon King's face was much more serious, as if he was thinking about something. At the level of the Demon King, he can see more things. If you don't believe that Lin Jin is a waste and an idiot, then what he does must have a purpose. Lord Demon King, King Eternal Night has conquered the dark elves and orcs, who regard him as a god. Now even the Greyhound Principality and the Bull Principality have surrendered to him. He has never massacred civilians, but also wants to absorb them into the undead empire. Now the undead are setting out to establish an empire of the undead, and we must not let them just establish an empire of the undead." Viola lowered his head and said with a look of hatred. His words and expressions were just right. "By the way, I also discovered that behind the undead, there seemed to be the shadow of Asha, the Dragon of Order. It is precisely because of this that the undead can hide from me." Viola continued. This sentence made all the princes and even the devil change their expressions on the spot. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Dragon of Order, this is the highest level dragon god. Moreover, this is also an existence that is superior to the elemental dragon god. What the devil worships is the chaos dragon god Urgith, who is the opposite of the Dragon of Order. Only the power of Yasha, the Dragon of Order, can suppress Orgus. Now that they suddenly heard the news about Yasha, the Dragon of Order, all the demons changed their expressions. Let's be more clear about Asha. The Demon King's eyes were fixed on Byra, and a hoarse and low voice sounded. "Asha, if it exists, then the Demon King will have to care about it. When I am around him, I always feel that he has a mysterious and powerful force that protects and guides him. Sometimes, I feel like he is having a conversation with someone." Later, I looked at everything about him carefully, and I was surprised to find that in all his decisions, he had an amazing sense of predictability, as if he knew what would happen. Whether it was the rebellion of the orcs, the dark elves, or even the night of the lunar eclipse, he even knew clearly about the night of the lunar eclipse. Viola kept talking, opening a very grand chapter. It contains information about Lin Jin's growth journey, and it seems to also hide Lin Jin's secret. Naturally, Lin Jin cannot let her return to hell directly. He also prepared a certain amount of credit for Viola. What Viola said were all half-truths and half-falsehoods, but they were also half-truths and half-falsehoods, which made it difficult for people to tell the difference. Moreover, all of these things put together, the logic is impeccable. All the demon princes around them also calmed down and began to listen to Byra's words. "You just mentioned Dark Messenger?" the devil asked suddenly. "Well, the orcs and dark elves once called him the Darkbringer. This was also recognized by the dark elves and orcs. Bayala said in a daze as if she didn't react. The dragon of Order Yasha may not be able to like him, but he must have some connection with the dark dragon god Marasa, and the relationship is not shallow. The Demon King's brows relaxed, and his expression did not look so fearful. He thought of the surge of darkness some time ago. Chaos and darkness often have a certain relationship. When darkness surges, chaos will also spread. Messenger of Darkness, not everyone can call this title. This is the messenger of Malasa walking in the world. Moreover, when darkness surges, if you can stand on the side of the dark dragon god, you can also know the specific surge of the wave. To whom? So as to make a certain prediction. From this complicated incident, the Demon King grasped the key point. The players just called Lin Jin the Dark Messenger. They may have thought that this was just a code name, but in fact, it represents an identity. As for the demons, they have somewhat ignored this identity. Malasa, when did darkness attract the surrender of the undead? Don't the undead believe in Asha? Prince of Crime Yairjil couldn't help but ask again. The undead believe in Asha, but only in the face of Yasha. Asha has never given any help to the undead. If he were an ordinary undead, he might believe in Asha, but if he were the king of eternal night, it would not be impossible for him to be loyal to Malasa. He is different from ordinary undead, the Demon King explained. He knows more and can see more. Moreover, Marasa seems to have countless eyes, and it is said that he can listen and see everything in the world. If you can get Malasa's help, you can indeed achieve a kind of predictive ability under certain circumstances. Byra, wait until after you attack heaven to discuss your matter. Go and prepare. You are responsible for commanding the concubine. The Demon King glanced at Byra and said in a deep voice, "This can be regarded as putting this matter aside for the time being. Chong-ji is also a kind of succubus, and as a race hero, Byala can exert Chong-ji's stronger abilities. Power. At this time, Byra can come back, which has strengthened the devil a lot. As for the fact that the Devil Prince betrayed the devil himself has never thought about it, and will not believe it at all. This is the devil. This has never happened since his birth. Besides, why did the undead make the Demon Prince surrender? Yes, the devil." Byala immediately lowered his head and responded respectfully. Time was limited, and the Demon King immediately asked Byala to take over the legion of favored concubines, and all of these favored concubines were reclassified under Byra's control. Lady Byra. After Byra appeared, a number of succubus heroes also came to Byra and saluted respectfully. Byra is the natural king of succubi, and she is responsible for leading all succubus heroes. As long as if she doesn't die, the rest of the succubi will follow Byra's orders. Adjust your formation and redistribute your troops. Byala glanced at the succubus in front of her and said lightly. A light flashed in her eyes. Now that she has chosen to submit to Lin Jin, she has to prepare. Now that the devil is attacking heaven, she will also be prepared to eliminate some hard loyalists of the devil among the succubi. Although the rest of the succubi obey Byra's orders, the atmosphere of hell is destined to make people ambitious. Among the succubi, there are also some devils. Byala also knew about it, but she kept pretending not to know. This war is bound to break out, so just take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of these succubi. The troops were quickly adjusted, and before you knew it, the time has come. There is no night in hell. There is only eternal day and fire. But the devil can still see the light of heaven from the projection. When heaven enters darkness, this means that the devil should also take action. The devil flying into the air, he waved his right hand lightly, but the space in front of him shook violently. The vibration of the space was accompanied by an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The fluctuation swept across the entire place, making all the demons awe-inspiring. At this moment, all the demon princes looked in awe. Click! With a crisp sound, the space was shattered, and then a huge space crack emerged out of thin air. This space crack opened, and what emerged was a lava-like passage. Walk! The Demon King took the lead and flew directly into the passage and disappeared. Behind him, the overwhelming demon legions also rushed into the passage in an orderly manner and disappeared. No matter how big demons are like mountains and seas, this space crack is like it can accommodate countless demons. 12,000 big demons rushed into the passage, And then, like thousands of horses galloping, nightmare beasts stepped on the flames and rushed into the passage one after another. Wait until the big demon and the nightmare. It has been a long time since all the beasts rushed into the passage. At this time, Byra also asked the beloved concubines to rush into the passage one after another. When the beloved concubine rushed into the passage, Byala found an opportunity returning to her palace. She made an excuse to get a treasure, but she contacted Lin Jin through the crystal ball. After quickly reporting the situation here, Byra returned to the space rift here. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Rainbow Pearl Naria. This main city of the Hasima Empire has been transformed into a base camp on the Linjin Sea. Just near the city, there are more than 20 towns surrounding it. The continuous town group is solemn and silent, and it looks quite spectacular. However, this is a newly established town and is currently only an intermediate town in size and has not yet developed into a high-end town. Once all the towns here are upgraded to high-end towns, they will be even more spectacular. At this time, Lin Jin arrived at the abandoned tower. At this moment, a large number of figures have been added around the abandoned tower. They are as big as a hill, with traces of stitches on their bodies. They hold huge kitchen knives and chains in their thick hands, and their bodies exude a corrosive stench. Their eyeballs are bulging, with white eyeballs that are more than 10 times the size of ordinary people. They look very scary. On their faces covered with flesh and scars, there is a huge mouth with intertwined canine teeth. Abomination. Namtaru Spider Mother stitched some plague zombies together to create a monster with extremely strong vitality and exuding poisonous gas and plague. These are exactly the troops created by Lin Jin and Namtaru Spider Mother. Every 5 plague zombies, plus a certain amount of gold, can be transformed into a level 9 abomination. Naturally, these abominations have no upgraded form, at least not yet, and their strength is only maintained at level 9. Although they are only at level 9, their vitality, defense, and recovery power are extremely amazing. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are even comparable to those at level 10. These abominations also have the power to chew on corpses and restore health. Now here, at a glance, it is full of hatred, and the number has reached 20,000. Just 20,000 abominations are equivalent to sacrificing 100,000 plague zombies. In addition to the continuous abominations on the ground, there are also a large number of terrifying knights, soul-stealing death scythes, and angels of death gathered here. In the sky, the number of death angels alone reached 5,000. There are also a full 100 ghost dragons. This is already Lin Jin's main force. When Byra left, Lin Jin began to assemble the main force, and now all the legions have been assembled. In addition to the powerful legion, his forces on all sides are also on full alert, ready to fight at any time. Although no one else could notice it, there was already an undercurrent surging in the calm atmosphere. Lin Jin's forces are already prepared. While Lin Jin was waiting quietly, he finally received the news about Byra. Master, right now, the demon army has passed through the passage and is heading to heaven. The crystal ball lit up, and Byala's figure also emerged. In addition to explaining the news of the demon's attack, she also described all the demon's forces in detail. After speaking, Byala immediately turned off the crystal ball appeared. The picture disappeared in front of Lin Jin. The fight really started. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes, and there was a rare wave of emotion in his heart. An unprecedented war just ended in front of his eyes. He may also be the only witness and variable in this war. For this war, Lin Jin also gathered his main force. If this is regarded as a gamble, then Lin Jin is already equivalent to a stud. 5,000 death angels, 100 ghost dragons. This power is enough to become a participant in this gamble. The ticket. Once he loses in this war, it will also cause a lot of damage to him. He doesn't know how long it will take to recover. However, wealth can be found in danger. He and such top forces the gap in strength between them is already huge. Now the probability of success is so high. If he doesn't participate, he will only miss the best opportunity. Action. After making the decision, Lin Jin no longer hesitated. Did he use the return to the city spell? He directly led the main army here back to the holy city of the Holy Empire. Everyone in this city has been evacuated from here, with a radius of 20 miles, has entered a state of alert, gathering a large number of undead legions. Resentful souls are everywhere in the sky and underground, filling every corner. Not to mention people, not even a fly can fly over. Although Lin Jin wants to participate in this war, but the war broke out in heaven. It is not that simple for him to go to heaven. There are two methods. The first is to attack hell, follow the passage of hell, and then go to heaven. I won't talk about this road. Seeking death. The demons sent out the main force this time, but this does not mean that there is no defense in hell. Among them, the demon king left the fear prince Agrel and the pain prince Aslet to guard. The number of great demons he possesses is immeasurable. The specific strength and trump cards of the demons are also immeasurable. Once Lin Jin steps into hell, he will cause an onslaught of these big demons and attacks from countless demons. In the realm of gods, Lin Jin's legions also will be greatly suppressed. On the other hand, the demon's legion will increase to an extremely terrifying level. At that time, countless waves of demons will also submerge Lin Jin's legion. Even Lin Jin's sea of undead. In hell, they all seem insignificant. Furthermore, attacking hell will inevitably attract the attention of the devil. Once the devil becomes angry and returns to the court, Lin Jin's army will be even more dangerous. This is a way to die. The second one is to carve out a path for yourself. There is a space rift in heaven in the holy city that can connect heaven and the holy empire. It is through this space rift that heaven sends reinforcements to the holy empire and transmits souls. However, in the end, after Uriel led the angel army back to heaven, this space rift was closed and it is difficult to open. However, being difficult to open does not mean that it cannot be opened. The distance between here and heaven is closest, and the way to open it is also the simplest. Lin, even if Jin has the fragment of Asha's tears in his hand, he can use the fragments of Asha's tears to directly penetrate this space crack and open the door to heaven. Of course, under normal circumstances, doing so is tantamount to seeking death. Even if he opens the passage, the gate to heaven is of no use. If Lin Jin leads an army to attack heaven, the angels will suppress him in an instant and destroy all his armies. The realm of gods is not sealed. If you want to enter the realm of biological gods, the environment is not difficult, but after entering, whether you can beat it is a question. There has been a channel between the devil and heaven for a long time, but the devil has no way to break through the channel, or in other words, even if they break through the channel, they will face the main force of heaven is waiting hard, but it will only suffer heavy losses. After all, the size of the passage is limited, and too many demons cannot pass through it at the same time. The reason why heaven sets up a barrier to guard the realm of God is because it does not want all the cats and dogs to harass them. Not it means that they are afraid of others attacking the realm of God. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Paradise. This place is filled with a large number of solemn buildings, all of which are white, as if they are pure and flawless. Even the floors here are paved with white stone tiles. In the southern continent of paradise, however, the space here suddenly became distorted, and then a chaotic aura began to leak out. Surrounded by a small group of patrolling angels, after sensing the changes here, they flapped their wings and flew towards here. What's going on here? An archangel asked with some doubts. In the next moment, he saw the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and a roar came out, hitting the archangel directly. Before the archangel could react, his abdomen has been pierced by the giant's sword, and his face is completely frozen. Evil devil. The faces of the remaining angels changed drastically, and they looked horrified. How could the devil appear here? Logically speaking, the devil should appear on the Western Front. So how could it appear here? An ominous premonition also emerged in their hearts. Boom. With a muffled sound, the archangel who was penetrated by the giant sword suddenly burst into flames. His whole body was burned by the flames, and his white wings were already carbonized. Before the other archangels could react, another name came out. The big demon flew over and attacked them. They could not escape and could only passively fight back. However, the demons poured out like fountains in countless numbers, and in a moment, dozens more big demons surrounded them. These big demons kept teasing these big angels as if they were having fun. Come, tear. The giant swords collided, making a clanging sound, but the archangel's two fists were unable to defeat the four hands. As the two sides fought, scars continued to appear on the bodies of the other archangels. Amidst the teasing of the big devil, all the archangels died in the battle. As for the sky here, there are already the figures of the great demons, and the chaotic and violent breath stirred up this peaceful paradise into chaos. Burn the angel's body and burn everything to ashes, the demon king shouted coldly. His right hand shook slightly, and the archangel that had been burnt to black coals dissipated like ashes and turned into countless light spots. As long as the angel's body is completely burned, the angel cannot be resurrected. On a normal battlefield, they haven't had the time to do this, but now they have the time. Yes, the devil. The demon prince, Jie smiled, and all that emerged in his eyes was the ferocious desire to kill. Let's go. But I saw the demon princes scattering one after another, leading the great demon legions, flying towards the paradise town here. Along with the magic of destruction, the paradise town immediately ignited with bears, and the firelight illuminated it in an instant. To heaven. As for the demon king, he also personally led the main force to kill towards the center of heaven. The appearance of the devil immediately attracted Michael's attention. The latter's face suddenly became ugly, and there was a trace of incredulity in his eyes. How could these demons appear here? Michael murmured. The place where the demons appeared was the southern continent of paradise, completely bypassing the western defense line. Now demons are also pouring into the realm of God. With the power of the southern continent, there is no way to resist the demons. It is conceivable that the casualties among the angels in the southern continent will be very heavy. Once the demons destroy the towns in the southern continent, heaven will also be greatly affected. Paradise is divided into 4 continents, the east, west, and south gates, with the west continent as the defense line, to deal with the demons in the space tunnel. Although the other 3 lines of defense are also defended, the overall defense strength is not strong. The people living there are also 13th level newborn angels. You know, among the angels, except for the 14th archangel, and there are 13th level angels. But all angels born from the altar of heaven are 13th level angels. They are also considered free-born angels. These angels are considered newborn angels. They have not yet fully controlled their own power. In the future, during the continuous training, these 13th level angels will truly advance into 14th level archangels. This is also the new force of heaven. Once these new angels suffer a devastating blow, the foundation of heaven will also be greatly weakened. However, these even if angels are not opponents, they cannot retreat. There are concentrated heaven altars on every continent. These are the buildings that nurture angels. Once they retreat and these buildings are destroyed by demons, the foundation of angels will also be reduced. Angels' heritage will also be reduced. Never allowed to abandon the town. Send the order, assemble the legion, and prepare to go to the southern continent. In addition, let Uriel guard the western continent here. Michael said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 surrounding archangel commanders also responded one after another, flapped their wings at the same time, and left here. At this moment, the entire heaven was shaken, and the angels in various towns felt this extremely powerful aura of destruction, and they gathered one after another. Together, they flew towards the center. Although they reacted quickly, they were still slow, because the devil's attack speed was faster than them. An angel town was already fighting, and the sky was full of scorching flames and ashes. A large number of angel corpses can already be seen on the ground. Let me tear them all apart, destroy all the buildings, and don't let any angel escape. Prince of Destruction Asker shouted loudly. He released a strategic magic at will, but saw flames rolling in the sky, and flaming meteorites kept falling on the town and on the battlefield. Some angels were hit by flaming meteorites. After hitting the target, the figure was immediately blown down from the air, which was very miserable. The other big demons were also fighting with the angels. They waved their giant swords and beat these angels back steadily. Especially the number of angels was not large. There were no angels at all. Organizations, they are like moths to a flame, destroying themselves. Boom! As the giant lava swords slashed down, The giant sword in the angel's hand was blown away, and the big demon slashed with another sword, cutting the latter from the air to the ground. The angel's body hit hard on the ground, but the big demon followed him like a shadow, and the giant lava sword in his hand pierced the angel's body. Another angel had just blocked the attack of a big demon. At this time, he saw another big demon directly using instantaneous power. He came up behind the angel and slashed his sword on the angel's back. The angel staggered for a while, his breath sluggish, and the big demon in front of him launched an attack without hesitation. In this realm of gods, angels can get a lot of growth, but after all, they are only at level 13. Even if they increase their growth, they can only match 14 great demons at most. But there are too many great demons in front of them. The number of great demons far exceeds that of the angel legion. It's more like a plate of loose sand. Furthermore, these angels are not led by legendary heroes. They are only led by an epic angel hero. This creates another gap. The gap between the two is further widened. This is what leads to the angel legion, the debacle. Faye, Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. All 12,000 great demons dispersed and launched an attack on every town in heaven. In this battle, the great demon was in the upper hand, and an extremely large number of angels were killed. However, along with the battle, some angel commanders and archangels quickly came to support, and the devil also led the main force to fight with these archangel legions. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and the waves of the battle caused the entire heaven to shake. Behind that, I saw the 12th level evil god king, the 10th level nightmare beast, and the 8th level beloved concubine, also appearing in the heaven in an endless stream. These troops, led by various demon lords, dispersed one after another and followed to attack various towns. The White Town welcomed their old enemy. Angels are extremely rare in this paradise. In comparison, the demons that keep pouring in are much more numerous than the angels in paradise. On various stalemate battlefields, the evil god king, nightmare beast, and beloved concubine also joined the battlefield. On a battlefield, an evil god king kept waving his whip. When their whips were waved, they brought up a stream of flames. The flaming whip in their hands violently whipped the angel. The nightmare beast kept rushing into the town, breaking through all the buildings and even smashing all the city walls. After breaking through the city wall, they marched all the way, and a large number of demon legions finally came to an altar in heaven. This place also looks like an altar with a gorgeous angel statue in the middle and a large number of magic circles around it. It looks the same as the heaven altar of the Holy Empire, but in fact there are some differences. Those are like clones, but this is the real subject. This is where angels are born. Angels can be recruited here. Recruitment requires fees, and the recruited angels also require maintenance fees. The only difference is that the recruitment cost and maintenance cost of paradise are only 1/3 of those of other races. In addition, level 13 angels are automatically born here every once in a while. Angels born at this time do not need maintenance fees and are equivalent to aborigines. However, it takes a long time and training for these 13th level angels to be promoted to archangels independently. To a certain extent, these are the true foundations. After all, there is no way for any force to have a steady stream of gold and resources, and there is no way for them to support endless expenses for a long time. Under normal circumstances, they cultivate their own natives. That's this group of angels who don't need any fees. Only this part of the angels can be considered their real power. Of course, these so-called free angels only compress the cost to a limit value. In fact, it still needs to be consumed. Therefore, except for hell, ordinary races have not yet reached the limit of gestation in the realm of gods. Heaven has not reached its limit. Moreover, because of the support provided to the empire during this period, heaven's power was greatly reduced. Not only did they not reach their limit, they also appeared to be a little weak. Unfortunately, they may not have a chance to recover slowly. Boom! With the impact of the nightmare beast, cracks finally appeared in the statue and finally shattered. This expensive altar of heaven was also broken. It will take more time for heaven to rebuild this altar of heaven. More gold and rare funds. This means a reduction in the birth rate of heaven. Not only this heaven altar, but also heaven altars are destroyed in other places. On the frontal battlefield, when the devil leads his army to a place in front of the town, at this time, an archangel in the distance holding a giant cross sword roared across the sky and flew over. Gorgeous armor, meticulous face, and solemn eyes. What appeared was not the other person as Michael. He also came to the battlefield here immediately. But for the devil, even if he comes here now, it seems a bit late. After all, the devil has dispersed, and for the devil in heaven the destruction has already begun. Michael, long time no see. When the demon king saw Michael in front of him, he raised the corners of his mouth and said hello with a smile. Attack! Michael looked at the southern continent that had burned into a sea of fire, and his face became even colder. He didn't bother to chat with the devil and launched an attack directly. In an instant, all the archangels rushed towards the archdevil. The archangel and the archdevil began to fight, and both sides slashed with their giant swords. You came and I fought, and the fight was very fierce. Every archangel and archdevil were elites in hundreds of battles. Their swords were constantly clashing, and their moves were wide open. The Great Union, which represents the sacred flame, also collided with the fire of chaos. There were casualties on both sides. However, within a few moments of the battle, the number of great demons killed began to increase significantly. Even if the number of archangels was not as good as that of the great demons, but they can also suppress the archangel. This is heaven. All the angels have been greatly increased, while the archdemon has been greatly weakened. Moreover, the leader of this elite archangel legion is the angel Lord Michael. There is not much difference in strength between him and the demon king, but in heaven, he can also suppress the demon king. Under his leadership, the archangel can also completely suppress the demon king. During the archangel's attack, Michael held the long sword in his hand and joined the battlefield forcefully. However, he saw two big demons rushing towards Michael at the same time. The latter was not afraid, but he saw that he struck first with his sword and slashed directly on the body of one of the big demons. Another big demon slashed down with the long sword in his hand, causing a hunting sound, but he turned slightly to one side, dodged directly, and then slashed across like a screen. The sword blade swept across the big demon's neck. The burning sacred flame was like a chemical reaction when it burned the big demon, and the latter suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain. Angels and demons are old enemies. The damage caused by angels to demons will be improved. Of course, correspondingly, the damage caused by the devil to the angel also increased. This made the casualties that broke out on both sides only more tragic. Michael seemed to be in a no man's land. He slashed left and right. There was no one enemy, and all the big demons around him were cut down and flew backwards. But his attack was fierce, not sloppy at all, and the cold and handsome face did not change at all. In just this short period of time, he had killed more than a dozen big demons. Just when the sword in his hand was once again buried in the heart of a big demon, the figure of the demon king also appeared behind him, and the thunderous sword was packed with power to split Huashan Mountain with a bang. Slash down. Michael, the devil shouted coldly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Can you finally bear it? Michael snorted coldly, drew his sword back, and blocked it in front of him. The moment the giant lava sword and the sacred sword collided, a violent wave was aroused. When the figures of both sides were motionless, the two looked at each other. Their eyes looked very sharp. This was a meeting between old enemies. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. In heaven, war is raging. In this all-out fierce battle, the number of demon legions became more and more numerous, and their momentum became stronger and stronger. Before you know it, daylight has fallen. It can be seen that the originally gorgeous and solemn town has now turned into ruins. These are the destruction of heaven by the demon army. Their destruction of heaven is comprehensive. They cannot even tolerate the existence of a single intact building. In this white ruins, there are many angels lying scattered. These angels still look a little young, and their bodies are covered with sword marks and traces of flames. Some were killed by the big demon, but others were killed by the evil god king, nightmare beast, and beloved concubine. Of course, in addition to the corpses of angels, there were more corpses of demons, and they were scattered in every corner. On a battlefield, a large number of nightmare beasts were seen attacking a city gate. In front of the city gate, An angel was fighting hard to resist these nightmare beasts. There is no other way. They must guard the city gate. If the city gate is not guarded, these nightmare beasts can break through the city gate and then destroy the altar of heaven inside. These angels formed a formation and charged. They avoided the attack of the nightmare beast and kept slashing at the nightmare beast with the giant sword in their hands. In front of them, a large number of nightmare beasts had fallen, and their corpses were piled on the ground like a hill. Hold on, they must not be allowed to enter the town. An angel shouted loudly, and he rushed towards a nightmare beast in front of him again. The nightmare beast also stepped on the fire of hell and crashed towards the angel. The two sides soon collided with each other, and the angel's powerful slash the blows gathered into a sword light, standing on the body of the nightmare beast. Even the nightmare beast with strong defense and vitality, its health volume suddenly plummeted. Fire Whip, the evil god king, with the two horns on his head and his upper body exposed, once again drew out a whip. The flaming whip spanned more than 10 meters and struck the angel, wrapping around the angel's right foot. The flames burned, and the angel's right foot was also burned this moment. The evil god king suddenly tightened his grip on the whip, trying to pull it over. "Get out of here!" The angel roared angrily. He ignored the evil god king at all. He clenched the giant cross sword with both hands and slashed angrily. With two more slashes, the nightmare beast in front of him also fell down. A series of fireballs. Behind, flames lingered in the hands of more than a dozen concubines, and fireballs covered the angel like cannonballs. The angel blocked the giant cross sword in front of him, and fireballs began to bloom. Boom, boom, boom. With loud noises, the angel was also covered in flames, but he still did not fall. He gritted his teeth, slashed at the evil god king's whip with his sword, and at the same time released the healing spell on himself. However, the devil obviously did not give him any. The nightmare beast in front of him rushed over again. This nightmare beast collided with the angel, knocking the latter back. The two sides were in a stalemate, but then two more nightmare beasts also collided with it. The angel was hard, being forced into a corner, being knocked to death and kicked to death. Human C tactics are still useful for angels. But speaking of it, the 10th level nightmare beast used in these human C tactics seems too lavish. If it were in the Holy Continent, these nightmare beasts alone would be extremely powerful. But here, they are just reduced to cannon fodder. Ordinary angels can be killed only by paying a certain price. But if they encounter a certain scale of archangels, then the casualties of these legions will only be more severe. After a night of fighting and continuous attacks, the demons have conquered more than a dozen towns one after another. The entire front line has also been pushed back. When the angel reinforcements increase, the demons' attack also began to slowly weaken. The elite Archangel Legion also began to participate in the battle. Lord Gabriel, the demon king of destruction Azkul, has begun to march towards the eastern continent. Do we support him? On a battlefield, at a glance, they are all corpses of demons. On the battlefield, there are also archangels. Some of them are still finishing their wounds, and they are slashing at the big demon with residual blood on the ground with the giant cross sword in their hands. There are also the archangel was performing the resurrection technique to resurrect the dead archangels. Rays of light also lit up, restoring the health of the other archangels. After an hour of fierce fighting, Gabriel also wiped out the demons here. This demon, the demon army led by the Lord, was also completely destroyed by him. Both sides seemed to be racing against time. The angel army led by Gabriel was unstoppable wherever it went. The increase in the realm of God allowed him to easily destroy the so-called demon army. Even the demon prince may not be able to stop Gabriel. However, the number of angels is a bit tight. Isn't it possible for them to attack all demons at the same time? This leads to the fatigue of heaven. Ruggel has gone to support the eastern continent. He is not able to break through the eastern continent that easily, and Raphael has also set up a powerful barrier on the eastern continent. Gabriel shook his head and replied calmly. When he mentioned Raphael, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If Raphael was there, heaven wouldn't have such a big disadvantage. Once the barrier is activated, they will all be bound the power of the devil. Raphael has arranged a lot of formations and defensive barriers for heaven over such a long period of time. but they can only trigger the most basic barriers, and some other complex barrier formations. They don't even know where Raphael is arranged. King of Eternal Night. Thinking of Raphael's death, Gabriel's eyes also glowed with a cold light. The hatred between heaven and the undead can no longer be alleviated. If an opportunity is found, he must lead his army to crush the undead and avenge Raphael. Walk. After the battlefield here was cleaned, Gabriel did not stay, but immediately led the remaining legions to the next battlefield. What he can do now is to try his best to kill enough demon legions to relieve the pressure. As long as he kills, if enough demons are killed and the rest of the archangels come to support, the demon's attack can be suppressed to a certain extent. With Gabriel's departure, there will inevitably be a bloody storm. The demon is powerful, and the angels are fighting in this country. War is not so easy to determine the winner. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. It's been exactly 12 hours since the war in heaven broke out. Angels and demons are also at war with each other. On the main battlefield, Michael's angel army also fought with the demon army. A large number of corpses of archdevils and archangels can be seen on the ground. These creatures, which represent the most powerful combatants, are now like cannon fodder. Every minute and every second, an archangel or a demon falls down and becomes a corpse on the battlefield. Michael, after all these years, you really haven't made any progress at all. In the air, the demon king and Michael were still fighting together, and the battle became more and more fierce. The sword blades in the hands of both sides brought up afterimages, which were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The constantly colliding sword blades rolled up ripples, and some of the sword blades swept away the aftermath to the earth, leaving crossing traces on the ground. The 2 figures kept colliding with each other, and the battle became more fierce. Facing the devil's constant provocations, Michael remained as cold as an iceberg, and he did not respond at all. He just kept waving his sword. At the same time, the southern edge of the continent saw the space here vibrating. The next moment, a crack suddenly opened in the space. In this crack, a figure roared out and settled in the sky here. It is holding 2 swords, wearing a hood, with dark wings on its back, exuding a strong dark breath of death. This is the Angel of Death. After this Angel of Death appeared, another famous the Death Angel flew out and hovered in the sky. Soon, the breath of death also filled the air. The Death Angel acted as the vanguard, and not long after, Erica and Lin Jean also arrived in the sky at the same time. Ding! You have entered the realm of angel gods. Heaven. Ding! Your strength is excluded by the realm of angel gods. All your attributes are reduced by 50%, and all your skills are suppressed to a certain extent. Ding! Your strength is rejected by the realm of angel gods. Repelled by the realm, your strategic level will be reduced by 5 levels, and the corresponding increase will be deducted. Ding! Your strength is repelled by the realm of angels and gods, and you have added some negative effects and vulnerability effects. Ding! Your Death Angel combat effectiveness reduced by 55%. Ding! Your Death Angel was repelled by the realm of angel god, adding some negative effects and vulnerability effects. When Lin Jean just arrived here, a series of system prompts sounded. A wave of invisible power shrouded over, and the power that had just begun to emerge from Lin Jean was suppressed again. Not only that, all the Death Angels were also suppressed. This directly reduced their combat effectiveness by 55%. In the realm of gods, suppression also has different effects according to the attributes of the soldiers, and it is not a general rule. The aura of holy light here in the temple is particularly strong. Correspondingly, the suppression of dark creatures is stronger. The combat effectiveness is cut in half, which is equivalent to the same level of soldiers. If it were an ordinary person, he would be dead in an instant. That is Lin Jean. He has the natural disaster of the undead and the title, and also has the amplification effect of national weapons and artifacts, which greatly enhances the unit, especially since he just killed last time. Archangel Raphael gave him the titles of Enemy of Angels and Champion Killer. One of these 2 titles allows him to increase the strength of the Legion by 10% when facing angels, and the other allows him to fight against champion troops. When fighting, increase the strength of the Legion by 10%. This can be used at this time. As long as the hero is not strong enough, Even if he comes here, he will just commit suicide. With Lin Jin's strength, although the combat effectiveness has been weakened, he can barely survive. Acceptable. Erica, how do you feel here? Are you able to hide yourself? Lin Jin looked at Erica, who was standing aside. My power here has been suppressed a lot, and my concealment ability has also been reduced, but ordinary archangels should not be able to detect my traces. Erica replied seriously. No, it's still not enough. Lin Jin frowned slightly and couldn't help but think in his heart. This kind of all-round weakening is acceptable with his increase, but considering the possibility of fighting, this power still seems far from enough. Compared with the weakening of the undead, angels can explode with stronger power in heaven. This must be a stronger increase than the weakening. Thinking of this, Lin Jin once again appeared in his hand. Fragment of Asha's tears. Give the legions under my command the ability to be immune to the suppression of the realm of God. Lin Jin thought. Except for the tear of Asha that was consumed by Baera's soul in the recent contract, Lin Jin still has 5 tear of Asha fragments left. Now he finally started to use the tear of Asha. Tear fragments. The fragments of Asha's tears turned into a ray of light and submerged into Lin Jin's body, and the power of the latter also began to increase. Ding. You have understood the title of Battle of the Gods. Battle of the Gods. You and the Legion attacks the realm of God. The suppression effect faced is reduced by 15%. A 15% reduction in the suppression effect is equivalent to a 55% suppression effect reduction of 15%, which is 55% 15%, 8.25%. Lin Jin's current Legion, the suppression effect endured should be 46-75%. Upgrade the title of War of Gods. Lin Jin's eyes lit up, and a fragment of Asha's tears appeared in his hand again. In the future, it is imperative to attack the realm of gods, so if you upgrade early, you will benefit early. Lin Jin simply upgrades this title. This is equivalent to investment. Once the investment is successful, the benefits will be amazing. The reason why Lin Jin has not used the fragments of Tears of Asha is because he uses them at the best time, and now is that time. Tears of Asha, the fragments sank into Lin Jin's body again, but in a moment, the power left Lin Jin's body and condensed into the fragments of Asha's tears. Not enough. One fragment of Asha's tears cannot improve the power of the gods. Battle title. 1 is not enough, then 2. Another fragment of Asha's tears appeared in Lin Jin's hand, and both fragments of Asha's tears were absorbed into Lin Jin's body. With the disappearance of the fragments of Asha's tears, Lin Jin's own strength has also begun to rise, and a strong suppressive force has begun to fade again. Ding. Your title of War of the Gods has been upgraded. War of the Gods. What your legion will face when attacking the realm of gods, the suppression effect was reduced by 30%. When the Battle of the Gods reached the intermediate level, Lin Jin's strength increased, and the weakening effect of the realm of gods was only 38.5%. After deducting this weakening, Lin Jin's legion strength it is still stronger than the average legion. Its combat effectiveness is finally positive. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After War of the Gods reaches the intermediate level, Lin Jin will no longer improve, and he will not be able to improve. Just to upgrade this title, he spent 3 Asha Tears fragments. Now he only has 2 Asha Tears fragments left, which is not enough to upgrade the title of War of Gods. From this aspect, we can also know how strong War of the Gods is. This kind of increase specifically targeted at the realm of gods should be among the top powers in the world. For ordinary people, this kind of title is useless even if it is obtained. But for any master of a large force, the effect of this title is extremely powerful. It is conceivable that if the demons obtain this title, their advantages will be even greater. This is also the ability they dream of. Of course, that doesn't mean the devil doesn't have other tricks up his sleeve. The Demon King is the Lord of Hell and has existed for who knows how many years. Not only is his strategic level higher than that of Lin Jin, but his title must also be passive. The national weapons he has obtained and the artifacts in his hands are also powerful. He must also be able to avoid a certain degree of punishment. Erica, how are you feeling now? Lin Jin looked at Erica. Now that my strength has recovered a lot, I can hide. As long as I am not too close to the legendary hero, I should not be discovered. Erica nodded respectfully. After releasing the suppression, it's not just about restoring a certain amount of combat power. It also includes the negative effects, vulnerability effects, mana consumption, and the power of magic. Even Lin Jin's undead. The dark title of natural disaster has also been weakened, and the increase in combat power in the undead natural disaster has also been slightly discounted. Therefore, the practicality of this effect is still very powerful. Okay, you go collect intelligence first and check out the situation nearby. Yes, Erica disappeared out of thin air and then disappeared in place. She also entered a state of invisibility. After Erica disappeared, Lin Jin also flapped his wings and flew to the highest point. He looked into the distance, his deep eyes flashing with faint light. His field of vision kept zooming out, reflecting an extremely vast world. What he saw in his eyes was not just what ordinary people could see. He also saw the aura of death that only powerful undead heroes could detect. In his eyes, there were clusters of strong death auras lingering in the distant sky, which meant that a tragic war broke out there and a large number of lives were lost. He could even feel the wailing and roaring of the soul. Let's go. Lin Jin stopped staying. He asked Al to lead 10 Death Angels to station here, while he led the Death Angels and flew towards the distance. He came to fish in troubled waters this time, and really wanted to start a war with heaven. After he, therefore, a large number of legions were assembled, but they were only prepared, but they might not be involved. For 1,000 Death Angels roared towards the front and disappeared here in an instant. At the same time, Al was guarding here. Keep an eye on the nearby wind and grass. Once anything happens here, a large number of legions will come to the paradise on the other side of the space crack. Lin Jin was flying at full strength and soon arrived at a battlefield ahead. Go up. But the ground here is full of corpses of demons and angels, and unlike ordinary battlefields. The lowest level here are all 8th level pets, and there are even more than 600 corpses of demons and archangels among them. This is just a battlefield. The aura of death here is far less intense than some of the other places Lin Jin saw, but there are 600 corpses of crowned soldiers here alone, which is already a big gang. But it's a pity, yes, some of the archangel corpses were completely destroyed or were severely damaged, indicating that they could not be resurrected. Resurrection is not invincible, and only relatively complete corpses can be resurrected. For example, some of the angels, their bodies were severely burned, or it is because the body has been completely eroded by the power of demons that it cannot be resurrected. This is also the devil's method to prevent angels from resurrecting. You know, angels can also use the Great Resurrection spell. In the realm of God, the number of times that angels can use the Great Resurrection spell, there are more corpses, and they have been resurrected more times. If the corpses are left alone, once an angel finds the opportunity to resurrect them, it will represent several times the angel's strength. As for why not all angel corpses were destroyed, this involves there are two reasons. One is due to time, and the other is the standard of resurrection. Some of the angels' bodies have been severely damaged. Maybe in a while, the power of the devil will completely erode their bodies and make them unable to be resurrected. Real men never look back. Look at the beheading. From the devil's point of view, these angels have no chance of resurrection, and they don't need to waste time and energy at all. In addition, there are resurrection standards. The standards for angel resurrection and Lin Jin's God level spiritualism are different. God, the standard of super spiritualism, is even lower. Even the seriously damaged angel corpse can be resurrected. When Lin Jin was resurrected on the battlefield before, whether it was a corpse with its head missing or a corpse that looked very damaged, there is a way to be resurrected. When the resurrection of the undead technique is used, the ghost dragons whose bones are scattered everywhere can be restored to life. Perhaps for the undead, their bodies themselves are not exclusive to them. They are just a type of undead. The manifestation of power. So as long as the power is in place, the undead can be resurrected. The degree of corpse destruction is one criterion, and the other criterion is the power of the devil. Demons and angels are old enemies. If the chaotic power of the devil remains in the angel's body, it will completely devour the angel. The corpse of the angel will be contaminated with the devil's breath and cannot be resurrected. After attacking the angel, some of the great demons injected the chaotic power of the devil into the angel's body and ignored the latter. As long as this power exists, angels cannot be resurrected. However, this didn't work for Lin Jin either. The power of the devil resists the power of the holy light, but cannot resist the dark power of the undead. So Lin Jin has no problem resurrecting. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin raised his right hand, and black mist bloomed on the battlefield. The fallen corpses were all shrouded in black mist and were replaced by undead. On this battlefield, nearly 150 the angels of death also flew into the sky and joined Lin Jin's legion. There were about 500 archangels and archdevils who could be resurrected, but Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism was suppressed by the realm of God, so he was resurrected. There will be fewer and fewer. If it is in the Holy Continent, then Lin Jin can resurrect at least 00 death angels. However, Lin Jin is still satisfied. 150 death angels, given to him for nothing, is not very satisfying. Besides, Lin Jin is satisfied. The corpses on this battlefield are only a small part. There are many corpses ahead waiting for him to harvest. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Divine spiritualism. On another battlefield, Lin Jin used God-level spiritualism again, and endless souls were once again submerged into the bodies of angels and demons, replaced by angels of death. In this case, Lin Jin's soul, the amount consumed, is also extremely exaggerated. However, his soul reserves are amazing, and the continuous wars have also provided him with a steady stream of souls. Although the soul value cannot be increased by the abyss and death, it is more than enough to resurrect the great demons and angels. More than 1,000 angels of death have been resurrected, which is really great. Lin Jin felt extremely happy when he saw the newly joined death angel. Around him, the death angels had dispersed and went to collect corpses everywhere. It is conceivable that the number of death angels he resurrected will continue to increase. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly push the number of death angels to tens of thousands, completing the final step in the mythical mission of the rise of the race. He had a hunch that once completed, the Death Angels would truly become a powerful race and would no longer he was easily destroyed. Just as he quickly collected and resurrected the corpses, his army finally met the demon army. The demon marched forward, and Lin Jin's current position was behind the demon. So Lin Jin's position, it is difficult to encounter an angel, but it is easier to encounter a demon. Of course, not encountering it does not mean that the enemy does not understand his arrival. Such a huge death aura rising into the sky, as powerful as Michael and the Demon King, will definitely be able to. I noticed it. However, the two sides were currently fighting, and no one paid any attention to Lin Jin. King of Eternal Night. A demon lord had just defeated a town and was about to move forward, but he felt the powerful aura of the undead approaching from behind. He did not choose to continue the attack, but chose to stay and see who was behind him. When the demon lord saw Lin Jin and the large number of death angels behind him, his face looked extremely solemn. During this period of time, Lin Jin's reputation has resounded throughout hell. All the demons in hell are afraid of Lin Jin. Hate. On the one hand, they wanted to get rid of Lin Jin and maintain the reputation of being a demon, but on the other hand, they were afraid of Lin Jin's strength. This was the killing of Raphael and the defeat of Aribon and Baira. Are not people they can provoke. King Yongya, what do you want to do? The demon lord shouted coldly. All the demons looked at Lin Jin with fear. A big demon stood in the sky, as if he was going to attack Lin Jin's army at any time. As for the beloved concubine on the ground, they were also lingering in their hands. Fireball. At a glance, the fireball twinkles like stars, which is extremely spectacular. The undead are just here to collect corpses, so don't be too nervous. In addition, you'd better not point your sword at me. Your legion is no match for me. If you dare to attack, your legion will be completely annihilated. Lin Jin's expression did not change, and he said calmly, "You." Listening to Lin Jin's words, the demon lord was even more angry. When could a demon be treated like this? What? Do you dare to do this to me? You'd better think about it. If you dare to attack me, I wonder if the devil will let you go, and what will happen to you. Lin Jin saw the angry look on the devil's face, and his light voice still sounded. He is now confident. The devil has launched an attack on heaven, and just by appearing here, he has gained a huge advantage out of thin air. The two sides are now in a stalemate. Once new forces join, they will inevitably change the entire battlefield to a great extent. As long as the Demon King is not stupid, it is impossible to attack Lin Jin at this time. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't let this opportunity go in vain. Moreover, his main army has already entered the heaven. Once this part of the power is destroyed, even the deep-rooted hell will be exhausted. In the next time, he will not even think about attacking heaven. Sure enough, after Lin Jin's words, the demon's expression changed again and again, and he finally chose to grit his teeth and suppress the anger in his heart. On the one hand, he is indeed no match for the undead. The number of the Death Angel Legion in front of them has reached more than 5,000, which has reached half of the main demon force. Perhaps only the Demon Prince's Legion can fight with them. On the other hand, a war between two forces will inevitably require the Demon King to make a decision. If he rashly starts a war with the undead and drags the demons into the war with the undead, then he must also bear the corresponding price. If the devil does not want to start a war, then his end will be very miserable. Let's go. The Demon Lord glanced at Lin Jin coldly, then led the demon army and left here quickly. Of course, he also sent the big demon to report to the Demon King. The appearance of the undead was indeed the biggest variable on this battlefield. The demons never expected that the undead would appear at this time, and judging from the size of the undead, they were already prepared. Without knowing the specific targets of the undead, they had to be wary of the undead. After the Demon Lord left, Lin Jin flew over the battlefield and used God-level spiritualism again. With his use, more than 200 death angels joined his army. On the other side, on the frontal battlefield, due to the arrival of the undead, both the Demon King and Michael ended the battle and returned to the sky at the same time. The battle between the two of them was meaningless and could only be regarded as a warm-up. They both knew that they would never be able to defeat each other. They are also the masters of the crowned troops and the strong ones who survived the ancient War of Elders. They all have many trump cards. If you want to defeat your opponent, you need very careful planning and crushing power. King of Eternal Night. Michael waved his right hand, and two groups of Lin Jin's legions appeared in front of him, including more than 1,000 death angels and more than 1,000 death angels. When he saw this legion and the leader Lin Jin, Michael's eyes also flashed with cold light. He didn't expect that Lin Jin would actually come to the realm of God. If it weren't for Lin Jin, the Holy Empire wouldn't have collapsed and Raphael wouldn't have died in the battle, so there wouldn't be anything like heaven. Coming to such an embarrassing situation, it can be said that he is the culprit. However, he did not expect that Lin Jin would have the audacity to attack the realm of God before he settled the score with Lin Jin. This is simply unbearable. Unbearable. Just when Michael was angry, a muffled sound came from the battlefield, waking him up. This muffled sound of an archangel being beheaded. He looked back at the battlefield, but he found that his legion had also suffered heavy losses. When he was fighting the Demon King just now, he felt that his legion was constantly suffering casualties. But now that he had withdrawn from the battle, he found that the damage was much more serious than he imagined. A feeling of powerlessness, it instantly enveloped my mind. So what if the undead are coming? Does he still have the energy to attack the undead now? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Lord Demon King, King Eternal Night has led more than 5,000 death angels to the realm of God. While Michael was checking over there, a big demon also came to Satan's side. This is the realm of God in heaven. Michael can inspect every corner of the realm of God, and he can also see clearly, knowing the strength of the enemy's troops. From this point of view, this is also a great advantage. The Demon King can only rely on his own strength to detect that the undead have come to the realm of God, but he does not know who it is, and how many legions are there. You must know that in addition to Lin Jin, there are many undead lords and undead great lords in the underworld. The undead in this world are not exclusive to Lin Jin. Now with this news, the Demon King is confirmed to be Lin Jin, but he was also surprised by Lin Jin's strength. 5,000 death angels. This is not a small number. From the rise of the undead to now, in just a short time, Lin Jin was able to gather 5,000 death angels. Then isn't he invincible in the main plane? No, to be precise, Lin Jin is invincible in the main world. He has already occupied the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire. Just these two vast empires. This made him the strongest force on the continent. War relies on resources, and Lin Jin holds the most resources. From this point of view, no one is Lin Jin's opponent. Thinking of this, he felt Lin Jin's fear increased a bit, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked at Michael and said with a smile, "Michael, the undead are here. It seems that God has destined you angels to perish." Hee. If I remember correctly, just 2 days ago, you demons were attacked by the undead, and almost all of your army was wiped out. Almost all the millions of demons in this main plane were also killed. I don't know who will perish in the end. Not to be outdone, Michael responded coldly. Why are you pretending that angels are having a hard time? So are demons having a better time? Michael withdrew the angels at that time because he also wanted to watch the undead and demons kill each other. This is the case. As he imagined, the undead and demons were killing each other, but he didn't expect that the demons were so ineffective that they were attacked comprehensively in just one day, and the main force was directly destroyed. Now that the Demon King mentioned the undead, he couldn't help but laugh at him. Snort. The Demon King's face turned ugly, and he snorted coldly. The Demon King, King Eternal Night, is here to collect corpses again this time. He now has 6,000 death angels, and there are even more undead on the main plane. This person's potential cannot be underestimated. He killed Raphael in heaven, destroyed my holy empire, played with demons, and killed millions of demons. He is the enemy of both of us. How about we join forces to destroy the undead first? This newly rising race is built on the corpses of great demons and angels. Once this race grows up, it will also be a serious problem for you. Michael looked at the devil and continued. He actually wanted to make a deal with the devil. That's okay. Then let's send our troops together to destroy the undead first. These 6,000 death angels should be the main force of the undead. As long as they are destroyed, this race will not be able to grow. The Demon King thought for a moment and responded with a thunderous voice. His voice was also mixed with a kind of anger and hatred. The hatred between the demon and Lin Jin was also very high, and he teased the Demon King several times. In addition, Lin Jin's growth, the speed, is also too amazing, which has posed a certain threat to him. Whether it is due to the relationship between the two parties, or because he is afraid of the Death Angel race, it seems that destroying them is the best choice. In this case, let's call a truce first and exterminate the undead together. Michael said in a deep voice. Good. The devil nodded directly and agreed. Then let's stop the attack together. Good. Retreat. Come back. The two shouted loudly almost at the same time. An angel and a big demon also gave up their enemies and retreated from the sky. Their eyes were wary, but their eyes were a little dazed, especially the angels. There are many scars on the body, and everyone looks like they are dripping with blood. Some are their own, some are the enemies. For them, this is also a hard battle. On the ground, there are a large number of angels and demons lying on the ground. The corpses of angels and great demons here have exceeded 3,000. Although heaven is vast, the number of angels in heaven is not many. From the time when the demons launched their attack to now, they have been fighting almost across the board. The level of the war is very high, but the number is not that shocking. So in just over 12 hours, the real casualties were very heavy. Michael, I didn't expect that we would still cooperate one day. But no matter what, the battle between us is our battle, and the undead are not qualified to participate. Well, kill the undead first. Michael also answered seriously. As for the angels and demons, they looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Are angels and demons really going to unite? How does this sound like a fantasy? Generally, Lord, are we really going to cooperate with the devil? An angel leader asked doubtfully. How could angels cooperate with the undead? Immediately cast healing and resurrection spells, and follow my command to attack the devil at any time. A flash of light flashed in Michael's eyes. How could an angel cooperate with a demon? This was originally a cover. Demon King, shall we kill the undead first? A demon commander also asked in confusion. Wait for my order, concentrate your strength, and sneak attack on the angel. A ruthless look flashed in the Demon King's eyes. If he could distinguish what is more serious than what is more serious. Besides, he doesn't believe in angels at all. In the sky and on the ground, the legions of both sides gathered together, but they saw the archangels raising their hands one after another. He raised the sword in his hand and cast healing and resurrection spells, and rays of light enveloped the battlefield. There were more angels who also grasped the sword in their hands, ready to go. Do it. Holy light purifies the world. The sword in Michael's hand burst out with an extremely bright light, and a beam of light fell from the sky and fell into the demon. Doomsday Judgment. The Demon King raised the giant lava sword in his hand almost at the same time, but saw that the sky and the earth changed color. On the entire battlefield, the power of destruction enveloped the angels over there. In the sky, all the angels flew towards the demon again. All the big demons also they rushed towards the angel one after another, and a large number of flame balls flew from the hands of the beloved concubines, overwhelming the sky and toppling towards the angel. Union? They are all foxes with thousands of years, who would believe such nonsense. No matter what, the undead have not grown up yet. There is not enough foundation, and they are the strongest god realm and the strongest crown power. As long as they destroy each other, it will be easy to backhand attack the undead. It is absolutely impossible for them to unite at this time. Moreover, how could angels believe in demons? And how could demons believe in angels? Both sides sorted themselves out and unleashed their own unique moves. At this moment, the holy light and flaming meteorites fell on the battlefield, reflecting the scene as if the end of the world was coming, and the destruction was breath can be detected thousands of miles away. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. What a fierce battle. On a battlefield here, Lin Jin looked at the fluctuations in the distance with some amazement in his eyes. The power of the Demon King and Michael was indeed extraordinary. This energy fluctuation was more powerful than the top strategic magic he used, especially the power of the Demon King. Even from such a distance, he can feel the violent power of chaos. You can imagine how terrifying the Demon King's power is. You know, this is the realm of God in heaven. The Demon King is here, his power will be greatly suppressed. But even so, he can still burst out with such powerful power. Then how strong is his real power? And, just as Lin Jin thought, the Demon King in this realm of gods, the suppression he received was not that exaggerated. However, Lin Jin just took a look, and he had no intention of going over. It was a frontal battlefield at first glance, and the battle there was indistinguishable for a while. Even if he went over, it's of no use at all. Besides, he doesn't want to get involved in the center of the war between angels and demons. Now neither side sends anyone to pay attention to him, which is also the result he is happy to see. The demons sing triumphantly all the way and keep marching. Lin Jin, they all just remained as onlookers, watching the battle between demons and angels. Whenever they finished fighting, Lin Jin would take away the bodies, and no matter how the two sides fought, Lin Jin would not participate. Originally, both demons and angels were a little uneasy about the arrival of the undead, which showed that they really had no intention of participating in the battle, which made them gradually relax. Along with Enyi's use of God-level spiritualism, Lin Jin's angel of death, the number increased sharply again. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. During this resurrection, the number of Lin Jin's death angels increased by more than 000, which also meant that the number of great demons and angels who died in the battle had already nearly 10,000 people. It can be said that the number of casualties of crown, ranked troops in the Holy Continent from the beginning of the game to the present may not be so many. The war here is completely beyond people's imagination. Those players thought that Lin Jin was already at the top. They did not expect how terrifying the war between the real top forces would be. The increase in the number of Death Angels also gave Lin Jin stronger power, and the power of all Death Angels also began to rise continuously. The number of races, the increase, also means that the race of Death Angels has begun to become more complete. They will naturally get feedback, repair their own shortcomings, and improve their strength. More than 8,000 of them. At this time, the corpse collection on the edge of the battlefield has almost been collected. Now a large number of other demons are beginning to gather towards the prince. Among them are the four main battlefields. The Eastern Continent is the war led by Prince of Destruction and Ruggel. The Western Continent is led by Prince Aribon and Uriel of Hatred. The war in the Northern Continent was fought by the angry princes Agrel and Gabriel. As for the middle, it was the war between the angel Lord Michael and the Demon King. The most intense war broke out there, among which the demonic emotions and Prince of Desire Byra and Prince of Sin Irgil are both there. The growth rate of the Demon King is not as good as that of Michael, and the frontal battlefield is the most important, so the number of demon princes gathered is also larger. As for why Byra followed beside the Demon King, there may be some other reasons for this. This Demon King may not believe in Byra that much. Of the four battlefields, the Northern Continent has strong defenses, the Western Continent is the defense line of heaven, and the Southern Continent has Michael, so the only place we can go to next is the Eastern Continent. Lin Jin now knows the entire battle situation well. Again, the quality of the war here is extremely high, but the quantity is not enough, so it is easy to distinguish the movements of the Legion. All the places in the Southern Continent that can be conquered have been conquered. After conquering, angels are now fighting and sniping around some borders, which have become large battlefields. As for these large battlefields, Lin Jin chose the Eastern battlefield. The undead streaked across the sky, and the mighty angels of death led them. With a strong aura of death, they came to the Eastern battlefield forcefully. The Eastern battlefield was particularly fierce. The sky here was covered with dark clouds, and meteors and fire showers continued to hit the battlefield. One after another, holy light magic bloomed, which was extremely spectacular. At the same time, the roaring explosions are endless. The arrival of Lin Jin immediately attracted the attention of the devil and the angel. Although both of them knew the existence of the undead, when the undead came here, it still gave them a great shock. Undead. Asker looked at the undead army in the sky, with an impulse of destruction in his eyes. He and Lin Jin never dealt with each other, and they were always looking for opportunities to deal with Lin Jin and let Lin Jin know how powerful he was. Now that he saw Lin Jin, the violence and desire for destruction in his heart emerged again. And then, he saw the death angels next to Lin Jin. All the death angels were in the air, their wings gently flapping. With a cold face, holding a big sword and a pair of knives in his hands, all of his weapons flashing with faint light, making people feel heart-stopping. Death angels are all over the sky, but they are scattered. These proud death angels also give people have a powerful oppressive force. Even the Prince of Destruction, Askel, was still shocked when he saw this legion. The violence and desire for destruction that emerged was suppressed. 8,000 death angels. Lin Jin's current number of death angels has reached 8,000, which is even more than the total number of remaining great demons. Even the Prince of Destruction Asker here has only 8,000 death angels left. There was no comparison between these 2,000 demons in front of 8,000 death envoys. Besides, they were still fighting angels. Even if he wanted to attack Lin Jin again, he could only suppress his thoughts. However, Lin Jin is not afraid of Askel either. Even in terms of increase in combat power, Askel is not as good as Lin Jin. The only ones he is really afraid of are Michael and the Demon King. He has no ability to do the remaining legendary crowned heroes at all. Take it seriously. Of course, in addition to the big demons, there are also a large number of high-level legions on the battlefield. The large-scale evil god kings. Nightmare beasts and concubines still have strong destructive power. It is relying on their power that the demons only then could he fight the angels. Lin Jin also resurrected many high-level undead along the way, but he directly transferred these high-level undead to the space rift and had no intention of letting them participate in the war. In this war, he is not the protagonist, so he will not steal the limelight. Honestly, just resurrect some undead. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu, King of Eternal Night. In addition to the Demon King of Destruction Asker, Archangel Ruggel also turned his attention to Lin Jin. When he saw Lin Jin's figure, deep fear also appeared in his eyes. There was a darkness of death. The angels watching the battle also gave him a great sense of oppression. This is the realm of God in heaven. Since the undead have broken into this place, it is equivalent to attacking their territory. This has declared war on them. There is no doubt that the undead are also them enemies. Now that the undead are watching the battle, he has no idea whether the undead will join the battlefield, and he is naturally extremely fearful. Once these 7,000 undead join the battlefield, their pressure will only be greater. No matter what, at least fight off these demons first. The fierce battlefield once again brought Rugel's attention back. Seeing that the demon had broken through, his eyes became sharp. Demon, slaying light array. But he saw the long sword in his right hand suddenly stabbing towards the ground. The long sword sank into the ground in an instant, and he saw that with Rugel as the center, lines of light, like spider webs, spread out on the ground. The lines instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The huge lines that spread had already covered several miles in radius, vast and magnificent. What is this? The field of vision widened, and they saw all the demons on the ground looking at the light array below in panic. In their confusion, they saw the light array suddenly burst out with a strong light, followed by golden light bullets. It flew out and enveloped the demons above. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light bombs exploded, and each demon was knocked away, and their health dropped drastically. Especially Chongji, who had the lowest health. It was impossible to withstand such a dense and powerful attack. A large number of beloved concubines were blown away and died suddenly on the spot. The death was miserable. Punishment light array. Regier's long sword was stuck on the ground, but his eyes were flashing with golden light, and his right hand was raised. In the sky, an obscure and complex golden light array spread out in an instant, and this golden light array was full of obscure lines. The spreading light array enveloped the heaven and earth. When this golden light array appeared, a large number of circular light arrays were triggered around the golden light array. These light arrays were located at different heights, crisscrossed, or tilted, or vertically. Boom. The next moment, arrows of light shot out from the huge light array, covering all sides, hitting the demons below. A pillar of light burst out from the small circular light array, and the light pillar seemed to be affected by they all attacked the big demon with guidance. The changes in the world caused the big demon to change. Under the golden light and sacred aura, they couldn't even distinguish the enemy's position, but they saw a golden beam of light attacking a demon. Before the big demon could react, he was bombarded by the beam and fell from the air. Another big demon, he could barely block the bombardment of the golden beam with the giant sword in his hand, but his figure kept moving towards the back, flying away. When he flew backwards, another golden beam struck him from behind. In the sky and on the ground, the light array gathered, and a large number of demon legions were strangled. This is Raphael's barrier. Lin Jin looked at the demon legion that suffered heavy losses in the light array, and his eyes were quite amazed. As a bystander, he can look at the war in front of him rationally, and what I have to say is that there is indeed something in heaven. Barrier formation. This kind of thing is extremely complex and a sophisticated magic. It takes a lot of time to study and implement it. As for setting up barriers and formations, these require precious resources and a lot of gold. I know how many formations and barriers Raphael has arranged in heaven. Once these are all triggered, heaven will turn into an impeccable steel barrier. Even if the demons seize this opportunity to attack heaven, they still cannot attack heaven at once. Heaven can be conquered. After all, heaven still has extremely powerful foundations, and it is impossible for the devil to use all his strength. Fire shield, lava bursts. Demon King of Destruction Asker's face showed a hint of anger. He waved his right hand and saw that all the big demons were ignited with flames. The flames were like barriers, guarding them. Under this fire shield, even if an attack hit them, will also be greatly reduced. At the same time, there are powerful lava fireballs in the sky attacking the Archangel. If ordinary people cast such a range of spells, it would be difficult to control their specific attacks. But Asker is different. Lin Jin could clearly see that the lava fireballs were all heading towards the Archangel. The lava fireballs were extremely fast, like light bombs. An Archangel did not move sideways until the fireballs came in front of him. But at this moment, the lava fireball exploded directly, and a powerful shock wave swept over these archangels and blew them away. In the sky, it was like fireworks exploding, and a bright fireworks display appeared. A very spectacular scene. The holy light restores the light array. Heavenly armor. Great prophecy. Ragweir was not to be outdone. He released a light array again, only to see that the health of all the archangels above began to recover. At the same time, all the angels and archangels were also covered with light. Golden armor emerged. At the same time, he also released the heavenly armor magic and the great prophecy. This is the magic that he truly released. The last wave of great prophecy shrouded the body of all the great demons in the sky. All shapes are frozen. Even the lava fireballs falling from the sky slowed down greatly, as if they are in slow motion. If the great prophecy is powerful enough, then not to mention the demons and fireballs in the audience, even space and time, they can all be imprisoned. When the great prophecy was shrouded, all the angels flew towards the great demon and attacked again. In just an instant, hundreds of great demons were killed. The war between the devil and heaven was extremely fierce and spectacular. Just like an epic war blockbuster. Both sides have many trump cards. You come and go. It is dazzling to watch. Although Lin Jin killed Raphael and also killed Reborn, the former was a sneak attack and the latter was a surprise attack. The attacker was also a sneak attack, and he had never fought against the opponent head-on. To a certain extent, Lin Jin's victory was a bit tricky. He also did not know the opponent's true power. Now as he watched the battle, he had no idea about the angel. I also understand the true power of demons, so if I fight with them in the future, I can be somewhat wary. Even though Lin Jin is just watching the battle, he has gained much more than he imagined. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. In heaven, angels are constantly fighting and dying. There are also many heaven altars that have been destroyed, and the foundation of the entire heaven has been greatly reduced. On a mountain peak in the center of heaven, a magic array was seen flashing, and then the space burst. A huge golden figure also passed through the space crack and came to the mountain peak. Phew! With a sharp and high-pitched sound, the figure also opened its wings. Its head was like a phoenix, and its body was full of golden scales. The open wings were more than 20 meters long, and its wing skeleton was also, it appears, golden, but its feathers are as white as those of a bird. It has 2 legs, which are like bird's claws. It is golden and powerful. It is like a divine bird above the 9 heavens, extremely powerful. Majestic and noble, the golden figure is as bright as the sun. This is the sacred golden bird. From its body, you can see the shadow of the light dragon god Elrath. Yes, it is also the light dragon god's incarnation. After the golden bird chirped, he saw the surrounding sacred elements gathering together to form a golden figure. This is also the radiant spirit. The dense radiant spirits are all over the sky. This is heaven, and the sacred aura is the strongest. It is precisely because of this that the sacred golden bird is able to summon so many light elements. Summoning a large number of radiant spirits, the sacred golden bird suddenly flaps its wings again, whipping up a gust of wind. When the gorgeous wings are spread out, the dazzling light flew straight towards Michael like it covered the sky. At the same time, all the dazzling spirits in the sky followed closely and flew towards Michael. The light dragon god Ai, the incarnation of Aerith, has always been in the realm of the gods in heaven, worshipped by the angels. However, it will not take action easily. Instead, it has been sleeping for a long time, realizing its own power. Only heaven suffers. It will only appear when there is a major attack and heavy losses. It can also be regarded as the blessing beast of heaven. And in this paradise, the power that the sacred golden bird can erupt is stronger and difficult to resist. The sacred golden bird with the radiant spirit across the sky, it was like a scorching sun flying through the sky. Lin Jin here also noticed this vast power. He turned his eyes, but his eyes kept zooming out, and he caught a glimpse of the dazzling, gorgeous, and meticulous body of the sacred golden bird. Just when he glanced at the sacred golden bird, the sacred golden bird also glanced at Lin Jin. Its sacred eyes seemed to see Lin Jin across 1,000 miles. Those eyes, with majesty and indifference. After just scanning quietly for a while, the sacred golden bird turned its head and continued to fly forward, disappearing in front of Lin Jin. What kind of power does this paradise contain? Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that the sacred golden bird had just seen and maybe noticed the power contained in the undead. Maybe it was because the undead did not participate in the battle, or maybe because it wanted to because of Jala, it did not come after all. Once it flew over, a war would inevitably break out, and even Lin Jin would have to leave the paradise early because of this. Although Lin Jin had many legions, after all, he did not fight locally. It still has great limitations. He just wanted to gain benefits, and he didn't really want to attack heaven. He also knew from the beginning that heaven could not be conquered so easily, and the appearance of this mythical beast also confirmed that he understood the thoughts in his mind. This sacred golden bird is also the incarnation of the light dragon god Elrath. It has stronger fighting power in this paradise. You can imagine what kind of power this sacred golden bird will burst out. When Lin Jin attacked and killed the water dragon in the Holy Continent, he sacrificed a large number of legions. Moreover, if he had not been lucky and had the Golden King Behemoth who specialized in killing dragons, he might not have been able to kill the water dragon. Now every time he thinks about it, they all felt that it was impossible to recreate it. If the water dragon had been allowed to escape, then the sea would not be able to regain its calm now. But now, with the angels on hand, it would only be more difficult for Lin Jin to gather fire to kill the sacred golden dragon. Thinking of this, he felt solemn in his heart. His eyes turned back to the battlefield. Rugel and Asker on the battlefield also seemed to notice the sacred golden bird. After a glance, they began to continue fighting. Now on the battlefield it has been riddled with holes, and flames and potholes can be seen everywhere, which shows how fierce the battle between the two sides is. Among them, demon corpses are everywhere, and most of them are concubines, nightmare beasts, and evil gods. King, there are also corpses of angels and big demons. If the big demons were not powerful, these high-level demons would be just a bunch of cannon fodder and have no deterrent effect. The power of angels lies in their persistence and resurrection ability. In the realm of the world, their ability has been improved to the extreme. It is simply unrealistic to use the human sea tactic to kill them. They only need to build defenses, and they can almost continue to restore their own energy like a perpetual motion machine. HP, even resurrecting fallen allies. Southern Continent. Frontal battlefield. The place is filled with gunpowder smoke, and the air is filled with a fiery and manic atmosphere. Burning flames and flowing magma can be seen on the ground, as well as huge meteorites. On these meteorites and flames, the corpses of archangels and archdevils abound, among which the corpses of high-level demons are spread out as if they are free. However, although there are many demons dead, there are also many demons. In order to attack heaven, the Demon King mobilized 12,000 demons alone. If the analogy is extended, the number of evil god kings, nightmare beasts, and beloved concubines is even greater, reaching hundreds of thousands. These are hundreds of thousands of high-level demons. If these demons were placed in the Holy Empire, they would be enough to easily destroy the Holy Empire. In the battle just now, many angels and archangels died at the hands of these high-level demons. In the midst of the fierce battle here, the sacred golden bird in the distance finally flew towards here quickly. The gorgeous wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the divine and majestic aura made all the demons look at it. Holy golden bird. The demon king narrowed his eyes, and there was a rare trace of fear in his eyes. This is paradise, and the sacred golden bird in paradise is almost invincible. Now that the sacred golden bird appears, it means that the demon's war is about to end. However, even if you are defeated, you must hold on. Now that you are here, the devil will not leave easily. Holy golden bird, I want to see if you are invincible. A light flashed in the devil's eyes. Phew! At this moment, the sacred golden bird came to the battlefield here, and saw it let out a cry, and a sacred ray shot out from its mouth. The ray penetrated a big demon in the sky in an instant, and swept towards the ground. A nightmare beast was charging, and its body was penetrated. But this was just the beginning. As the head of the sacred golden bird was raised, the sacred ray was seen like a light, instantly moving forward. Sweep away. At this moment, the sky was cut open by golden rays, the ground was agitated, and a deep crack was cut by the golden rays. Wherever the rays passed, Everything was cut open without any resistance. Come, the power is terrifying. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Lord Askel, we can't defeat him. Let's withdraw. There is no need to lose troops here in vain. Our goal has been achieved. On the battlefield, Askel's demon army has fallen into a disadvantage, and the disadvantage continues to expand, and more demons are killed in the battle. A demon lord saw that the situation was not good, and could not help but confront the demon king of destruction, Askel. Shouted, "Get out of my way. The devil is not retreating." Asker kicked the demon lord away and shouted loudly. However, he was still very unwilling. His power was obviously so powerful. If there weren't endless formations and barriers here, how could the demon not be able to do it? Break through this place. The number of angels in front of him is less than 1,000. All of them are injured, but until now, he is forced to retreat. How can he be willing to do so? Demons measure their strength by their military exploits, and Asker leads the main force. Not only does he not have after repelling the angels, he didn't even kill many angels. This was sent back to hell, which was simply embarrassing him. Lord Askel, the undead are still watching the battle. If we reveal a flaw, the undead may take advantage of it, and we can't continue the fight. The demon lord climbed up from the ground, shook off the debris and dust from his body, and came to Asker again. There are also divisions in strength among demons. Asker naturally led this attack. If all of his own legions are lost here, then his military strength will also be reduced. Moreover, the undead are still watching the battle. The undead have a record of killing Raphael, and they almost killed Ari. Bang, he definitely doesn't mind sneaking in, so they must pay attention to the movements of the undead. At this time, Asker finally calmed down. However, even if he didn't need to be reminded by this demon lord, he was always paying attention, following the movements of the undead. Lord Askel, the sacred golden bird has passed towards the demon king, which means that our battle this time is over. There is no need to continue fighting, and the undead have been saved in vain. Seeing that Asker had regained his composure, the demon lord quickly continued to advise. He knew that Asker had been persuaded by him. Go, retreat. Sure enough, after Asker glanced at the battlefield again, he directly led all the demon legions to start retreating. On the battlefield, after receiving the order, one demon after another did not hesitate anymore and immediately retreated towards the back. One big demon after another, they also abandoned their opponents and directly used teleportation to leave the battlefield. Demons were on the offensive side, and their number was still much greater than that of angels. It was very easy to retreat. Moreover, there were undead in the sky, and the rest angels don't dare to pursue them at all. For them, the danger has not been eliminated yet. Resurrection Angel. Regir couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the demon retreating. At this moment, his face suddenly changed and he looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were dark clouds, and an extremely vast black star, the energy ball, was enveloped by the angel. This dark energy ball was extremely huge, containing extremely violent power and covered with black thunder and lightning. When this energy ball appeared, a strong pulling force would suck them all into the darkness. The energy ball was average, buried in darkness. Lin Jin took action. Just when the demon left, Lin Jin also took action. There were a large number of corpses on the battlefield, but above the corpses, there was an angel. These angels did not know how to Lin Jin just took the body away. And now seeing that they were trying to resurrect the angel, Lin Jin did it without hesitation. The abyss withers. Death canopy. 2 bursts of magic bloomed in succession, and ripples swept across the abyss withers sword. All angels were locked by a force, and their upper limit of health also dropped. In addition, darkness spread from the sky behind Lin Jin toward the front. And go. Retreat, retreat. Rugel roared loudly. He tried his best to flap his wings, trying to escape from the center of the storm. He was indeed escaping bit by bit, but the angels beside him were different. The wings of these angels, they were all trying their best to flap, but they couldn't escape from the center at all. After possessing the effect of the Battle of the Gods, Lin Jin's strength also recovered a lot. In addition, he launched an attack on the angel, and the powerful amplification effect was also then it emerged. Enemy of angels. Crown killer. Ha ha. The undead actually attacked the angel. Well done. If I had known earlier, I would have exited the battlefield earlier. Asker watched the darkness spread and immediately laughed loudly. He didn't expect that there was such a benefit. If he had known that the undead would join the battlefield, he would have withdrawn from the battlefield long ago. However, if Asker had withdrawn from the battlefield earlier, then Lin Jin will only leave here. He wants to obtain the corpses on the battlefield. If he takes action early and causes heavy casualties, it will be more harm than good. Lord Askel, do we want to stay? A demon lord said conspiratorially. His meaning is self-evident. Now that the undead are attacking the angels, they can stay and look for opportunities. It is best to make another sneak attack. No need, just let them fight. The undead are so powerful that it won't be long before they can attract more angels and even the sacred golden bird. Moreover, King Yongye will not let us sneak attack so easily. Asker shook his head and said disdainfully, "It's okay if the undead don't attack. With such a powerful force, once they join the battlefield, they will attract a lot of attention to the demons. Now the sacred golden bird has appeared well. If the prediction is good, the demon king will also withdraw from the battlefield after fighting for a period of time. At that time, the undead can take over." Yes. After Asker took another look, he led the legion and left here quickly. When he left, a terrifying wave spread on the battlefield, which was the wave of dark energy balls blooming. The terrifying vibration was like the destruction of the world. The wave swept across, and the strong fluctuations swept through the bodies of all demons. All the demons couldn't help but look back at the fluctuations, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Asker exploded in the dark energy ball when he saw it. He also turned back. When he saw the destructive fluctuations, his eyes rarely became solemn. So strong. Asker instinctively came up with an idea and murmured in his mouth. The undead should also be greatly suppressed in heaven, but Lin Jin can still exert such a powerful force, which also made him look askance. The devil relied on some methods to avoid the suppression of heaven, but why? Lin Jin's current burst of power is much more powerful than Askel. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. The terrifying waves spread and darkness spread. This can be said to be Lin Jin's classic way of starting a group. But it's still a win-win situation. The most important thing is that he grasps the timing of every attack very well. Demons and angels fought fiercely, and both sides used all their cards. The fight was extremely fierce. Without hesitation, if Lin Jin had joined the war from the beginning, these angels would have been defeated long ago. Even though Lin Jin only joined the battle now, it was already far beyond what the angels could resist. In the face of this dark burial, the angels had no chance to react. Of course, they had no way to resist. So far in the battle, they have used all the trump cards they should use, and have almost used all the available barriers and formations. The dark energy ball exploded, and hundreds of archangels were directly annihilated in the energy ball. The spread of fluctuations also caused a lot of damage to the other archangels, and many archangels had residual health. After one move, a large number of death angels all flew towards the legions in front of them. Instantaneous. Before these archangels could react, the death angels flying in front of them disappeared one after another. By the time they came to their senses, the attack of these death angels had already arrived. Once attacked, it is a violent storm. In the first moment, dozens of archangels with residual blood were killed, and the remaining archangels also faced the siege of the Angel of Death. Lin Jin's Angel of Death was at its peak, but the archangels in front of him had just gone through a hard battle and had not yet recovered. Moreover, they had almost used all their trump cards and had no ability to resist. During the battle, one archangel after another was killed. Over there, Ruggel was shocked and angry when he saw the archangel being slaughtered. First the dark burial, and then the sudden fierce attack. This series of attacks gave the archangel no chance to resist. Now, at a glance, it was all scenes of the archangel being beheaded. They had no chance to fight back. How could these undead be so strong? How could they still exert such powerful power in the realm of gods? This thought came to Ruggel's mind instinctively. The undead should be very weak. Even if the archangels are not in good condition, they should not be able to put such great pressure on the archangels. What's more, this is still in the realm of God. Such thoughts only lasted for a few seconds before Ruggell came back to his senses and immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Even if the undead are not so strong, it is impossible for him to continue fighting with the undead now. These are more than 7,000 Death Angels, and they are still the Death Angels in their prime state. He has no idea what other trump cards Lin Jin has. How can he dare to fight with them? Lin Jin fought head-on. Now that the sacred golden bird has appeared, there is no need for him to fight Lin Jin like this now. What the angels want now is to delay. After receiving Ruggell's order, all the archangels did not hesitate. After hesitating, they immediately rushed out of the way and evacuated the battlefield here. It can be seen that the archangels' attack was still very powerful. In the midst of their sword swings, they suppressed the Death Angels, and most of them left the battlefield. This power, which also made Lin Jin feel quite a bit. If this were on the Holy Continent, I am afraid that these archangels would not be able to break out of the encirclement. It can be seen that the power they possess is indeed very powerful. The archangels withdrew from the battlefield, and Lin Jin, also the angel of death, was not pursued. Who knows if there are defensive barriers and formations ahead? Moreover, the appearance of the sacred golden bird also made the battlefield obviously dangerous. If it penetrates deep into the angel and is intercepted, the casualties will only be more terrifying. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin did not hesitate and immediately used the god-level spiritualism. The black mist shrouded the battlefield below, but a large number of undead souls began to resurrect. Not long after, a total of 1,200 Death Angels also resurrected. This is 1,200, the famous title unit. With the addition of these 1,200 Death Angels, Lin Jin's number of Death Angels in the realm of heaven and God has reached more than 9,000. Including his Death Angels in the main plane, Lin Jin, the number of Death Angels has exceeded 10,000. Lin Jin immediately opened the mission, The Rise of a New Species. Description: Angels protected by the holy light began to live in this world with a new attitude after death. She can no longer be called an angel, but a recognized new species, or a new species at the crown level. It will be your responsibility to develop and expand this species. Next stage, 10,000 over 10,000 mission status. Completed. Sure enough, the mission is completed. After seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. But it is a pity that although the mission is completed, the reward cannot be received. However, it should not be a big problem to be able to receive the reward after leaving the realm of God. Let's go. Lin Jin glanced at the battlefield, without hesitation, and directly led his army to fly into the distance. The resurrected undead legions behind him also followed the direction of Lin Jin and quickly evacuated. The night is long and the dream is long. Now Lin Jin has completed his goal. Naturally, there was no need to stay any longer. Not long after Lin Jin left, he saw 600 archangels rushing over in the sky over there. These archangels were here for support. But when these archangels arrived, the only ones that can be seen are the figures of the great corpse witches. These great corpse witches were resurrected from the corpses of demons. The movement of the great corpse witches is relatively slow, and Lin Jin has no intention of waiting for these undead legions. He just left by himself, so these archangels couldn't see Lin Jin's figure, but saw the figures of these great corpse witches. Seeing these great corpse witches also leaving, they didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Ruggell also led the archangels to fly over. At this time, the scars on all the archangels had recovered. In the realm of God, the angels' magic recovery speed is also very fast, and as long as there is magic, they can use healing techniques to recover their own injuries. Ruggell had just evacuated and found a place to treat angels' injuries, and then found a place with a sealing barrier, waiting for Lin Jin. But he didn't expect that Lin Jin, instead of attacking, they actually retreated, and they retreated so cleanly. Lord Ruggell, shall we pursue him? An angel leader asked respectfully. Forget it, just guard here. Ruggell looked at the departing undead, and finally shook his head. There is no advantage in chasing now. If he is ambushed by the undead, it will be more than worth the gain. He has already become afraid of Lin Jin. Read the novel without underline, please download Feilu. Southern Continent. Space Rift. A large number of Death Angels have gathered here. As for the undead army, They have already passed through the space rift and left heaven. Lin Jin has no intention of attacking heaven. If these troops stay here, they will be useless. It is better to send them back to the Holy Continent early. After arriving here, Lin Jin did not leave, but was still waiting. The person he was waiting for was none other than Erica. From the beginning of the battle, Erica left Lin Jin's side. She was going to do something, and now Lin Jin was waiting for her return. I don't know how long I waited, but I saw another extremely violent wave coming from the distant sky. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, Lin Jin could still feel it. Erica. Lin Jin was quite worried about whether Erica would succeed. At this moment, a black shadow flew over quickly from the sky. It was as fast as a meteor. Retreat. Lin Jin did not hesitate and immediately ordered all the Death Angels to retreat. One by one, the Death Angels rushed into the cracks in the space and disappeared. In an instant, the number of Death Angels here dropped sharply to hundreds. At this moment, son, Erica also came to Lin Jin's side. Owner, did you make it? Success. Okay, let's go. Lin Jin nodded with satisfaction, took Erica and rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Through the passage, Lin Jin came directly to the holy city. As soon as he arrived here, a terrifying aura came from a black beam of light bloomed from his body and soared into the sky. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the third stage of the rise of a new species. Ding! The number of your resurrected Death Angels has reached 10,000, and the power of the Death Angel Erica has been enhanced. The exclusive national weapon, the Twin Blades of Death, is upgraded to the exclusive artifact, the Twin Blades of Soul, destroying death. Ding! Angel of Death Owl, the weapon is automatically upgraded to a national weapon. Ding! Angel of Death Hill, the weapon is automatically upgraded to a national weapon. Ding! Death Angel Erica's attributes have been improved, and she has learned new skills and characteristics. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the third phase of the rise of a new species. The quality of all Death Angels has been improved, they have learned new skills and characteristics, and their attributes have been improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the third phase of the rise of a new species. The Death Angel has entered its complete form. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the third phase of the rise of the new species. Your strength has been greatly improved. The system prompt sound is like brushing. Like a screen, it was next to Lin Jin's ears. However, he no longer cared about this. All he could feel was the energy that was constantly emerging from his body. He felt as if he had hit a barrier. The whole world, it was as if a new door had been opened. In reality, Lin Jin's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The energy that kept emerging was crazily transforming his body. The dark energy completely enveloped him, lingering outside his body. The space around him also seemed illusory, slowly twisting. Boom! With a muffled sound, the game cabin wrapped in Lin Jin shattered, completely cracked, and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jin's body also cracked in an instant and disappeared. In the dark light pillar, another figure emerged out of thin air. It's exactly what Lin Jin looks like. However, one is a soul and the other is a real body. The 2-inch Lin Jin overlap, and the fluctuations on his body expand a little more, shaking towards the surroundings. Game what is in the world is the soul, and what is in reality is reality. When the two merge into one, it means that some kind of mysterious change begins. The laws merge, and the so-called illusions and nature become real. I don't know how long it took, but the dark beam of light dissipated, but Lin Jin still closed his eyes. His body naturally hung high in the sky, and countless information emerged in his mind. Owner, Erica looked at Lin Jin and couldn't help shouting. She took over the control of the Angel of Death and let the Angel of Death disperse, quietly guarding Lin Jin. All the surrounding undead also dispersed, guarding Lin Jin together. Ember. In reality, a game warehouse opened and a player came out. My dear, how's the Devil Crusade going? Very smooth. King Yongye is too strong. Now that the demons on the Holy Continent have been almost eliminated, they have no power to resist at all. The player replied. However, his voice seemed very thick and rough. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why is your voice so hoarse? As the footsteps approached, a woman wearing home clothes also came over, but when she saw the man in front of her, she paused, and the glass of water she was holding fell to the ground. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and the glass shattered. Oh! Immediately afterwards, there was a hoarse, lung-splitting scream. The man was stunned for a moment. He suddenly looked down at himself, and suddenly realized that he had turned into an orc. What is going on? His eyes flickered, and he was stunned. Not only this player, but many players in the real world have noticed changes. Some players have become orcs, some players have become dark elves, and even some players have turned into dwarves. Without exception, these people who have turned into other races are high-ranking and powerful beings. There are also some high-level players who can also use their power in reality. Suddenly, the whole world was shaken. Amidst this shock, chaos began to break out. In just a short period of time, a large number of murders broke out. In human society, there are many contradictions, and hatred has always been there. It is growing, but due to various reasons, they can only suppress the hatred in their hearts. Now that they suddenly gain power, the first thing they think of is revenge. The emergence of new power represents the chaos of order, and the chaos of order at that time. Everything loses its rules. This is just the beginning. If order cannot be established in a short period of time, chaos will intensify. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. On the top floor of a skyscraper, the sky, covering wings, looked down at the city in front of them, their eyes looking deep and complicated. The day has finally come, Zidianzi murmured. He was also the first person to discover this secret, but he thought that only a very small number of people would control this power. In fact, this was exactly the case. He also investigated and found that only those who have reached the championship level can gain power in reality. But in the game, those who can upgrade their strength to the championship level are very rare. But today, everything happened change. Now, all players whose strength has reached level 8 or above have also controlled the power in the game. It can be imagined that this change is just the beginning. If this continues, what will the world look like? Also, what level has that man reached now? The sky, covering wings, looked up into the sky, as if looking up at a tall figure. The person he was looking up to was naturally Lin Jin. The whole world had changed, but Lin Jin was undoubtedly the strongest one. No one can truly know Lin Jin's strength. What he represents is definitely the most powerful force in the world. More importantly, in his mind now, he can more clearly feel the power that makes him unable to resist any kind of power. The breath of his heart. He signed a soul contract with Lin Jin. What he thought was an inconspicuous contract is now really binding his soul. It is conceivable that once he has any unfavorable thoughts towards Lin Jin, he will be punished by Lin Jin. Jin realized that even a single thought from Lin Jin could completely destroy his soul. He had no other way to go. However, Wings of Covering the Sky did not want to take the other way. The more the world changed, the more Lin Jin would change. Jin will only get stronger, and his power in the game can directly destroy the world. Following him means following the king of the world. He has been on the right path from the beginning. The next step is to create an empire of the undead. Now that the world has changed, King Yongye must create an empire of the undead as soon as possible. Zayodianzi couldn't help but think in his heart. He is already on Lin Jin's side anyway, and he is still the player representative under Lin Jin. He is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. The changes in the world also mean that opportunities are beginning to appear. If he could help Lin Jin create the undead empire faster, his status would also rise. In addition, he couldn't help but start to think about what would happen if the game merged with reality, and if the demons and wild monsters in the game also appeared in this world. What kind of scenario? When the time comes, what will these people who have not entered the game, or low-level players, do? They have no power to counterattack these threats. By then, they will definitely need to be blessed, and the only person who can truly bless them is Lin Jin. We can't expect the Holy Empire to bless them. Lin Jin is a player, and the player is the real one. Various forces in other places have also begun to protect them. Began to gather together. They were all discussing the changes in the world. Boss, what should we do now? In a conference room, a large number of players gathered together. These players are also the elite of the guild. Although they are very strong, The guild's power is even stronger, so they still follow their president. Now, everyone's eyes were a little excited and a little eager to try. The strong strength made them feel a little dizzy, and they always felt that they were standing on the cusp of an era. What to do? Still be honest, obey orders, and follow instructions. The president glanced at everyone and then said, "Don't forget, there is only one behemoth among all guilds. You all know that the world has changed, but you don't want to think about how strong that person is. Lin Jin is entrenched above the players, possessing absolute force, and able to easily sweep through all forces. In addition, below him is the Divine Wings Guild. The Divine Wings Guild has long been the only dominant guild, absorbing countless guilds. They have become the #1 player among all players. Now that the world has changed, the power they possess will only become more powerful. With their strength, they can only dominate in small places. Once something happens, they will be defeated by a backhand, will be suppressed. Although the world has changed, everything in the Holy Empire has long been settled. It is only in troubled times that they can compete in the world. But now, even though it is troubled times, there is someone who has completely occupied everything. So what else can they do?" Jill by Jill. Why? The rest of the people also sighed after hearing this, but in the end they didn't say anything. They had already become subordinates of others, and the cakes of this empire were all divided. So why should they be excited? Be honest and follow orders. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of Lin Jin. This man, I'm afraid, will be crowned king not only in the game, but also in reality. Too strong. Not only this force, but other forces as well. The more powerful the force, the more desperate they are now. If the Holy Empire is still in chaos, they can even continue to compete to gain greater territory and influence. Even those who are more ambitious can think of attacking the regional hegemony. But now, they can only be honest. With Lin Jin weighing on them, even if they grow stronger, they will only be suppressed in an instant. Lin Jin's powerful strength left them with no idea. Some impressions have become deeply ingrained. Even when Lin Jin was not that strong, they did not dare to challenge Lin Jin, let alone Lin Jin was so strong now. More importantly, Lin Jin is also a player. No matter how powerful the NPC is, players have the courage to attack it. But if the opponent is also a player, this directly puts a lot of pressure on them. Because of Lin Jin, the country remained calm amidst the chaos. The real world is shaking, and the atmosphere in the game is completely new. If people started out with a casual attitude, they are now completely serious. People are working diligently to improve their strength. As for those players whose strength has improved to a certain level, they value their own lives even more. Death would greatly reduce their strength. They didn't care at first, but who knows what changes will happen in the world now, so they naturally paid more attention to it. Some of the players who originally transferred to orcs and dark elves began to transform into humans again, and some really stopped being human and still chose to become orcs and dark elves. Orcs have a strong body and are free from all diseases. Many players who are sick or even terminally ill in reality would rather sacrifice their human identity just to gain a strong body. Only real patients know how tortured the disease is, not to mention the dark elves. As dark elves, they are relatively powerful in certain aspects, and being elves allows them to live longer. Elves generally have good looks, which is also very attractive. In addition, following the talks with the Sky, Wide Wings, all player guilds began to work harder to integrate the Holy Principality and promote the establishment of the Undead Empire. It is said to be an empire of the undead, but in the end it is an empire where players survive. In a way, this is something that benefits the country as a whole. Now this matter is no longer just a matter in the game, so they are all very cooperative. Every day, a large number of new players choose to enter the game. This may be the last bus, but the last bus is also a bus. After knowing that power can be obtained in the game, all players must enter the game even if they want to sell everything. A week later, over the Holy City, we saw that there were still death angels everywhere. Each death angel stood meticulously high in the sky, completely blocking the air. This place has also become a restricted area for players. Many people looked at this place from a distance and felt a sense of fear. The angel of death is stationed here just to protect a figure. In the center of all the angels of death, there is a tall figure who exudes a kingly aura. His wings are spotless and as black as ink. His figure is just right. He is tall and powerful. His handsome face is flawless and handsome. It's like a character coming out of an anime. His short hair is as swaying as seaweed, very elegant and elegant. He has an extraordinary temperament. Just looking at him makes people have the urge to worship him. He had his eyes closed at this time, but the space beside him was still vibrating from time to time, filled with waves of energy. That was the powerful activation of his own energy. At the next moment, he saw his eyelashes twitching slightly and opened his eyes. When those eyes opened, there was an explosion. They were like stars and diamonds, and as deep and vast as the sea. Anyone who saw his eyes would be lost. Finally woke up. When Lin Jin completed the third stage of the Realm of God's mission, he also received a reward and his strength skyrocketed. His powerful strength directly summoned his real body and completely merged with it. When players don't realize what the game represents, Lin Jin has already gained power from the game. When players began to gain strength from the game, Lin Jin brought his body into the game. It has to be said that he is not even a tiny bit ahead of the players. In the previous fusion, in addition to integrating his own power and controlling new powers, he also gained a large amount of inheritance. This is the law of race. When the number of death angels exceeded 10,000, Lin Jin completed all stages of the mythical mission, which meant that the death angel race had risen and officially became a crowned species. All death angel attributes have been improved again, and some passive auras and effects have been added, reaching a complete form. The strength of Erica, Al, and Seal has also been improved again, and Erica's exclusive weapons have been upgraded to artifacts, while Al and Seal's weapons have been upgraded to national weapons. This is simply a qualitative leap. These are just the basics. The most important thing is the foundation of a race. The greatest foundation of the race is the realm of gods. Lin Jin was also deeply aware of this when attacking heaven this time. But in the realm of God, the legion of this race is equivalent to invincible. Even though Lin Jin has so many territories, once the world barrier disappears, angels and demons can enter the mainland. At that time, they can sneak attack and destroy any town Lin Jin attacks at any time. As for Lin Jin, he had no skills at all and had no way to resist this attack. If they gather their forces to attack the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands, then the place that Lin Jin has worked so hard to develop will also be destroyed. He has no so-called real solid fortress. As long as there is no truly solid barrier, there will be no final paradise. Once anything happens, Lin Jin will lose all protection. Everything we have is just like a mirror in the mirror. As long as there is a realm of gods, there will be a chance to make a comeback. Even if Lin Jin's power in the main plane has been destroyed, as long as there is a realm of gods, he is not afraid of anyone. In addition, the realm of God is also the cradle of arms. With the realm of God, death angels can be born in an endless stream. This is the most advanced power. Thinking of the effects of the divine realm, Lin Jin's eyes also filled with wonder. He never imagined that the godly realm of death angel would be like this and so magical. However, the realm of God still cannot be truly placed. The power of the realm of God is even more powerful. The main plane cannot accommodate the realm of God now. Only when the world merges and the barrier disappears, the realm of God can be placed. Of course, although there was no way to place it, Lin Jin still had a way to use part of the power of the God realm. For him now, this is both good and bad. Being able to flexibly use the power of the God realm, the effect itself is very heaven-defying. After fully feeling the changes in himself, Lin Jin finally suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart for a long time. Compared to his strength, he is more concerned about the current things. He also felt that the boundaries between the worlds became fragile, more people gained power in reality, and the order of reality began to become somewhat chaotic. However, the real crisis had not yet arrived, so Lin Jin did not take it seriously. There is another thing he is concerned about now, by Allah. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. How is Byra doing? Lin Jin turned his eyes directly to Erica, who was aside. The war in heaven is also an agreed time. Byra will find a way to withdraw from hell after the war in heaven. So Lin Jin is also concerned about how things are going now. You can also feel Byra's soul. The latter should not be in any danger. Byala has left hell with 80,000 concubines. and now the Legion is stationed in the Bucks Principality. Erica replied respectfully. No movement from the demon? The night of the lunar eclipse ended 3 days ago. The demons now have no way to come to the holy continent and scrupulously, and they suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Heaven. What was the final outcome of the war? Lin Jin asked curiously. He had never stared at the Demon King, and he didn't know the final battle between the Demon King and Michael, so he was a little confused. According to Byra, the Demon King severely injured the sacred golden bird, leaving a destructive aura of the chaos dragon god Orgus on the sacred golden bird. The strength of the sacred golden bird was greatly reduced, and it is estimated that it will not be able to recover for a long time. However, after severely damaging the sacred golden bird, the Demon King's Legion was also greatly traumatized and withdrew from the frontal battlefield. Erica then replied, in fact, the real target of the demons this time is the sacred golden bird. They cannot conquer heaven at once, with their demonic strength, unless they go out in full force. However, if it is divided into 2 or even 3 times, then it's different. This time they destroyed many buildings in heaven, killed a large number of angels, and severely damaged the sacred golden bird. Heaven will fall into a period of weakness for a long time. During this period, the recovery speed of angels will be very slow. On the other hand, demons recover very quickly. Give them some time to recover from such casualties. By then, the powerful demon army will launch an attack on heaven again. By then, heaven may not be able to resist the demon's attack. The devil is really hiding deep. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, the devil's real target is the sacred golden bird, but Lin Jin doesn't know anything about the sacred golden bird, and Byala doesn't know that the devil's target is the sacred golden bird. This can be said to be it is hidden very deeply. It can also be seen from this that the devil does not trust Byra. In other words, the Demon King is indeed aware of it. If Byra returns to hell, once the Demon King starts to pay attention to her, it will inevitably be exposed. Lin Jin is also glad that he let Byra leave. Byra is the biggest demon in hell, and he is the legendary hero of the crowned race that Lin Jin spent a fragment of Asha's tears to conquer. If he died like this, the ground was also a huge damage to Lin Jin. Speaking of the fragments of Asha's tears, we should also mention the space cracks. Originally, Lin Jin planned to use the fragments of Asha's tears to break through the space cracks and reach heaven. But Raphael has a way to open this space rift, and he also opened this space rift with the power of the Angel of Death. This can be regarded as saving the fragment of Asha's tears. Overall, this trip to heaven is it's a big profit. Master, there is a map of heaven here. And I have also found a passage between heaven and the main plane and placed a magic device in it. When Erica saw that, Lin Jin stopped asking. She also took out a map in her hand. After Erica entered heaven, she left with a purpose. On the one hand, she went to inquire about the situation in heaven, explore the entire battlefield. On the other hand, he is looking for passages and cracks. There must be passages between heaven and the main plane. Even if one place is sealed, there will be a second one. This is heaven's trump card. Elikas sneaked into heaven to find the passage. This passage can only be used once. If it is not repaired by heaven, it will be guarded by troops sent by heaven. It is not easy for Lin Jin to go to heaven through here, so he had to find another passage. Some passages were relatively secret. If he wanted to discover them without anyone noticing and prevent the magic device, he could only rely on Erica's power. Fortunately, Erica did it. The guide was made by Raphael. He has no memory of heaven, but he still has the knowledge about magic and enchantments. With this magic guide, he can sense the location of the passage and place it there forcibly open space rift. Very good. With this map and passage, Lin Jin still has the ticket to heaven next time. Following the instructions, everyone dispersed, returned to their respective stations, and continued to clear out the surrounding enemies. After cleaning up the things here, Lin Jin issued another order. He also asked all the legions gathered here to disperse and return to their respective stations. The crisis has been resolved, and there is no need to concentrate such a powerful force here. Now reality has begun to change, and the world has begun to merge. This is not only the integration of the game world and the real world, but also the integration of the main plane and the secondary plane. It is like heaven, hell, underworld, elemental world, elf world, and dragon world. Other places. Outside this world, there are many realms of gods. They are the places where living things truly originate. They contain a large number of powerful creatures and pure creatures. It is like heaven, full of angels and hell. They are all demons. The elemental world is all elemental creatures. The elven world is all elves. And the dragon god realm is all dragons. These are powerful creatures. In every plane that is like a small world, these creatures are still alive. Once the world merges, the real war will break out. At that time, Lin Jin will also face real challenges, and perhaps the superior dragon gods will join the battlefield. Lin Jin provoked there are many dragon gods. He also killed the incarnation of the water dragon god. Now the world barrier isolates these powers and protects him. If these barriers disappear, he will have many enemies. However, even if the world merges, there was a period of time, and besides, he is so strong, he will only get stronger in the future. He is already qualified to join the battlefield and meet the challenge. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Over a plain, two teams of death angels flew past. The powerful aura exuding caused the admiration of the players on the ground. The Angel of Death, the exclusive unit of the Eternal Night King, is so handsome. Yes, the angel that symbolizes darkness feels much cooler than the hypocritical holy light. Now that the demons have been almost eliminated, is King Yongye really going to create an empire? It should be soon. This matter is now being circulated in the Holy Empire. This is also a good thing. If he built an empire, it is also an empire that belongs to us players. It feels like King Yongye's strength has become stronger again. The players all raised their heads with a look of amazement on their faces. Since Lin Jin adjusted his troops, he also began to spread out the Death Angels to support various battlefields. Now the Holy Empire has all become his territory, so he doesn't have to worry that the Death Angel would be sniped. More than 5,000 Death Angels dispersed into small groups and went to support various battlefields or to hunt down demons. With their attacks, demons were killed one after another. Killing the demons in the entire Holy Empire began to be exterminated at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was completely crushing level. Even when performing tasks, these Death Angels would not suffer casualties. In addition, about the undead wanting to establish an empire, things have slowly spread out. When this news first came out, it shocked the entire Holy Empire. Even they were completely disappointed with the Holy Light. They wanted them to accept the idea that the undead were about to establish an empire in such a short period of time. They couldn't accept the news. However, with the appearance of Queen Isabel and the Dragon Knights, their resistance slowly dissipated. The players subtly influenced these people and let the undead play heroic roles to save the world. They were in the middle of fire and water, and then asked Isabel, who had the qualifications of a legitimate king and the support of the people, to come forward. Finally, the Dragon Knights, who had great authority in the entire continent, came forward, which made people's support for the undead reach more than 80%. Especially the Dragon Knights. They have always been hailed as the most noble knights. Since the Devil's Rebellion, all the Dragon Knights have left the fortresses in various places and began to support various battlefields. How many Dragon Knights threw their heads, shed blood, and died on the battlefield. These Dragon Knights all chose to side with the undead, which greatly changed people's minds. Of course, people's hatred and misunderstanding of the undead cannot be changed overnight. Moreover, just because they are not hostile to the undead does not mean that they are willing to accept the undead to establish an empire. They just have to compromise due to Lin Jin's strength and current situation. As for what the future will develop into, it is hard to say. But for Lin Jin, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as these people can accept it from the beginning, then he can completely make them submit to the undead empire in a shorter period of time. In a valley, a battle is breaking out here. On one side are the powerful and solemn paladins and crusaders, and on the other side are the prestigious Dragon Knights on the mainland. In addition to the Dragon Knights, there are also elite legions from the Greyhound Principality and the Bull Principality, with the Dragon Knights as the backbone, and then the paladins of the two principalities. Among them, the battle was completely one-sided. Among them, the Dragon Knights were killing everyone. They collided wantonly, waved their swords, and breathed dragon breath from time to time. The powerful force was simply not something that these paladins and crusaders could withstand. The Dragon Knights are a military organization, and all of their forces are at the crown level. Regardless of their small number, as long as there are 100 Dragon Knights, they can easily kill a crusade of 10,000 people. This is the difference in power. Great Pope, give up resistance, we can't win. Sabadon stood high in the sky. He looked at the Great Pope standing on the back of the Golden Dragon King and shouted lightly, "Yes, this is the war between the Dragon Knights and the Church of Light." During this time, the Holy Empire, the Church of Light inside, also suffered heavy losses and were completely wiped out. However, many of the believers of the Church of Light were sacrificed by themselves, and the remaining ones whose beliefs were not firm were easier to deal with. Therefore, the believers who were actually killed were also not many. Even the fleeing Church of Light finally found its final location under the pursuit of the Dragon Knights. Sabaton, as the leader of the noble Dragon Knights, why do you want to help the undead? Why do you want to help the evildoers? In this way, you will drag the entire people of the Holy Empire into the abyss of death. And you actually surrendered to the undead, and all your honor has been lost. The Archpope had a heartbroken look on his face, and his eyes looked at the Dragon Knights, the Greyhound Principality, and the Bull Principality with extremely sincere and disappointed eyes. Great Pope, why are you pretending to be hypocritical here? Everyone in your Church of Light is already shouting and beating you, and all the dirty things your Church of Light has done have been made public long ago. You sacrificed believers, ignored human life, framed the legendary Paladin Uther, and slaughtered and persecuted those who did not believe in the Church of Light. You are simply crazy and deserve to die. After listening to the words of the Great Pope, someone immediately said with disdain, "Great Pope, today's cathedrals have become places that are despised by everyone. Everyone who comes to the statue of an angel will spit. Everyone who sees your statue is full of abuse. Do you really think you are so noble?" Someone else went on to say, "The world has been deceived by your hypocritical face. Unfortunately, you can no longer deceive people. What a dirty piece of garbage. I trusted you too much in the past, but now you should be punished. Pooh, shameless old thing." A temple hero looked at the Arch-Pope and spat. The words of these people penetrated the Arch-Pope's heart like sharp arrows, and his sincere and charitable face suddenly became gloomy. But he looked at those people, the look of disgust in his eyes, and looking at the one-sided slaughter on the battlefield around him, his heart kept sinking. He even began to feel confused. If the undead were chasing them, it would only make him feel proud. He felt that he had sacrificed for a great cause and deserved his death. But these noble Dragon Knights and the temple heroes of the original Holy Empire were chasing him, and they didn't seem to be coerced at all, but they hated themselves from the bottom of their hearts, rejecting himself, which also made him a little confused. These are different from what he imagined. It is obvious that he is for the Holy Empire, and it is obvious that the undead are heretics. Why does everything come to this point? I can't be wrong. I am not wrong. I am pursuing the most noble dream. The Great Pope murmured, as if he was trying to convince himself. Around him, famous Dragon Knights had already been killed, and members of the Church of Light continued to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their scale continued to decrease. Die! Everyone get out of the way. Great Pope, leave quickly. Let's cut off the rear. The Great Pope is fleeing. The Dragon Knight has already come to kill, and the knights beside the Great Pope also drew their swords and rushed over. These holy knights are also crown-level existences. They are also the highest combat power left in the heresy judgment, and they are also the only remaining combat power. The Dragon Knights and the legions of the original Holy Empire have been chasing the Church of Light for a long time. The Church of Light keeps escaping, but their people keep sacrificing. Now they have reached the end of their rope. Why bother? Sabaton shook his head, and the blue wings behind him shook violently and flew directly past the two holy knights. A line of blood also appeared on the necks of the two holy knights, and they froze. The other two, the holy knights, came over from left to right. Sabaton's sword directly knocked away the long sword of one holy knight, and with his backhand sword, Another holy knight was swept away directly. This kind of fierce and powerful force is unstoppable. Average. The power of the holy dragon, even the most ordinary attacks, carries extremely violent power. After easily disposing of the four holy knights, Sabaton has already stopped in front of the great pope. Sabaton, do it, but the holy light is eternal. If one enemy falls, another one will stand up again. After all, this is just the beginning. The great pope said very calmly when he saw Sabaton in front of him. The confusion in his heart was completely abandoned by him. Being confused at this time is the most stupid thing, and it will destroy everything he has done before. All become meaningless. No, King Yongya wants to be alive. Sabaton shook his head. With the great pope's dull face in mind, he struck the great pope's neck directly with his knife, and you could faintly hear the sound of his neck breaking. It seems a little too strong, and the strength of this great pope is not good. Then who healing? Good. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. 1 week later. Holy City. The most magnificent town in the Holy Empire welcomed a large number of temple heroes, dragon knights, and representatives from various towns and even villages. Among them, there are also a large number of player presidents and top players. The sky here is already filled with angels of death, soul, snatching death scythes, and ghost dragons. All the death angels spread out neatly and orderly, covering all directions. They were holding either double knives or giant swords in their hands, exuding a powerful aura. As for the soul grabbing death scythes, they also lined up in 2 rows, located on the outside. Each soul grabbing death scythe was holding a scythe. The broken black cloak behind them was swaying in the wind, and the skeletal face was also hidden under the cloak. As for the ghost dragons, they also spread out from the middle and spread out into the air. It's so spectacular. They are all crown creatures. Is this the true strength of King Eternal Night? A player president looked up at the sky, feeling awe and awe in his heart, rolling in his heart like a wave. They all knew that Lin Jin was very strong, so powerful that he could not be shaken, but they did not know Lin Jin's strength. How strong? To put it bluntly, their level has not reached the level where Lin Jin's strength can be seen. In many battles, players are not qualified to participate, and they don't even know what Lin Jin has done. What happened? Even the recent battle in heaven, players had heard nothing about it. Now when they saw a large number of crown-ranked troops in the sky, they had an understanding of Lin Jin's strength. Oh my God, how many angels of death must there be? This looks like 5,000, right? 5,000 crown-level troops. Who can stop him from this kind of power, and how strong will King Yongyi be in reality? How much does he know about the inside story of the game? If you challenge such a person, aren't you looking for death? This should be only a part of his strength. King Yongya has such a huge territory, and there are many high-ranking troops guarding it. Hiss. So scary. 5,000 death angels, 1,000 ghost dragons, and 1,000 soul-snatching death scythes. There are a total of 7,000 crown troops in the sky here. For players, crown troops are an existence that they can only encounter, especially after the evacuation of Paradise. There are fewer players with crown troops. Currently, only orcs and dark elves players have crown troops, but those are only a minority. Titled troops are strategic forces, and Lin Jin is very important in management. It's very strict. As for the dark elves, the dark elf queens control the black dragons, and Queen Brianna has the greatest power. As for the orcs, the powerful chiefs control the glaring cyclops, and the Gorshak chief has the greatest power. Centralized system, so that all the crown troops are concentrated at the upper level of the power. In this case, players can have even fewer crown troops. Now that they suddenly see such a scale of crown troops, they are extremely shocked. At the same time, they also lost all their ambitions. Maybe some people still have some small ideas in their minds, but their ideas completely disappeared after seeing this power. Ants will not dare to challenge the dragon. Not just these players. The entire Holy Empire representatives from various towns and villages in the UK were also ordinary. They looked up at the crowned regiment in the sky, felt the breathtaking aura, and felt a sense of wonder in their hearts. This is a crushing strength, and this strength is also ours. Amazing. Even the original Holy Emperor did not have such a powerful legion. Although the original Holy Empire was very strong and reached its peak, Heaven still had a lot of pressure on the Holy Empire, and their crown troops' maintenance fees are required. Powerful power will always increase people's sense of identity. While everyone was sighing, they saw a famous black dragon flying over from the sky, the leader of which was a black dragon king. There is also a graceful and noble figure standing on the back of the black dragon king. He is wearing a black palace dress with a graceful figure, and his eyes are filled with mist. He looks so graceful, but also full of a bone-eroding charm. Feeling. The mixture of these two temperaments is really addictive. This is the Queen of the Dark Elves, Queen Brianna. After becoming the Queen of the Dark Elves, her quality and strength have continued to improve, and she has also been reborn. Behind this Black Dragon King, there are a large number of black dragons. On the back of each black dragon are several Dark Elf queens and some elite Dark Elves. This is the Queen of Dark Elves. It's so beautiful. The Dark Elves are subordinate to King Yongya. They have long been loyal to King Yongya, and they seem to be completely loyal to King Yongya. Even all their troops and resources are at the disposal of King Yongya. The King of Eternal Night also treats the Dark Elves very favorably. If it were not for the King of Eternal Night, how could the Dark Elves establish an empire and develop it to its current scale? No. If you can conquer Brianna, then you will also give preferential treatment to the Dark Elves. This is simply a disaster-level beauty that brings disaster to the country and the people. Yes, if this was me, how could I bear it? But is it okay with the undead? What are you thinking? Can the King of Eternal Night not do it? It is said that after the wings of covering the sky transformed into a vampire, their abilities became stronger, not to mention the King of Eternal Night. I'm envious. Such a person who is extremely noble in front of people. I don't know what he looks like in front of King Yongya. Everyone's eyes are focused on the Dark Elves. They look up at the Dark Elves from a distance, and they all seem to be extremely obsessed with sighing in their hearts. Of course, these are just some of their fantasies. If it comes to reality, and they see the Queen of the Dark Elves, even if he didn't kneel down to salute, he wouldn't dare to stare at the Queen of Dark Elves. Black dragons flew over the crowd below, bringing waves of majestic pressure. Just this continuous group of black dragons is breathtaking. There are at least 500 black dragons here. This is the number one among the crown troops. What is that? Just after the Dark Elves appeared, I saw bursts of dust rising in the distance, and then the ground began to faintly shake, and the vibrations became stronger and stronger. It seemed like a rolling wave was coming here. Some people looked around. Looking into the distance, I found that the basilisk monsters were rushing towards here. They were like moving hills. Unstoppable. On the back of this basilisk monster, there was an orc. The leader was the one on top, is an extremely large basilisk king, with Goshak on its back, and behind it are also many chiefs and powerful heroes of the orc tribe. In addition to the basilisk, behind it are a series of angry cyclops. A giant, representing the most violent and savage power. As they stepped, the ground shook and the mountains shook. The muscles on their bodies were as strong as rocks, full of absolute oppression. The ferocious faces, the big nails in their hands stick, chilling. This represents the top power of the orcs. In addition to the Dark Elves, these powerful orcs are naturally Lin Jin's most loyal subordinates. They swore allegiance to Lin Jin and became Lin Jin's fearless warriors. The appearance of Dark Elves and orcs made everyone look at them in surprise. These Dark Elves and orcs also entered the Holy City and came to their respective positions under the spotlight. The close contact with these powerful existences made people are more truly aware of Lin Jin's background. This undead force is an inclusive undead force. When the Dark Elves and orcs all arrived at their respective positions in the center, it didn't take long to see a dark silver streak in the sky. The huge figure finally began to emerge. A vast and oppressive atmosphere could be felt from a distance. All the famous strong men raised their heads and looked into the distance with solemn faces. Here they are, the real protagonist of this event. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The alloy, like bones exuding a dark silver light, the dark burning flames all over the body, the outstretched wings, like a king covering the sky, but also like a king lording over the world. People feel heart palpitations. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor. The mythical quality Ghost Dragon Emperor was transformed into an existence after fusion with the heart of the Dark Dragon. Its powerful power and destructive power have long been spread throughout the world. More the important thing is that this is Lin Jin's mount, which is also equivalent to Lin Jin's symbol. Roar. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King roared over. It flapped its bone wings violently and roared angrily. The terrifying horse sound wave exploded instantly, and a terrifying aura completely bloomed, overwhelming the world. Roar. Hearing the call of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King, all the ghost dragons in the sky also looked up to the sky and roared. The dragon roars gathered together were earth, shattering and made the world tremble. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Awe surged continuously, and only the deafening roar of the dragon was left in his ears. King of Eternal Night. The movement of the ghost dragon attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King flew across the sky and came to in the sky here. It no longer flaps its wings, and its speed becomes gentler. Its vast body gives people a sense of oppression all the time. On its back, Lin Jin's figure is also imprinted in everyone's eyes. His face is indifferent, without any expression, but with a kind of faint coercion, which is convincing. His eyes are as deep as a black hole in the abyss, but they seem to contain everything in the world. The slender figure stands tall against the sky and the earth. Behind him the cloak is fluttering, and the withered sword of the abyss is suspended beside him. The king is coming. This is the real king. Welcome, my king. The deafening roar of the dragon ended, and another majestic voice sounded. On the ground, all the vampire earls on the periphery of the holy city saw this figure coming, and the noble figures all knelt down suddenly, and the vampire sword in their right hand also stabbed back. Among the earth, welcome, my king. The hoarse voice was like a wave. From far to near, all the terrifying knights lowered their heads and roared with all their strength. This was also the surrender to Lin Jin. Welcome, my king. In the sky, all the death angels and all the soul-grabbing death scythes lowered their heads to express their surrender to Lin Jin. The death angels in the sky all faced Lin Jin at this moment. Their faces were cold, but there was an obvious look in their eyes. Fanatical and extremely respectful. They were as if they were worshipping their true god. For them, Lin Jin was the true god. When the dark iron wings covered the sky, at this moment, everyone bowed down and everyone shouted with the same name. This is the king of eternal night. The sky, covering wings, looked at the forest embers in the sky, and their souls trembled. They couldn't help but worship. It was so shocking. The sky and the earth seemed to be welcoming a real aloft master. This kind of the uniform, tsunami, like momentum, also made them feel trembling. There were all high-level undead and crowned undead near the holy city. These undead originally carried great pressure, but now they unleashed their momentum to the fullest. That scene was enough to thoroughly baptize everyone's hearts. In the four corners of the holy city, for death angels were seen holding for crystal balls and recording everything here. The real-time pictures were also displayed in the other corners of the holy city, played in the town. Everyone looked at the scene and was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The players who used to laugh casually felt that their hearts were shaken at this time, and their minds were filled with confusion. Blank. This is the king of eternal night. The same thought appeared in their minds. Lin Jin is like a myth. Many people have always heard Lin Jin's name, but have never seen Lin Jin with their own eyes. In this game, there is no such thing. Camera function. Especially in recent times, a large number of players have poured in from the real world. These players have also heard of Lin Jin's name. They all know how awesome Lin Jin is, but they have never had any idea. Even some people who don't know how high the world is, even think that it's just because they didn't play. Otherwise, they would be able to reach Lin Jin's level. Now when they see Lin Jin, all their thoughts dissipate in an instant, leaving only all they felt was shock. Invincible. They had no other thoughts in their minds, but they could no longer challenge Lin Jin. There are some figures who, just standing in front of you, would make you unable to compare. Just seeing this side made them feel ashamed. In the sky, they saw the dark iron ghost dragon king with such a gentle gesture, and finally stopped in front of the 9 Ghost Dragon Kings, stopping at the highest point. The 9 Ghost Dragon Kings set off Lin Jin even more extraordinary. At this time, a dead silence returned between heaven and earth. Everyone below, under this pressure, did not even dare to take a big breath. Bring the remnants of the Church of Light. Lin Jin's cold voice also sounded. There was only one thing to do in the beginning of establishing the empire, which was to get rid of all the remnants of the previous dynasty. After Lin Jin's words, everyone below came to their senses. They all came to their senses. They looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Some people were also whispering. At this moment, the Angel of Death was also escorting prison cars one after another, starting from the prison gate, walking along the street, and heading towards street ahead. Great Pope of Light, cough to a dirty and shameless Church of Light. You too are here today. Okay, that's great. You deserve to die. Light Church, give me back my wife and my daughter. Great Pope, you cannot die well. You cannot die well. With everyone shouting to beat him up. The life of civilians in the Holy Empire is not good now, but at least compared to before, their situation is still okay. It was said to be very difficult. They also needed someone to vent their resentment to. Therefore, Lin Jin did not hesitate to pull the Church of Light out. In the past, the Church of Light also liked to control and incite public opinion. Lin Jin's favorite, just retaliate. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The abuse was endless, and even dirty saliva was spat on them. The leader, the great Pope of Light, looked dazed, but his heart became extremely complicated. All of this, the resentful faces of the civilians, were like sharp arrows, piercing his heart. He thought he was ready to accept everything, but when these things happened, his heart still changed uncontrollably. Pooh! The saliva was like an arrow, spitting hard on the great Pope's face, waking him up from his daze. You stupid civilians, you have been deceived by the undead. They are the source of all evil. Cough! Cough! Ahem! The Archpope roared uncontrollably. He seemed to be trying to wake these people up. But at this moment, a mouthful of phlegm spit into his mouth. His kind face turned the color of pig liver, and his voice suddenly stopped and turned into a cough. Undead are 100 times less valuable than you hypocritical things. If it weren't for your Church of Light persecuting orcs and dark elves and hating the undead, how could we be where we are now? You're still here trying to fool us. Go to hell, trash. Voices of abuse once again drowned out the great Pope. Not only the great Pope, but also other popes beside him, as well as archbishops, silver priests, paladins, knights from the Inquisition, and a large number of senior clergy. These people, without exception, were all despised by the people. At this time, everyone lowered their heads and looked lost. Even the great Pope felt confused, not to mention that these beliefs were not as good as the great Pope's clergy. Personnel, their complete beliefs are completely lost, and everyone's hearts are very complicated. Some people are even reflecting on whether what they are doing is right. Eye of God, go to hell, you piece of shit. Haha, how could the famous president of the Sky Eye Guild have fallen to this point? God has eyes, you bitch has finally been caught. Among this crowd, there was a person who received special attention and was even treated like a great pope. This person was none other than the Eye of God. The Eye of God helped the Church of Light in the matter of sacrifice, but he also deceived him at that time. A large number of players made those players take the initiative to join in the sacrifice. He did not know how many players he had harmed. After the great Pope of Light defected with the people of the Church of Light, he still put everything on the great Pope of Light. He fled with the latter. When he was attacked by the Dragon Knights, he was also arrested. Now people are venting their anger when they see the Eye of God. As for the Eye of God, he is now as haggard, like a walking zombie. The Sky Eye Guild he founded used to be a behemoth in the Holy Empire, but after the Holy Empire was destroyed, the Sky Eye Guild was also destroyed by the people of the Divine Wings Guild. All the core members inside were killed. God the Wing Guild is now the overlord, and it has won over countless guilds. If they want to eradicate any guild, they can completely destroy it overnight. The people of the Sky Eye Guild have no place to escape, and there is no way to escape. Can't even turn it over. The Sky Eye Guild has been destroyed, and the Eye of God himself has been arrested. Now everything has been settled. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. The eye of God has been completely defeated. The remnants of these long, lasting light church and some of the nobles also lined up and were pressed towards the execution square. There were pillars on top, and they were chained to those pillars one after another, and around the pillars, there were a large number of dry firewood. This was a burning punishment. Lin Jin also had it in his previous life. They were captured by the Holy Empire, and now he wanted them all to be burned at the stake. Next to the square, there was a ferocious black dragon king with thick chains wrapped around his neck and a cruel look in his eyes. This one, the Black Dragon King, originally followed Brianna. After all, Lin Jin was powerful and all of her members were undead, so she no longer relied so much on the Black Dragon King's power. Later, after Brianna took possession of the Black Dragon King, the Black Dragon King followed her all the time. Lena is the dark elf hero that Lin Jin recruited most. Alina is responsible for player matters and is also a very important role under Lin Jin. This Black Dragon King has been imprisoned by the Crow Principality since he was a young dragon. It has been tortured, and its heart has always been filled with anger. Now, Lin Jin gave it the last chance for revenge. Execution. Lin Jin looked down at the faces of the remnants of the Church of Light in the square below and said lightly, "All eyes and images of the crystal ball were all locked on the remnants of the Church of Light." Roar. But I saw the Black Dragon King let out a roar, and then opened his ferocious mouth and sprayed a mouthful of flaming dragon breath towards the dry wood. Bang! With a muffled sound, I saw the flames surging, and the entire wide square turned into a sea of fire. In this sea of fire, shrill sounds also sounded, but the sounds seemed to be blocked by the flames and could not be transmitted. Correspondingly, a burst of boiling cheers sounded. Burn well, burn well, burn them, ha ha ha, burn, burn, burn. Everyone was shouting wildly, especially those close to the square. They were all people who had the most ardent hatred for the Church of Light. Some of them couldn't help but kneel down when they saw the Church of Light burning in the flames. When he came down, his face was already full of tears. He thought of his gentle wife. She was also a believer of the Church of Light. She was always kind and helpful to others, but she was forcibly dragged away by the Church of Light. He, unwilling, but unable to do anything, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. How much he wanted to fight against the Light Church, but there were still young children and elderly people at home. Before his wife left, she still comforted him with words and a smile. The gentle face made the fire of hatred in his heart burn the most intensely. He couldn't help but hate. The same was true for the rest of the people. Their hatred for the Church of Light was already imprinted in their souls, and they couldn't get rid of it at all. "You selfish people, everything I did was for the Holy Empire. I was right." The great Pope's eyes saw these people who were laughing wildly, and he roared at the top of his lungs. The flames burned his body, but his soul was still roaring. However, even though the great Pope looked so determined, but his voice and his roaring words had already betrayed him. No matter how many things the Archpope did, what he wanted to see in the end was definitely people's eyes expecting praise. Some people still hope that even if they are guilty of being mean, the world recognizes him as someone like the great Pope. Now, looking at the faces of these people, no matter how firm his heart is, it will collapse. Is this what we've always done? Everything. Why does everything become like this? If I hadn't done this in the first place, what would it have been like if I had just maintained a clean life? What did I look like before, and why did I become like this? Is this how those who were burned to death by us feel? As for the rest of the people, they don't have such a strong belief as the great Pope. When they look at the faces of the people around them, the pain in their hearts is worse than the burning of the flames. Everything they do has no meaning. I shouldn't be his enemy. He should have never really taken me into consideration. The eye of God raised his head, and the last thing he looked at was Lin Jin, who was high up above. He was overlooking everyone, suppressing the world, and his cold and majestic face was like a master from above. Beside him, there were countless most powerful ones, heroes and legions. He started from scratch, created countless miracles, and is even now able to build an empire and reach the top. What has he done? What does he have? How could he be so stupid and arrogant that he regards himself as the opponent of the king of eternal night? Is he worthy? The flames burned, and all the past turned into ashes. In the sky, a black shadow flew down, and the chain wrapped around the Black Dragon King's neck also shattered. With one blow, the black shadow returned again, arriving next to Lin Jin. Kung. The chain hit the ground, making a clear sound, and the Black Dragon King raised his head and looked in the direction of Lin Jin, and finally lowered his head respectfully. The Black Dragon King's eyes seemed to be endless. The anger seemed to have completely dissipated. It was expressing its gratitude to Lin Jin. Now that the Holy Empire has collapsed, all its hatred has disappeared. Lin Jin is also fulfilling his original promise. In fact, it is not just the Black Dragon that the Abyss Wither has cut open. The shackles of the king also cut off the shackles in Lin Jin's heart. With the execution of the Light Church and the destruction of the Holy Empire, the blazing flames in his heart were also extinguished. From this moment on, the Holy Empire, it completely ceases to exist. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The fire burned, and all the sounds were drowned in the sea of fire. Everyone around the square knelt down in the direction of Lin Jin to express their gratitude. The hatred between them and the Church of Light was avenged by Lin Jin's help. Seeing these people kneeling on the ground, the others also knelt together. Even the sky, covering wings, were no exception. He knelt down on one knee to express his loyalty to Lin Jin. Seeing Sky covering wings kneeling on the ground, the other players, guild presidents, and elite players also knelt together. Everything seemed to have a chain effect. The Dark Elf Queen Brianna bowed slightly in salute, and the Orc Chief Gorshak also put his right hand on his left shoulder to express his loyalty to Lin Jin. As for the rest of the Dark Elves and Orcs, they all knelt together. At a glance, no one was standing, and the whole world seemed to be surrendering at Lin Jin's feet. Lin Jin glanced at all the people kneeling below, his eyes flashing with light. But he saw the majestic voice resounded throughout the world. From today on, the Holy Empire will be completely destroyed and cease to exist. The one who will once again dominate this world will be the Eternal Night Empire. And I will be the only king of the Eternal Night Empire. Everything has come to an end. From today on, a brand new empire will stand on this continent. Meet the king. Meet the king. Meet the king. The angel of death shouted solemnly, followed by all the soul-grabbing death sighs, followed by the vampire legions on the ground, the Terror Knights, and even the millions of people accommodated in the holy city. Everyone and all the voices in the sky and on the earth. They all gathered together. When they shouted these words, their hearts became extremely complicated. With their words, this meant that the once huge holy empire had completely disappeared into the torrent of history. Exists again, and the undead have really dominated the empire again. No one knows whether this is good or bad, but they can only accept it now. Lin Jin's strength is too strong. Just after this ceremony, it's enough to kill all the unrealistic ideas in people's minds. As long as there are no ideas in their hearts, they will naturally appear to be more submissive. Hell, in the main hall, a group of images is reflected. What is happening in this image is exactly the scene in the holy city. Lin Jin wanted to use this to intimidate everyone and prove the strength of the Evernight Empire, so the demon easily saw everything in the holy city. When they looked at all this, their eyes became extremely angry. Demon King, this king of eternal night, not only violated our agreement and plotted against us demons, but also repeatedly opposed us demons. He also took Byro away. This revenge must be avenged. We must not just watch him show off his power like this. Destruction Demon King Asker said with an angry look. The hatred between Lin Jin and the demons is also full. These arrogant evils have never been teased and provoked to this extent by a person. Especially the recent incident of Byro run away. This completely made hell the biggest joke. And seeing Lin Jin acting like a winner made them feel even more unhappy. What? Do you have a way to go to the Holy Continent? The Demon King glanced at him and said lightly. In one sentence, Asker's face froze, but he was speechless. The night of the lunar eclipse ended, and the passage between hell and the main plane disappeared. Now it is unrealistic for them to continue to attack the Holy Continent. Besides, even if the lunar eclipse night is here, the Demon King will not take action now. Lin Jin's power is too strong, and they will need a lot of casualties to travel through space. Once they spent so much money to come to the Holy Continent, and then they will not attack the undead, but deliver food to the undead. Don't worry, the undead can't be arrogant for too long. I can already feel the barrier is weakening rapidly, and the worlds are beginning to change. It won't be long before maybe all the realms of gods will return to the main plane. At that time, we can find King Yong Yi and settle all the grievances. The Demon King stared at Lin Jin on the screen and said insidiously. His hatred was suppressed in his heart and would burst out sooner or later. Just build your empire. Only if your empire becomes more prosperous will I destroy it. It will be even more enjoyable. Once hell and the main world merge, demons will truly become a danger sweeping the world. Moreover, Lin Jin's family has a great cause, and when the time comes, the main demonic force will also be able to launch an attack on Lin Jin's huge empire. He will let Lin Jin feels the terror of the devil. Jie. When the time comes, I will destroy his empire with my own hands, and then burn all those undead souls to ashes. Asker also smiled arrogantly. He seemed to have thought of the scene of attacking Lin Jin. Not only the king of eternal night, but also Byra. She dared to defect to hell. This kind of sinner will never let her go. Aribang said with a cold light in his eyes. Compared to Lin Jin, Byala, who defected from hell, needs to be dealt with even more. Among demons, it is equivalent to realizing cruel extremism. This kind of doctrine is not only it makes the world feel fearful, and it also makes the devils feel fearful. Once the middle and low-level devils lose their awe, this is also a great provocation to the rules of hell. Humph, don't even think about escaping. The Demon King snorted coldly. He had always felt that Byra was different from the other demons, and her traces this time were a bit suspicious, but he still never thought that Byra would betray hell. This matter was also in his mind. A Thornov. All the angels in the heaven hall were watching Lin Jin's ceremony. They looked at Lin Jin's high-spirited spirit and people's submission to the undead, and they felt inexplicable in their hearts. The faces of all the angels were also covered with a shadow. King of eternal night, Michael murmured. He never thought that the undead could pose such a big threat to the angel empire. Now the Holy Empire has completely collapsed and was replaced by the Eternal Night Empire. Everyone does not reject the undead. On the contrary, he hated angels to the extreme. Everything was beyond his expectation. Now not only was heaven under attack, a large number of heaven altars were destroyed, they also completely lost their faith in the Holy Empire. And judging from the current situation, only they were afraid that they would no longer be able to gain the faith of the Holy Empire. This made all the angels not know what to say. Originally, these people were devout believers of angels. But who can be blamed? Thinking of the current situation in heaven, and the increasingly fragile the barrier added a sense of urgency to Michael's heart. Now he has no way to pay attention to Lin Jin. All he needs to prioritize are the devil's things. The sacred golden bird is seriously injured, and the power of heaven is greatly reduced. Once the world merges, at that time, heaven will face the most violent attack. At that time, heaven may even fall. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The Evernight Empire is established. This news swept the whole world in an instant, and the whole world was shaken in an instant. They were afraid that they would never have thought that the undead would choose to build an empire, and that Lin Jin would choose to build an empire. This was beyond their imagination. Irolan Forest. Queen, the undead have established an empire. A meeting was being held in a tree palace that covered the sky. What was being discussed was the establishment of an empire by the undead. Especially in the Irolan Forest, they had to pay attention to this matter. Not only are they approaching the Holy Empire, but they are also enmity with the undead. The undead actually established an empire. What was the point of establishing an empire? Can they develop any people? Immediately an elf couldn't help but said, 287. The world has never had a big change towards the undead. Perhaps Lin Jin's establishment of the empire will give them a new impression of the undead. King Eternal Night is different from the other undead. He has far-reaching wisdom, powerful strength, decisiveness, and is a very difficult person. I have also been paying attention to things in the Holy Empire. He seems to have bribed many people. When I was fighting within the Holy Empire, there were many things circulating internally that were not good for the Holy Empire, but good for the undead. I didn't expect that even the Greyhound Principality and the Bull Principality would surrender to him. Even the famous Dragon Knights actually cooperated with King Yongya, which is equivalent to submitting to King Yongya. This is also an extremely unimaginable thing. The elf prince Ernir said in a deep voice, his face full of solemnity. He personally led the army to support the Holy Empire, and he had a lot of dealings with Lin Jin. He had personally experienced Lin Jin's terror. Is it really that scary? He is just an undead. How could he do this? Just listening to Elnir's words makes people feel frightened. Through these words, a frightening figure is outlined. I have never described the threat of King Eternal Night too much, and I even feel that I have slighted him in my words. Elnir shook his head and continued. From the beginning to the present, he has taken steps step by step, and in less than a year, he has risen from a humble beginning and disintegrated this extremely powerful empire. From this, you should see how powerful he is. Moreover, he was not only able to kill the Archangel Raphael, he was also able to persuade the Prince of Hell, Byra, to surrender. He also had the allegiance of the Dark Elves and Orcs under his command, and formed an alliance with the Silver City State. He is definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Looking at Elnir's serious face, everyone put away their contempt and their eyes became solemn. Yes, Lin Jin's record is so brilliant. It's so brilliant that it's scary. The facts are before their eyes. They can't help but distrust. Prince Elnir, what do you think we should do next? The elf queen, who is graceful and noble, exuding a gentle aura and maternal brilliance, also asked. Once King Yongya handles the affairs within the Yongya Empire, he will definitely expand. We Roland elves are already enemies with him, and we are not far away from the Holy Empire. When the time comes, he will definitely attack us. We must be prepared to face the undead. Elnir replied loudly. His eyes were so determined. Sand Golden Tower Empire. Unexpectedly, I just slept for hundreds of years. The world has become so interesting. Besides us, there are undead who have built a powerful empire. On a throne sat a figure wrapped in bandages. Only the position of his eyes was exposed, but the position of the eyes was replaced by two dry holes, which looked extremely penetrating. Master, that undead force is a newly rising force. It has existed for less than a year, but they have great potential and have also created a new crown unit, the Angel of Death. From below, a voice came. A new crown, ranked unit was created, which is a bit unusual. It seems that he is not only the one who built a powerful empire besides us, but also the one who created a new crown, ranked military force, just like us. The hoarse and gloomy voice sounded again. By the way, I remembered that some time ago, there were some disturbances in the underworld. Someone took the fragments of the underworld. From this point of view, could it be him? He took away the fragments of the underworld, but it has attracted the attention of many people. If it is really him, then things will be even more interesting. Many people are already looking for him. Now that the barriers between the worlds are beginning to weaken, especially with the aura of death permeating the air, perhaps some old guys in the underworld have also come to this world. Creating a new crown, ranked military unit will definitely shock people as soon as word spreads about it. But this man is not ordinary. He still looks very calm. It can even be inferred from his words that he also having created a crowned race. It can also be inferred that he also comes from the underworld. The underworld is the real venue for the top undead heroes. They all have only one goal: to obtain the authority of the underworld, occupy the underworld, or even become the lord of the underworld. Lin Jin led his legion into the underworld several times, but was protected by the law. He just took away the national weapons and killed the divine beasts in such a grand manner, which really made everyone feel depressed. Many heroes in the underworld have actually begun to think of ways to return to the underworld. Plane 4.2. Look for this person. It can be said that Lin Jin has long been the target of these old undead in the underworld. Master, what should we do next? Prepare to unify the surrounding forces first and prepare for the disappearance of the barrier. When the barrier disappears, I will attract endless legions of undead. Then I will go and see how strong that upstart is. Yes, the man responded respectfully. The figures of the two of them looked very strange in the shadow and darkness. Not only the Iroland Forest and the Sand Golden Tower Empire, the other forces are also average. Many hidden forces also emerged from the darkness, and even some isolated countries that had been sleeping for a long time began to wake up. The whole world is undercurrent. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. The Evernight Empire was officially established. The operation of a huge empire was extremely complicated. Logically speaking, this would consume a lot of Lin Jin's energy, but with the support of sky-covering wings, King Varian, Arthas, and others, Lin Jin only needs to issue the most important policies and generally doesn't care. Moreover, they all surrendered completely to Lin Jin, so Lin Jin didn't need to worry about what other ideas they had. The entire empire began to develop in an orderly manner. Silver City State, the force that took the lead in forming an alliance with the undead, was despised by many people at first. They felt that this was an act of self-indulgence and depravity. The undead are the undead after all. The fact that such a huge organization as the Silver City State would actually form an alliance with the undead shocked everyone at the time. But with the subsequent developments, everyone's hatred towards the Silver City State disappeared. They even began to lament the vision of Silver City State. Now it seems that their decision can be said to be very correct. The power of the undead is too strong. If the Silver City State had not cooperated with the undead and surrendered to the undead, the entire Silver City State might have ceased to exist. Skydome, Al Saphir. A meeting is being held in the Sky main city of the Silver City State. As for the participants of the meeting, in addition to the Grand Magister and the Holy Magister of the Silver City State, there was also a distinguished guest. It's Lin Jin. Silver City State is an organization that pursues science and truth. They do not believe in the dragon god and only study magic. In a way, this organization is very advanced. Lin Jin's current Eternal Night Empire has been renovated from scratch and needs a brand new framework. He also needs the power of the Silver City State. On the one hand, he wants people to face the undead and know that they are not terrible creatures. On the other hand, he also wanted the Evernight Empire to integrate the style of the Academy to cultivate the power of the entire empire. Of course, even if he wanted to integrate the power of Silver City State, he would only take the lead. As for some of the dross in Silver City State, he will also discard it. What he wants is to use the Silver City State to better serve his empire, rather than letting the Silver City State change his empire. Don't worry, after you join the Eternal Night Empire, you will still have a high degree of autonomy. As long as the Holy Empire develops and grows, your Silver City State will naturally grow stronger too. Moreover, the world is in chaos. If you want to find a pure land and devote yourself to studying magic, then the Eternal Night Empire is your best choice. Lin Jin saw the hesitation of everyone in front of him and continued, Lord Yongya, this matter is very serious. Can we discuss it ourselves? Saint Magister Cyrus finally spoke. No matter how great the benefits can be obtained by merging into the Eternal Night Empire, being part of the Eternal Night Empire is an important matter for the Magisters of the Silver City State. It's just that they have also seen Lin Jin's power, and the founding ceremony still shocked them. In addition, Lin Jin now controls the Holy Emperor and the Hasima Empire, and his power is too powerful, far surpassing the Silver City State. It is Lin Jin's powerful strength makes this matter still possible to negotiate. After all, the population of Silver City State is too small, and its power is not very strong. They are all concentrating on studying magic. Where will they have time to create villains? Well, you can think about it seriously and join the Eternal Night Empire. You will definitely not regret it. Lin Jin nodded, said no more, and turned around to leave. After Lin Jin left, all the magisters inside began to discuss again. This is a free country after all, and there is no unified master. Relying on the vote of the Grand Magister in the meeting. What to do? Are we going to join the Eternal Night Empire just like this? Yes, if we join the Eternal Night Empire, will our Silver City State still be a Silver City State? Someone spoke first. In the Silver City State, they all have great power, and no one can order them. Once they join the Eternal Night Empire, things will be completely different. It is this that requires them to consider carefully. Do we have a choice? The Silver City State is not worth mentioning in front of the current Eternal Night Empire. His 5,000 Death Angels alone can kill the Silver City state cleanly. Someone said suddenly, "What does it mean? We are his allies. How could he attack us?" We are his allies now, but that may not be the case in the future. Moreover, King Yongye is not a person who will give up halfway. Since he has set his sights on the Silver City state, he will not give up easily. In fact, if it is just to study magic, joining the Eternal Night Empire is not bad. Now that the world is getting more and more chaotic, we, the Silver City state, can hardly stay out of it. Once disaster strikes, we will also face great risks. If we have the blessing of the King of Eternal Night, at least we no longer need to consider these issues. In the midst of the dead silence, someone else continued. He was inclined to join the Eternal Night Empire. This is an old great mage. He is more dedicated to studying academics. The reason why he chose to join the Eternal Night Empire is also there is a reason. He is getting older. Death is an unavoidable problem in life. But if he joins the Eternal Night Empire, he may gain eternal life. We chose to cooperate with the Holy Empire at the beginning because our development has basically reached a bottleneck, and the population of our Silver City state has always been a problem. Now the Eternal Night Empire has the broadest territory and the largest population. According to King Eternal Night, once we join the Eternal Night Empire, the entire empire will integrate the culture of our Silver City state. By then, magic will also be vigorously promoted, and we will be able to have an endless supply of magic apprentices to study and learn magic together. This is a win-win situation, someone else said. Hearing this, the others also showed excited expressions. Basically, they all knew that they could not refuse the request of the undead. In this case, as long as Lin Jin gave enough conditions, he could let them reduce their rejection mentality even more. Then let's vote. I support joining the Eternal Night Empire. Saint Magister Cyrus said first. I support. I support. I don't support it. I support. I support. I support. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Your Majesty, Lord of Eternal Night, Silver City, state is willing to join the Eternal Night Empire and obey your orders. The Holy Magister of Halifax bowed to Lin Jin and said. All the great magisters around him also bowed to Lin Jin. There were a few people who looked very unhappy. It could even be said that they were unhappy. It was a bit perfunctory. Of course, despite their dissatisfaction, Silver City State still chose to join the Eternal Night Empire. This is a voting-based force. You are welcome to join. You will be proud of today's decision. From today on, the Eternal Night Empire will be your strongest city wall. Lin Jin also showed a smile and nodded. No matter what, Silver City State still chose to join his empire, so this matter was successfully completed. If Silver City State did not agree, then he would have to spend more effort. Some magisters in the Silver City State were right. Lin Jin was not someone who would give up easily. Even if they didn't agree, Lin Jin would find a way to make them agree. Thank you, sir. The Holy Magister of Halifax also had a smile on his face. Not only him, but the faces of the other magisters also softened a lot. Lin Jin still seemed to be very polite to them, at least. They are not arrogant and have never looked down upon them. This makes them believe that their treatment in the Eternal Night Empire is not bad. In this case, I won't stay for long. I will have people prepare at the border to pick you up. I hope you will go to the Eternal Night Empire as soon as possible. In addition, within the Eternal Night Empire, I will also divide some towns into your territories and main cities and build them into magic towns. By then, it will be a town with the strongest academic atmosphere, and it will also be a famous holy place for your magicians. Lin Jin nodded and said, Thank you, sir. Halifax bowed respectfully again. After Lin Jin said this, he directly rode the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King and led the army to leave here. After he left, all the magisters also relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, judging from Lin Jin's performance and his promise, everyone was quite satisfied. Moreover, Lin Jin was not stingy at all. He allocated the Crow Principality and the Wolf Principality to the Dark Elves and Orcs. If a principality is allocated to the Silver City State, then the Silver City State can also be said to make a lot of money. High in the sky, Lin Jin was standing on the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King. His eyes were looking ahead, with a hint of coldness in his deep eyes. Behind him, a figure also emerged. It was Erica. Erica, who has used the fragments of Asha's tears to strengthen her own stealth ability, is completely the king of darkness. Coupled with the completion of the mythical mission, AI's strength skyrocketed again, and the two swords in his hands were promoted to exclusive artifacts. Now she is getting more comfortable using her stealth ability. How's it going? How many magisters have refused to join us? Lin Jin asked. When the magisters were voting just now, Erica had been paying attention to them. Even if they were powerful, it was impossible for them to discover Erica. 7 people refused to join. You go keep an eye on them first, and I will find someone to contact you. If it is determined that they are an obstacle, I will kill them when the time comes. Yes. Besides, Erica's figure disappeared again. From the beginning, Silver City State's alliance with Lin Jin was not of one mind. They used a voting system, and some people voted against it at the beginning, but in the end they ended up with Lin Jin. If Jin cooperates with Lin Jin, they can be considered Lin Jin's allies. These are all potential threats. Since Silver City State needs to join Lin Jin's command, these potential threats must naturally be eliminated. As for intelligence, it is about the internal intelligence of Silver City State. There are also many players who have joined Silver City State. Lin Jin can let the sky-covering wings collect information about these 7 people. From their actions, we can see some of their personalities and their attitude toward the undead. Attitude. If the test fails, then Lin Jin will let Erica take action to destroy them. Once killed by Erica, the soul will be completely wiped out and cannot be resurrected. As for these people, they will not stop them at all. The assassination of Erica can't live. The news that Silver City State joined the Eternal Night Empire and surrendered to Lin Jin also spread. This caused another wave of exclamation. Although the establishment of this empire was beyond people's imagination and surprised everyone, the growth of this empire surprised them all. This empire is growing rapidly. As soon as Lin Jin returned to the Holy City, sky-covering wings and others were waiting here. At the same time, Alsace and others gathered over as soon as they received the news. It can be seen that the Holy City has begun to be rebuilt, and vampire warriors and orc warriors are building the town. An orc carries huge stones and wood, constantly transporting supplies and building towns. Among them, Raphael is also helping to set up barriers and formations. This holy city is already a very large town, but for Lin Jin, this is not enough. He also needs to expand the holy city. Raphael, how is the progress of the holy city now? Lin Jin asked Raphael, who was flying over in the sky. Master, the progress here is very fast. The undead can work day and night, and the original holy city can be demolished very quickly, but the inscriptions and curse seals are a bit troublesome and will take a while. If the magicians from the Silver City State can help, there should be a lot of time left. In addition, I have also built some space buildings in the town. Raphael nodded and responded. This world is not an ordinary world. It is not impossible to build a city that can accommodate millions of people here in a week. After all, there are many powerful magics here, and there are also infinite powers. Orcs and tireless undead. Lin Jin has countless legions of undead, spreading a never-ending path with a large number of undead, and letting high-level undead cooperate with orcs, which is extremely fast. Now in the entire Yongya Empire, entered the stage of major transformation. Countless undead and orcs worked together to rebuild, and humans also participated. As they watched the undead and orcs rebuild the town, they gradually lost their fear of the undead and orcs, and became even more. It adds a sense of identity. It is worth mentioning that Lin Jin uses high-level undead such as skeleton soldiers, resentful souls, or vampires, and does not use plague-type undead such as rot lamasu and zombies. This part of the plague system, the power of the undead, does have a certain impact. If some viruses are released, the gains will outweigh the losses. Among them, the space buildings mentioned by Raphael are prepared for this. Space buildings are like magic ships, containing space inside. It can accommodate more creatures. The undead have no emotions anyway. In non-combat conditions, he can let the undead army stay in the building and summon them during war. This can also isolate the influence of the undead. Lin Jin can be said to take everything into consideration. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. In a village full of ruins, many orc warriors were seen rebuilding the village. You can see an orc warrior carrying a huge stone or a piece of wood that is much thicker than a person, cleaning up the ruins. Boom! Over there, I saw an angry cyclops smashing his stick and knocking down a village. Next to it, there were several orcs who were looking at the drawings. Over there, pile all the things over there. Yes, that house will be knocked down directly, and we will need to rebuild it by then. An orc is commanding in an orderly manner. It is worth mentioning that he is actually transformed into an orc by the player. In reality, he is also a well-known architect at a construction site, but years of work have made him very weak. A construction site accident left his body paralyzed, like a vegetative state. He also used his own savings to enter the game very early. At that time, he was also one of the first players to join the orcs. Now, he got ahead of himself. In addition, he also became an orc in reality. It can be said that the orc gave him a second life. The feeling of being able to stand up again made him feel that it was more important than how much money he spent. Especially this after a while, the orcs also began to need help in rebuilding the Evernight Empire. He also volunteered, equivalent to becoming a small project engineer, commanding the orcs. This allowed him to find the meaning of his existence. Are these the ferocious man-eating orcs we described? The NPCs next to them all looked at it. They looked at the orcs who were holding precise drawings and studying the construction of the house. They always felt that the worldview was a little different. In their impression, the orcs were a group of brainless fools, and even more so, like a wild beast. But what's going on with this orc? Village chief, it's almost dinner time, so I'll help you prepare some food. The orc player shouted to the village chief over there in an elegant and easy-going manner. The troops recruited by the military layer cannot perform such complex operations. They can only fight, and only native orcs can build this kind of residence. Village. As for these orcs, they all need to eat. Okay. The village chief replied blankly. A big city. All the city walls are torn down. Let's work harder together. Glare at the Cyclops. Knock it down. Bang. 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 With earth-shaking sounds, the entire huge outer shell was knocked off. A large number of orcs and vampire warriors continued to carry the stones that had been remade. I walked over here. The roads outside the big city also began to be rebuilt. However, I saw that some of the original rocks and other roads were blasted to pieces, the roads were widened, and the trees beside them were also cut or pulled out. About the roads here are also precisely designed. There are roads specially suitable for the march of the undead, and many small military fortresses have been established on the ground. This is mainly responsible for the effect of succession. As long as these roads are all built, when the time comes, Lin Jin's army march will become more agile, able to reach various places as soon as possible. In some remote places, various watchtowers will also rise from the ground. These watchtowers will also act like eyes, illuminating the place. Area. It is conceivable that once these cities, buildings, and roads are all completed, this huge holy empire will be completely united and turned into a piece of iron. By then, the entire empire will be completely connected. The original, although the Holy Empire is also an empire, the empire does not have the ability to centralize power. It is divided into principalities. In the principalities, even the king does not have absolute power to control the nobles. This has caused them to have many flaws. Lin Jin also used these to defeat the Holy Empire. Now he can no longer keep these flaws. Not only the ground, but also the underground has begun to be built. The Dark Elves began to further expand the underground city. They not only built the underground city, they also built dungeon exits and roads to human towns. Once any war breaks out, the Dark Elves will support the battlefield as soon as possible. In all remote places and strategic locations, Lin Jin will also send people to build fortresses or dispatch some troops. For example, in places that are inaccessible or unsuitable for human habitation, Lin Jin also uses them as the garrison of the undead and station legions. These places were originally the places where demons like to roam most. It will be difficult to chase demons when they flow here. Lin Jin has now directly blocked these places. From top to bottom, the entire empire has begun an era of large-scale infrastructure construction. People in the Holy Empire have suffered heavy casualties due to successive wars, especially this time on the night of the lunar eclipse. Countless places turned into dead areas. No matter what, Lin Jin actually did not need to really expand. He did this not only to accommodate these people, but to a greater extent, he also to cope with the next changes in the world. Nowadays, a large number of players are pouring in every day, and the world is merging. By then, the population of the entire empire will skyrocket. From a certain perspective, Lin Jin is also preparing for world fusion. Silver City, a town hall. Huh, you shouldn't cooperate with those dirty undead. I knew they would annex us after all. A great mage said in a cold voice. Sir, there should be many benefits to joining them. The housekeeper said doubtfully. What is the benefit? If we are here, no one of us needs to listen. Once we arrive in the Evernight Empire, our freedom will not only belong to us. Can we not go? No. The vote has already been cast. The minority obeys the majority. I have no choice. But even if I go to the Yongye Empire, it doesn't mean that I will obey orders. I want to see what King Yongye can do if I obey the orders and go against the rules. The man said conspiratorially. Most people agreed to surrender to Lin Jin and go to the Eternal Night Empire. He had to go, but even if he went, it didn't mean that he would be honest. It's just that what he didn't realize was that there was a figure staring at him in the shadows. The figure stepped lightly with its right foot and came directly behind the great mage. The sickle-shaped scimitar in its right hand had already been slashed down. The sickle moon scimitar was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash. A large number of barriers appeared on the great mage's body, and the light flickered. These were defensive magics. However, all the magic barriers were as shallow as paper. Even for a moment, they couldn't stop it. Not long after, a human head fell to the ground, and a soul disappeared. Killing people also kills souls. This is just the first soul to wither in the dark night. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. The next day, news about the assassination of 7 great magisters in the Silver City state also spread. For a moment, everyone felt solemn in their hearts. The magisters of the Silver City state also discovered that these 7 people were the 7 who voted against, and they were extremely hostile to Lin Jin from the beginning. Even if you think with your toes, you know who did this. In the whole world, there are only a handful of people who can assassinate these great magisters who have a lot of life-saving means. Not even a demon can assassinate them so easily. Regardless of the Grand Mage's own life-saving ability, the guards in their town are all powerful Rakshasa kings with a keen sense of smell. These Rakshasa kings are also the strongest guards. Once anyone else approaches, they will be able to detect it immediately. In the entire history of the Silver City state, only 2 great magisters were assassinated. But those assassinations were all very carefully planned. But this one kills with one strike, clean and crisp, without any ripples. When Halifax heard the news, he thought of Erica, who was guarding Lin Jin, and instinctively felt that Erica had done it. The angels of death hide in the darkness and control teleportation. They are also the strongest killers. However, knowing it, Halifax would not do anything. These 7 great magisters originally had conflicts with Lin Jin. Their existence could not completely tie the Silver City state to Lin Jin, so these people had to die. Moreover, these 7 great magisters have nothing to do with Halifax itself. The death of these people would even be of considerable benefit to him. You know, once they die, their territory and all resources will naturally be returned to the Silver City state. Then they can also take over these territories and resources. The only thing that makes me feel uncomfortable is the sad feeling of death. But precisely like this, it actually made them put away many of their thoughts. When they joined the Eternal Night Empire, they gave Lin Jin face. Lin Jin gave them so many benefits, and Lin Jin gave Silver City a face. These great magisters are shameless, which is why they are perishing today. This also gave them a wake-up call. Don't think that because Lin Jin values them, they can do whatever they want. If Lin Jin wants to destroy them, they won't even have a chance to regret it. Tell the other great magisters and holy magisters to allocate these territories and resources, and also tell them that this is done by the remnants of the devil. The holy magister of Halifax said to a mentor. This magister is also his disciple. His teacher. By the way, there is one more thing. Tell them to prepare quickly. They must start heading to the Eternal Night Empire tomorrow. The holy magister of Halifax continued. Killing those great magisters has shown Lin Jin's attitude. At this time, they should also express their attitude. His teacher, the assassination did not cause any disturbance, but instead caused the people of the Silver City state to come to the Eternal Night Empire earlier. They were all in awe, because they didn't know whether they were being monitored by Lin Jin. Magicians also began to go to the streets and alleys to help people. The mysterious magic in their hands amazed these people, especially the players. They still really want to learn magic, but they have not had this opportunity before. And they have no way to go to the Silver City state, so they can only put it down temporarily. Now that the magicians have arrived in the Holy Empire, it is a golden opportunity for them. While these magicians were helping people, they also began to preach new theories. The dragon god is not a god, it is just a more powerful being. As long as we study and experiment enough, even we humans can achieve the power of dragons. There is no god and no master. Knowledge is power, and power is freedom. All mysteries will be understood and mastered sooner or later. The holy light magic you used to have can be released easily for us. And the fire magic that represents destruction is also flowing in our palms. The magicians began to show off their skills. Magicians who learned from orthodox studies are like wise scholars. They are also proficient in many kinds of magic. Even the healing and recovery magic of holy light is still the destruction and destruction magic of hell, or the corrosive fear magic of darkness. The magical light flowing in their hands aroused waves of exclamation. The words spoken from their mouths are also refreshing everyone's worldview and impacting them. But unexpectedly, they also felt that the mage was right. They did not believe in the dragon god, but they could also control holy light magic and fire destruction magic. Their power relied on learning and experimentation. Obtained. Then through study and experiment. Can't they also obtain this power? Once the power is raised to the extreme, isn't it equivalent to the power of the dragon god? Correctly recognizing power can also correctly recognize living beings. Undead, it is also a manifestation of power, and there is no so-called real evil in power. Just like the destructive power of fire, the power of fire is not evil, but the demon who uses its power is evil. It can establish such a powerful force and continue to do so. So far, the Academy's own system is still very mature. In terms of power system alone, they are much more mature than the Holy Empire. Therefore, their words are also very convincing. In this case, many people have begun to accept the theory of the city, state, some on sight guidance, and some talented civilians have also initially mastered the power of magic. Even if it is only superficial, it has allowed them to firmly change their worldview. The Holy Empire is a theocratic empire, and its empire the purpose is to suppress the superfluous thoughts of the civilians and let them only believe in the holy light. Their extreme approach is full of loopholes. It's just that these civilians with restricted thinking cannot detect it at all. With the emergence of these Silver City states, it is destined to explode. Start a new wave. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The original cathedral in the Holy Empire was transformed into a magic guild. In the center of the town, there are statues of the Angel of Death. The Angel of Death, who was wearing a cloak, holding a pair of swords, and a calm look on his face, not only did not give people a feeling of fear, but actually made them feel very at ease. In front of the statue of the Angel of Death, there were many people kneeling, including players and civilians. This statue is naturally used to absorb faith. Lin Jin gathered so many people and tried his best to make them surrender to him from the bottom of their hearts for the power of faith. This is also a special power, but it is real in this world. This power is also like a kind of panacea. Once a race gathers a strong enough power of faith, it can enhance the power of the entire race. This includes the reproduction rate, the birth rate of high-quality heroes, and the slight improvement in the power of the race. More importantly, this can also give birth to the realm of God. Lin Jin now also has the realm of gods, but his realm of gods cannot be unfolded. But if his realm of gods can be unfolded, it will only be a minimum-scale primary realm of gods. This kind of divine realm can slowly expand the space depending on the development of the race, providing the race with a larger territory and enhanced gains. For a new race, although its divine realm can greatly benefit them, it is not impossible to conquer. The newly conceived god realm is the weakest god realm. It is precisely because of this that demons and angels do not take the angel of death seriously. They have grown up after a long time, and they know how difficult it is to grow up. Especially heaven. They relied on the belief of the Holy Empire to expand heaven to a very vast and huge area. If heaven had not also believed in Elrath, contributed part of its power of faith to Elrath, and used the power of faith to seal the boundaries of hell, their strength would have been even greater. For these races that have grown up for a long time, the undead are still far behind. Now that the world is about to change, they can also feel that the barrier is getting weaker day by day, so they don't think Lin Jin will be able to develop. Before the realm of the undead god has fully grown, they will most likely come to Lin Jin again and destroy everything about him. Therefore, for Lin Jin, developing the power of faith in advance has become the most important thing before the world is integrated. As for how to get people to believe in the Angel of Death, this is even simpler. The Angel of Death is the current guardian of the Eternal Night Empire. They possess powerful power. Lin Jin also has a large number of business wizards under his command, and their methods are diverse. Attracting faith is the same as attracting users in business. As long as you find a way to combine some benefits with beliefs, you will naturally be able to slowly attract believers, and various packages and pyramid schemes will become endless. Facing the cultural shock of another world, how can ordinary people in this world endure it? If this continues, the realm of God will become faster and faster. In addition to the original civilians of the Holy Empire, I also have a large number of real, life players who can also contribute faith. Moreover, disaster is coming soon. This will be the best. In the Dark Palace, Lin Jin's eyes flickered. He has been busy with the Eternal Night Empire recently, which prevented him from launching a war. For him, this is still the long-lost calm. Looking at all the time he had spent in the past, if he was not waging war, then he was on the way to waging war. Such peace almost never happened. But in addition to developing his faith, it was also because the world is changing. Now the world is changing every day, and then there will be the first wave of chaos. The chaos is not in the game, but in reality. 3 days later, daylight fell in the sky, and the first ray of dawn fell on this sleeping steel city. At this moment, the sky shattered and a huge crack appeared. The sky was slightly distorted, and an unyielding aura spread out. What is that? Look, everyone, what is that? Am I hallucinating? No, this seems to be true. At this moment, everyone on the street discovered the huge crack in the sky. They looked at this crack that they had never seen before and seemed a little panicked. In the streets and alleys, everyone was stopping and chatting. During this time, the whole world, everything became magical. First, people controlled the power in the game, causing a wave. Unexpectedly, the sky has changed like this now. People's eyes are full of confusion, and they have no idea what the future will look like. And the most important thing, however, they do not have strong power. Without power, they will be even more insecure. A high-rise building saw a large number of figures gathered here, and the leader among them was the Wings of Shrouding Sky. He also came from Lin Jin after learning about the changes in reality. He followed Lin Jin's order to gather the strong men in the guild. What will the future look like? Will reality also completely collapse? The sky, covering wings, are looking at the crack in the distance. Behind them, everyone is staring at the sky. They also don't know what the future will be like. Although they have strong power, when that it's just a relative term. They are naturally much stronger than ordinary people. But compared to the top forces, their strength is not worth mentioning. There are not only a few great demons and angels who have died on the battlefield, they are no match for those crown-ranked troops. King Eternal Night will also appear. No matter what, as long as he appears, we should be able to win. One person looked at the crack and murmured, "Now, Lin Jin has become a letter." In this dangerous time, this makes people more willing to believe in Lin Jin's power. Tear. The next moment, a loud noise was heard in the sky, like the sound of broken pieces, followed by a large number of figures emerging crazily from the cracks. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Red horns, ferocious face, red body with bursts of cracks. What appeared was none other than the devil. Countless demons emerged from the cracks, and they were dragged by a strange force and slowly fell to the ground. However, when all the demons looked around, they were all confused. This steely city has refreshed their worldview, and the unfamiliar environment has further stimulated their desire for destruction. The demons that appear in this part are all low-level demons, mainly one-level demon infants and demon children, as well as orangutan, like horned demons and horned demon warlords. These demons only have low-level IQs and are more like beasts. Roar. After the demons appeared, they were accompanied by deafening roars. They no longer thought about it and rushed towards the pedestrians in front of them. The desire for destruction in their hearts made them want to destroy everything. But they saw a horned demon. He jumped up, but he jumped in front of a large car. When the huge body fell on the roof of the car, he saw that the roof of the car collapsed and the glass of the car shattered, making a violent sound. One person, the energy lingering in the hands of the famous demon baby, small flames, attacked the surrounding passers-by and vehicles. Boom! But the flames hit the car, causing bursts of flames. Some flames directly hit the engine of the car, causing a big explosion in an instant. The chaos made these demons particularly excited, and their eyes were filled with raging light. Everyone rushed towards everything around them, even the passers-by. Quick, run quickly. Everyone, run away. Get out of the way, get out of my way. When all the pedestrians saw the demon rushing towards them, everyone just woke up from a dream and fled towards the distance. It has to be said that there are some people everywhere who are watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. The demon fell from the sky, and it takes a process, but the people below are watching the show. They start taking pictures and cheering without any idea of escape. Now that they see the devil coming, they finally feel the fear. Everyone disperses in a hurry, and behind them the demons also began to run wildly, chasing these people. Call out. Just when a horned demon warlord was attacking, he saw a sharp arrow flying from a window nearby, and it immediately penetrated into the body of the horned demon warlord. The latter's body stagnated, and his running figure instantly fell to the ground. The arrow was just the beginning. With the hit of the arrow, or the lightning and fireballs flying, a burst of sharp spikes suddenly appeared on the hard concrete ground, killing all these demons. Just as these people fled in front of me, I saw a large number of masters rushing over. They were all wearing ordinary casual clothes, but with every move, they could release powerful power. Quick, get out of here! A burly orc shouted loudly, his voice guiding the escaping people. He was holding a great axe in his hand and looked extremely ferocious. Not long after, the orc rushed past the people and came to the front of the demon. A horned demon warlord flew towards him and slammed down his fist as big as a casserole. Piss off! The orc warrior advanced instead of retreating. He picked up the battle axe with both hands and swung it violently from bottom to top. The battle axe was so powerful that it was like an overwhelming battle axe. It immediately hit the horned demon warlord's fist on both sides. At the moment of collision, the horned demon warlord's fist split open, and his huge body was blown away. Only low-level demons appeared for the first time. But in this city, there are many high-level players. Although players are not easy development, but it is not particularly difficult for combatants to reach level 4 and above. Player level 4 is not the devil's level 4. Their attack methods are extremely complex and simply cannot be resisted by these demons. Soon, more and more players began to gather here from all over the city. Above the high-rise buildings, Zhetian Wings also brought a group of experts, looking at the cracks over there. They did not participate in the attack, but were watching. Zhetian Wings has been gathering the strength of players in the guild from the beginning. They all followed the instructions of the Wings of shrouding the sky and went to various places. These low-level demons did not need their action yet. While he was waiting, he saw in the other corner of the sky, another crack suddenly appeared, and the same dense crowd of demons began to emerge. In the Wings of shrouding sky, the defense force there is relatively weak and the support from our personnel is slow. Let me go there. One person spoke directly, his eyes slightly condensed, and suddenly turned into animal-shaped pupils, shining with the light of a dragon predator. Tear. But behind him, red wings spread out, and a fierce aura filled the air. Come on, Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knights all cooperate with Lin Jin, and the players in the Dragon Knights have also joined the Divine Wings Guild and joined Lin Jin's command. Being able to become a Dragon Knight requires going through a test. Most of these players have a deep sense of justice, and they are also willing to protect the weak. For them, the indigenous people of the Holy Empire may not have anything to protect, and everything in the real world is more worthy of their protection. From this aspect, these players are still firmly on Lin Jin's side. After all, Lin Jin represents the players. This is a naturally divided camp. Good. The wings of covering the sky nodded. This Dragon Knight didn't hesitate. His crimson wings shook violently and flew out of the building. He quickly rushed towards the crack. In a moment, he arriving at the crack. Blazing dragon breath. The energy gathered in the Dragon Knight's mouth. Next, in an instant, a pillar of flame blasted towards the demons, slowly descending in the air. However, when his attack was about to hit the demon, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and could not reach it. Is there no way to attack them before they fall? The Dragon Knight frowned slightly and couldn't help but think about it. But he soon felt relieved. He flew directly towards the low-level demon below, but saw his wings flapping and his sword swinging to the extreme. The sword light flashed, and one of the demons must be killed. Four horned demon governors flew over from all directions, but only saw his sword flash past. A line of blood burst out from the bodies of the four-horned demon governors, and their bodies were neatly wiped out. Cut it open. A large number of fireballs from the demon infants and demon children also flew over. When these fireballs hit the Dragon Knight, they shattered like a bubble bursting, without any power at all. For this control for a Dragon Knight with the power of a blazing dragon, his fire immunity is extremely high. With his rapid offensive, he alone suppressed this line of defense, and all the demons moved at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Stop falling down. This is simply the art of killing. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Or a city. A gap opened in the sky, and a large number of legions landed. Here, it is no longer demons, but a large number of skeleton soldiers, ghouls, zombies, and plague zombies. Among these undead, an undead hero also appeared. Haha, I didn't expect that I would actually be resurrected and be able to come to a whole new world. The world looks pretty good. The soul fire flickered in the eyes of this undead hero. He looked at the world and felt a bit shocked. The high-rise buildings rising from the ground looked like towers, which looked very spectacular. He could also start from there is a strong breath of life inside. The population here is too dense. If there is a way to kill the people here and absorb their souls, then his power will be greatly improved. Not only that, he can also create a huge army of the undead. However, the undead that come to this world are only low-level undead, and the highest level is only 4. It is really troublesome to conquer this world with this power alone. He looked into the distance, but found that several figures had already flown over. The auras exuded by these figures were very powerful. This was at least the 12th level of combat power. He had just woken up, and his soul had been severely damaged, and his combat power was completely gone. First, he only has a power of 4 now. Although he can control these undead legions and can also summon corpses, no matter how many low-level soldiers there are, they are just cannon fodder. If you want to use low-level soldiers to kill high-level soldiers, it is not that difficult. Easy. No matter what, we must find a way to get rid of them. Soon, he firmed up his belief. But he saw a staff immediately appeared in his hand. The staff was emitting a dark light, and there seemed to be a hoarse sound of a dragon roaring. The Dragon Weaver Scepter. This is a staff, a high-level treasure with 3 ghost dragons sealed on it, which can summon ghost dragons. As long as you summon the ghost dragons, you can easily defeat these enemies. As long as you kill them, you can slaughter everyone and absorb the souls. Come out, sleeping ghost dragon, and let your powerful power sweep the entire world again. The undead hero held up the Dragon Weaver's scepter with both hands and shouted with a fanatical look on his face. Roar! Accompanied by a hoarse roar of the dragon, the entire Dragon Weaver's scepter burst out with dazzling light, and darkness shrouded and shadows made up. In this darkness, 3 dark green like dragons appeared, howling and swooping, roaring out of the thick fog. The ghost dragon has a body without substance, just like an ethereal ghost. Lin Jin has also seen the ghost dragon, and he saw it in the tomb of the legendary corpse which King Caspar arrived. However, the ghost dragon is not said to be very strong. Dragons have their own advantages and disadvantages, regardless of whether they are the same. Of course, among the crown level arms, the ghost dragon is also very weak. But no matter how weak it is still compared to the 12th level, it was going to be powerful. After the ghost dragon appeared, it stood up and swooped towards the figure in the sky. The ground was already in chaos. The crown unit, the ghost dragon. How could a crown ranked unit suddenly appear? Run quickly. We are no match. Call for support immediately. Contain them. Prevent them from killing civilians. And lure all the ghost dragons away. On the ground, many of the players who originally attacked did not look back and fled directly towards the back. The game is a game, and you can still be resurrected if you die. But reality is reality. Once you die in reality, you cannot be resurrected. Moreover, the ghost dragon in reality also carries huge pressure, which is much more terrifying than in the game. The pressure that can be felt from a distance is enough to destroy all their fighting spirit. However, some people have stayed calm down. Their strength is not weak. They are relatively high among these people, and they also know that they cannot escape from the battlefield. Once they escape, these people will not be able to escape at all. No matter what, they must live the ghost dragon. A bunch of trash. Seeing the opponent fleeing without a fight, the undead hero couldn't help but sneer. He was originally worried about the opponent's combat power, or whether there were powerful people behind him. But now it seems that he is indeed overthinking these people. Just a piece of loose sand. This is better. As long as he destroys them, the world will belong to him. Not long after, the ghost dragon rushed in front of these people. Among them were 3 burning sun crusaders and 2 heavy cavalry on the ground. Coupled with many arms, there is still the strength to fight. The 2 sides soon fought together. A burning sun crusader pierced his spear in his hand and fought with the ghost dragon. Attacks with light attributes defeated the ghost dragon. Their whole bodies were trembling, and their blood volume dropped sharply. The ghost dragon's dragon breath also took away their health points and made them weak. The ghost dragons that kept intersecting seemed to be very difficult to deal with. There were a large number of them on the ground. Skeleton soldiers and plague zombies had already arrived. A melee broke out, but the people here were at a disadvantage, and some people died soon after. The undead spread, and many people were slaughtered by the undead. The screams are endless. The fusion of worlds is not just talk. The fusion of any 2 worlds will bring endless war and death, which is very cruel. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, the integration of the world means the redefinition of all rules. I can't beat them. These ghost dragons are too strong. We alone are no match for us. My magic power is almost running out. There is no way to restore their health. My magic power has reached its limit. The 2 paladins shouted loudly while killing the plague zombies and skeleton soldiers on the ground. From time to time, they restored the health of the sun crusaders in the sky, allowing them to fight the ghost dragon. But until now, the magic value is almost exhausted. As for the ghost dragon in front of him, except that the undead flames on his body are a little dim, it doesn't have much impact. It's over. In the sky, the burning sun crusader had just escaped the attack of a ghost dragon, but another ghost dragon hit him from the side, its ferocious mouth already opened. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Once the ghost dragon bites the man, the battle is over. But at this moment, a black spear flies over from far to near. This black spear with a destructive aura pierced through the man in an instant. It's called a ghost dragon. At the moment of penetration, another twisting space rolled up and swallowed it completely. Instant kill. This ghost dragon was killed in one move. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. What's going on? Not only the Dragon Knight was stunned, but everyone was also stunned. The soul fire of the undead hero seemed to be stiff and no longer burning. He also looked confused. He was killed in one move. Killed the ghost dragon? Even if the ghost dragon is not at full health, no one should be able to kill the ghost dragon in one move. Call out! Call out! While everyone was stunned, they saw 2 more black spears streaking across the sky, flying towards here. The spears were as fast as lightning, with black lightning jumping on them, and they looked astonishing. It was just a blink of an eye. In the meantime, these 2 spears still penetrated the ghost dragon. The terrifying energy exploded and turned into a small black hole, completely penetrating the ghost dragon. Come on, what's going on? The undead hero finally slowly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the attack. When he entered his eyes, he saw a ghost dragon shining with dark silver light, flying towards here quickly with a streak on its back. The figure seemed to dominate the world. The great lord of the undead. This undead hero seemed to be struck by lightning and was completely stunned. The great lord of the undead. This is a super being in the underworld, possessing the power to compete for the dominance of the underworld. A strong competitor. Every undead lord represents a powerful undead force. He is not even an undead lord. Unexpectedly, he saw an undead lord here. This is equivalent to him directly seeing a god. King of eternal night. When they saw Lin Jin, everyone lost their voices. Whether they were those who were running away or those who were still fighting, they were all stunned. Lin Jin had never appeared in reality, and everyone even suspected Lin Jin. Jin is very powerful, but they have never seen Lin Jin at all. Some people also suspect that Lin Jin no longer exists in reality, and he may have been subject to a powerful restriction. And when Lin Jin appeared, but it means that their ideas are completely fragmented. Lin Jin really exists in reality. Not only that, he also has supreme power. He can kill one ghost dragon in one move and 3 ghost dragons in 3 seconds with 3 spears. This is really true. It's too exaggerated. And the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King. That is a creature of mythical quality, definitely there. But he can actually summon such an existence in reality. You know, the players are not in reality summoning his own legion. Doesn't this mean that Lin Jin is much bigger than them? And what if Lin Jin can also summon the forces and legions in the play? Thinking of this, everyone can't stop trembling in their hearts. If Lin Jin can also bring out the Death Angel in the game, this part of the Death Angel alone will be enough for him to unify the country. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw that Lin Jin had already arrived. Air. Roar. Then the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King roared angrily, spitting out a ball of dragon's breath from his mouth. The dragon's breath was like a laser beam, sweeping across the undead groups on the ground in an instant. In an instant, countless undead disappeared into thin air, and all the soul fire was burned away. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King was swept away and turned into a part of the latter's body. However, even though there were thousands of undead here, they were still not worth mentioning in front of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King. After absorbing this part of the soul, fire cannot enhance the power of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King, the great lord of the undead. The humble cook is willing to offer his loyalty to you. In the complete silence, I saw the undead hero shouting loudly, kneeling down and directly surrendering to Lin Jin. Lin Jin protected these people on the ground and drove away the undead. Doesn't this mean that he is the master of this place? As an intruder, he is also Lin Jin's enemy. Thinking of becoming Lin Jin's enemy, the undead hero felt as if he was provoking a god. The despair and panic in his heart made he knelt down involuntarily. Everyone below was stunned and silent. All the people who were escaping also stopped and looked at the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor and Lin Jin, who were blocking the sky in the sky. In their lives, there has never been such excitement as it is today. The undead actually came to this world, and some of them control superpowers. They can even fly to the sky and escape from the earth to fight with the powerful undead. Everything is completely different. It overturned their worldview. They all realize that from today on, the whole world will fall into a completely new change. However, in this troubled world, there are people who can stand at the highest place after all. All eyes are concentrated on the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor and Lin Jin. Just the pressure of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor scattered far away made them tremble from the bottom of their souls. They were able to stand on the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor and control their rear. One can imagine the strength of the person who launched the battle. Although this part has not entered the game, they are still familiar with the 4 words, Eternal Night King. Now that they have seen Lin Jin with their own eyes, they are also lucky enough to see King Lin Tianxia, the master of the world. The thunder killed the ghost dragon and the undead, and even made the undead hero surrender. All of this was deeply imprinted in their minds. Just now, these ghost dragons and the undead were all powerful, attacking, arrogant, and even becoming a terrifying and trembling existence for countless people. But just now, these people who made them trembling with fear seemed to have encountered natural enemies. This comparison made this idea firmly imprinted in their hearts. Figure. Faced with the surrender of the undead hero, Lin Jin did not agree. He held his right hand emptily, but saw that the undead hero's head was also tightly held. But he saw that the head was broken, and a ball of soul fire followed. Dissipated. Dead. This undead hero was directly killed by Lin Jin. Not everyone is qualified to surrender to Lin Jin. The quality of this undead hero is too low. He is not qualified to be Lin Jin's subordinate. The reason why he was able to call the wind and rain just by relying on the Dragon Weeper's scepter in his hand. The soul fire flew to Lin Jin's hand in an instant. Lin Jin looked at the soul fire and directly read the information about this undead hero from the soul fire. Everything. In an instant, the weak soul was completely red, and Lin Jin threw the soul fire aside. However, he saw that the soul fire was pulled by the dark iron ghost Dragon King and was submerged into the dark iron ghost again. Within the Dragon King's body, the latter's soul fire surged, and the flames seemed to burn even more intensely. See the ununderlined version. Please download Feilu for the novel. These are undead heroes from the underworld. So these undead are also bred from the underworld. Do all the demon legions also emerge from hell? Did the fusion of the world really start from these other planes? Lin Jin couldn't help but think. From the memory of this undead hero, Lin Jin could see all his past. He appeared from the underworld, and it happened to be because he was attacked by other undead heroes in the underworld. So he had just been seriously injured, and his combat power was only 4. This was already considered a life hanging by a thread. But his level just met the conditions for the first batch of Fusion World recruits. He did come to this world by chance. With him, the power of the high-level treasure in his hand can summon 3 ghost dragons, which is already a great advantage. If Lin Jin had not appeared, with his power, he would have been able to develop, at least he would have been able to cause great damage to the city. Unfortunately, Lin Jin appeared. Lin Jin's arrival meant that he had no chance. However, it is not that easy to station a certain number of death angels in reality. After this wave of war, it's time to start taking action. Lin Jin thought in his mind. The dark iron ghost Dragon King crossed the sky and rushed to various battlefields. There was Erica guarding Lin Jin beside him. It is indeed difficult for ordinary creatures to come to this world. Like Lin Jin, it is impossible to come to this world. The only difference is that Lin Jin is a native of this world. Even if this world opens protection to isolate foreign invasion, Lin Jin is also within the scope of its protection and is completely free. Travel between 2 worlds. Moreover, he also has a war ring and can bring the Crown Legion to this world. In the first batch, he led 500 Death Angels and Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor to this world. The 500 Death Angels have dispersed and begun to support various battlefields. As for him, he also joined the battle to check the scale and strength of this invasion. If the aura of the crown creature here hadn't caught Lin Jin's attention, he wouldn't have come here. The war ring allows him to lead the Legion to this world, but this is not unlimited. After using the transportation function this time, his war ring was sealed and could not be used. I also took away the scepter of the Dragon Weaver, which can no longer be used. This kind of treasure effect that can summon creatures should also be banned. If this doesn't work, then the only thing that can work is faith. So, a belief channel is built here to allow people to ask for the blessing of the Angel of Death, and then the Angel of Death will have a way to come to this world. The plan, Lin Jin said, is exactly this. One by one, the Death Angels dispersed. Dark Iron, the Ghost Dragon Emperor, also flew across the sky, flying straight towards the space cracks. This was accompanied by wars one after another. But this was a crushing war. On a battlefield, hundreds of people, players have already fought against demons. Although their strength is not weak, and some of them are even very strong, there are too many demons. The demon infants and demon children also have the power to steal demons, despite their small stature. At this time, it can exert unexpected effects. Until now, in addition to the large number of demon corpses on the ground, even the players have suffered many casualties. People will always die in war. In the game, the players there may be a lot more, but the number of players in this country is still very small. Not to mention, a large part of the players in the game are professional players, not combat players. Evenly divided if it is opened, it will lead to insufficient strength for players to spread out. Reinforcements. We won't be able to carry it like this. Are there any reinforcements? A player shouted loudly while fighting the horned demon. Where are the reinforcements coming from? Our strength here is already pretty good. Who else can support us? What about the sky covering wings? The elite regiment of shrouding wings has been dispatched, and there are only a few dragon knights. They have also spread out and are all taking action. Where are the reinforcements? The orc player shouted loudly again, rushed forward again, and collided with a horned demon. His body was covered with scars, and they looked very serious. The dragon knights are very strong, and each of them has a title. Strength. But how many dragon knights can there be? Every city has more than just a space crack. What emerges from it are low-level legions, but there are also many low-level legions. Just rely on these few dragon knights. And how many battlefields can it support? Grass. The man said no more, just cursed angrily, and then threw himself into the battle without hesitation. The battle looked very tragic. The faces of the female priests behind were also broken, and their magic values were exhausted. Except for in addition to the magic value he used, part of it has been stolen by those demon infants and demon children. They are obviously only 1 to 2 level infants and demon children, but they are able to exert such powerful power while standing behind the horned demon. Strength. Who can save us? Just when this person looked desperate, she looked towards the sky. A black shadow in the sky disappeared in an instant and flew towards here quickly. The rest of the people on the battlefield also noticed this black shadow. But they saw the black shadow flashing before their eyes and disappearing again. On the ground, a horned demon warlord suppressed a player, but they saw that the horned demon warlord's fist had been raised and was about to be smashed down. Being suppressed, the resident player's pupils were already a little dilated, and he had no strength. But at this moment, he watched helplessly as a thin line appeared on the head of the horned demon warlord, and then the whole head was smashed to the side and rolled out. It's so far away. When you enter the eye, you can see the back of the death angel. The deep black feathers make people feel extremely reassuring. Teleportation. When arriving at the battlefield, this death angel directly used teleportation. Following my king's orders, we will attack the invaders and evacuate quickly. The cold voice of the death angel also sounded. She stepped slightly with her feet and fired at the rest of the demons. As she waved the 2 swords of the sickle in her hands, waves of bloody storms rolled up. The demons around her were all enemies. When the sickle swords exuding a dark aura were swung, countless demons fell. Die! Another slash with the sword. The light of the sword raging for tens of meters, directly emptied an entire row of demons. Blood spattered everywhere, but there was a hazy artistic feeling. Brother, are you okay? Priest. A player came to this man and quickly dragged him back. But this man's eyes were still only looking at the angel of death who single-handedly blocked the huge wave of demons and killed everyone. We can't retreat. We have to cover her. Advanced players, keep fighting. At this time, the man roared loudly. It is not that simple to kill thousands of demons in front of him on his own. The angels of death are also injured. If they choose to fight to the death, they will protect the players behind them. Then they will die eventually. They can completely let high-level players assist the angel of death. Hearing this, one after another high-level players also gathered together. They actually added some status to themselves and also allowed the priests to recover own health before joining the battlefield. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Angel of Death. The reinforcements of the King of Eternal Night are coming. We are saved. These are the angels of death from the King of Eternal Night. They are here to help us. Ha ha. King of Eternal Night, Eternal God. A lifelong fan of King Eternal Night. Come on, Angel of Death. Whenever the Angel of Death appears on every battlefield, it will definitely cause a big sensation. The reinforcements who appear at this critical moment are their heroes. Not to mention, Lin Jin has long been a household name and the idol of countless people. When they saw their idol's legion coming to save them, they were even more moved. These people alone could become die-hard fans. The fierce battle lasted for a whole day and night, and those who appeared next were all little ones. A large-scale legion. There are also some elemental creatures appearing among them. These elemental creatures are also extremely troublesome. Elemental creatures are very strict with their living environment, and their living environment must have a high element density. For example, the water element. It's the surrounding humidity must be high enough. The surroundings of the fire element must appear dry. The fire element will even actively light fires to create its own living environment. Because of this, these neutral elemental creatures have become the targets of the crusade were continuously killed. After killing the large-scale legions that appeared for the first time, new legions were no longer born in the space cracks. But the space cracks still did not disappear, but hovered in the sky. This is also equivalent to like a sword hanging over everyone's head. At this time, they needed a faith even more, a faith that could save them. Of course, this faith appeared immediately. It was the angel of death. The people saved by the 500 angels of death, there are already countless of them, and their influence continues to expand, even spreading to the entire country. Everyone knows that there is a person protecting them. In a square, a large number of corpses are seen here. The number of corpses reaches thousands. These are players and ordinary people killed by demons, undead, and elemental creatures. Next to it, you can still see a large number of players and ordinary people, all of them watching, with faces on their faces. All look sad. Can King Eternal Night really save them? Some people couldn't help but whisper. The reason why they gathered here is for a common reason, to let the King of Evernight save them. The people from the Divine Wings Guild have contacted all the guilds and players and asked them to collect the bodies of the dead and together. It is said that King Yongye can resurrect them. This is the scene here. The corpses in the square here are only part of them, and there are many corpses in other squares. Of course, they can resurrect these people. What King Yongye cannot do in the game is that he has built an empire by himself, and his strength is unfathomable. If he said it, it must be true. Yes, King Yongye will definitely be able to do it. The players next to them all said with very certain voices. They all believed that Lin Jin could do it. While everyone was whispering, they saw a black shadow flash in the sky, and everyone's eyes just flickered. A figure stood in the air. It was wearing a black robe, with dark wings on its back. Its face was full of wisdom and calm, but it was holding a black magic book in its hand. This was none other than Raphael. Resurrection. Raphael glanced at the corpse underneath. The black magic book in front of him turned automatically. The last page that emerged was a golden page. The next moment, he saw a golden light falling from the sky and instantly covering the ground. On the corpses, however, all the corpses were blooming with sacred aura. This sacred light repaired the scars of all the corpses. After all the scars were repaired, one person suddenly opened his eyes and stood slowly. He stood up and then looked around curiously. As this person was resurrected, the rest of the people were also resurrected. Thousands of people were resurrected in the entire square. Am I resurrected? I'm not dead, haha, I'm not dead. I'm alive again. Awesome. Damn it, am I alive again? These people all had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and some of the players were laughing wildly. They still remembered how they died, and they didn't expect that they could actually come back to life. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone around them was also laughing. They were shocked. When they looked at the people resurrected in front of them, their eyes were full of shock, and the smiles on their faces slowly turned from shock to ecstasy. Especially some of them were also players. After they saw these people resurrected, there was immense joy in his heart. In the sky, Raphael glanced at the people below, flapped his wings, but flew into the distance again. He had to rush to resurrect the people in other places. Generally speaking, the angel of death is if a creature cannot be resurrected, Raphael himself cannot be resurrected. But the Book of Revelation, a companion national weapon in his hand, allows him to release all magic, and it also contains all magic. If he is willing, he can cast the Great Resurrection Technique and the Great Prophecy Technique. It was just the scene just now, and there was no need for him to cast the Great Resurrection Technique. Even though there were so many corpses in the square, most of them were middle and low-level corpses, and the ordinary people who were killed among them were it's not even level 0. The resurrection spell is based on the strength of the caster, and the resurrection spell is cast on the entire area. The more high-level creatures there are, the smaller the number will be resurrected. On the contrary, the more low-level creatures there will be, the less resurrected ones will be. The number is getting larger and larger. Just these thousands of corpses are actually exaggerated. For Raphael with amazing magic value, they are nothing at all. But Raphael kept going to each the place was constantly casting resurrection spells. Most of the people who died because of this war were also resurrected by Raphael. According to this situation, most of the people who died in this war can also be resurrected. It has to be said that they are honored enough to have the legendary hero resurrect them. And this resurrection makes everyone seem to have found faith. The angel of death with dark wings is also deeply imprinted in the hearts of all people. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Divine Spiritualism. After another battle ended, Lin Jin performed a god-level spiritualism, and skeleton soldiers, zombies and plague zombies were all resurrected. Lin Jin had no way to resurrect the invading undead army, but although he could easily resurrect the demon's legion, because the soldiers were of low level, Lin Jin's chance of resurrection was also very high. After resurrecting the legion, Lin Jin also brought the legion together to guard here. Once the invading legion emerging from the cracks in space, these undead legions can also become the first line of defense. After resurrection, Lin Jin finally left here. In fact, this country has Lin Jin guards, and the Divine Wings Guild is the dominant one. On the contrary, they are completely united and full of order. If the original Divine Wings Guild was not enough, then the appearance of Lin Jin this time will definitely shock the entire country and make all those who have some inappropriate thoughts in their hearts completely give up. Yongyi King. Just these 4 words are enough to make people despair. This country has not been affected, but in the rest of the world, it is not just this simple. The Free Federation is in chaos here. Just like its name, the Free Federation pursues freedom every day. The control of force here is the weakest, and ordinary people can possess weapons of mass destruction. During this period, when people here have the power in the game, the people on the streets, the chaos has intensified, and this place has become a sin city in the true sense. When the planes merged and foreign invaders invaded, the entire Free Federation, instead of uniting, completely collapsed and was divided into one after another. Area. The top guilds in all games of the Free Federation are all divided into one side and dominate. On the streets, in addition to players from various factions, you can also see a celebrity holding a gun and even rockets the bomb. The terrifying fireworks exploded, blasting all the skeleton soldiers to pieces. However, when the rocket hit the wave of plague zombies, it did not have the desired effect. The plague zombies were blown away, and their HP, but it was only reduced by 1/5, and he could still stand up staggeringly. In reality, the weapons were too severely weakened. All large weapons were ineffective, and weapons capable of nuclear neutralization were also completely ineffective. The only thing that can be used is this a relatively weak weapon, and these weapons have also been weakened again and again. The power that can really be relied on is the power of magic, the power in the game. When 2 laws collide, one of them will naturally be weakened. This, just like a technological galaxy meets a magic galaxy, when the world merges, it is dominated by the power of the magic galaxy. As the world merges, the original characteristics of this world will also change little by little. Erase it. If you want to study it again, you may only be able to capture the elements and rules of the world and study it after the world merges. But that will be a long time later. The Free City State is completely out of control. The Kingdom of Thousand Islands. This is also the country of the Hasima Empire in the game. When the world began to merge, many demons came to the Thousand Island country, but at this time, all the players in the Thousand Island country also started to rise up. Everyone in the Thousand Islands country seems to be united, but that is only due to pressure. Its interior is not just a piece of iron. Among them, there are 3 forces: the Evil Ghost Society, the Shadow Hall, and the Dongying Snow Mountain. However, the Evil Ghost Guild in the game was the worst attacked by Lin Jin. The Evil Ghost Guild, which was originally the strongest, became the weakest. Shadow Hall and Dongying Snow Mountain stood firm. Within its sphere of influence, although there are not many titles, the middle and high level powers are the most powerful. When the Space Rift came to reality, this part of the Force also launched the most violent attack on the invaders. Although the Thousand Islands country also suffered some casualties, it mainly showed an advantage. Of course, this is only the first wave of invasion. If after the fusion of the worlds, their crown power is insufficient, no matter how much high-level power they have, they will not be able to withstand the endless consumption. Pressure transfer. Their target is the neighboring country. Their territory in the game was also conquered by Lin Jin. In addition, Lin Jin resurrected the original Hasima Emperor Ohm and launched attacks on other areas, leaving them no chance to breathe. In the game, players from the Thousand Islands Kingdom have also traveled to the United Kingdom of Calco, which is the country of trolls and goblins. In the real world, they are also eyeing this country. On the one hand, this is because Lin Jin has occupied the Hasima Empire and has become a well-deserved overlord of the ocean. Once the world merges, they still don't know what their situation will be like. On the other hand, they are not suitable for this empire after all. The empire on the sea, forget it if they are the Nagas who control the sea, but most of them are human beings. It is not a good thing for people to live on islands and face endless disasters. They are always like poisonous snakes, watching the surroundings, ready to launch a strike as fast as thunder and lightning at any time. Intega Kingdom. This is the poisonous swamp jungle kingdom in the game. The environment here is dangerous. As the saying goes, there are many unruly people in the poor mountains and rivers, and the folk customs here are also very bad. In the game, this is a gathering kingdom belonging to the fortress camp. The strength is not weak, but it is even more chaotic. It is like a kingdom of beasts, full of all kinds of beasts. Most of the players here have changed their profession to become beast tamers in order to tame these beasts and transform them into their own power. Others also transform themselves into orcs. These orcs are not in the form of orcs, but lizard men, which also makes them immune to the harsh environment around them. When the cracks appeared, the players here also suffered heavy casualties, making it even more chaotic. Space cracks emerged in the kingdom of Kahila, and a large number of undead legions and demon legions came to this world one after another. But at this time, a large number of mummies were seen resurrected in the pyramids. These mummies are all at least level 10. The mummy elders among them all belong to level 12, and the pharaohs belong to the crown level. They are also a type of undead. After they appeared, they almost crushed the enemy with their overwhelming strength. Not only that, after defeating the enemy, they continued to create mummies and revive the mummies. The entire kingdom of Cairo was transformed into a kingdom of the undead, shrouded in the cloud of death. The kingdom of Cairo, which in the game is the Golden Tower Kingdom in the sand. Its controller is also an undead lord in the underworld, and he still created the existence of the mummy race. He began to recruit his subordinates in the game, and also learned some situations in reality. Although he could not come to this world, he could let his servants come to this world. It can be said that he was the first hero to take the initiative to invade this world. As for the players in Kahila Kingdom, they became his servants. The world is about to merge, and the hidden monsters and monsters all over the world have emerged one after another, adding a touch of magic to the world. Once the world is completely integrated, or these countries begin to collide, a new round of war will break out. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Everyone, I am the king of eternal night. Lin Jin stood on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king and said calmly. His voice carried a special power, which was instantly transmitted to the entire audience, and the terrifying power also swept through their hearts at the same time. They were unable to move or speak a word. Even their brains seemed a little blank and stopped functioning. At this moment, Lin Jin got straight to the point and directly stated his purpose of coming. There are 3 things I will tell you next, and they are all closely related to you. The first thing is that the world will undergo drastic changes. As you may think, the low-level legions that appeared today will be followed by the mid- to high-level legions. Currently, these legions are not from the game world, but a different dimensional interface outside the game world. Now the world is beginning to merge. One day, all the monsters and monsters will come to this world. This world may also undergo earth-shaking changes, and all the laws of order will change accordingly. The second thing is, I can protect you and help you resist the outsider army, but I need you to give your own strength. The angel of death needs faith. If there is not enough faith, the angel of death will not be able to come to this world. So, I need you to make everyone believe in the angel of death. The third thing is, I won't ask you to do anything, but I won't allow chaos, and I won't allow you to indulge in evil. Whenever evil grows, I will cut it off. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. 3 days later, statues of the angel of death have been added to the streets of the city. Many people have appeared in front of these statues of the angel of death. They are all praying and seeking the blessing of the angel of death. The reason why so many people were able to gather was also related to Lin Jin's meeting 3 days ago. He also met all the guild presidents and vice presidents in the game, as well as all the influential people in reality. In just that one meeting, his toughness was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Even the Dragon Knights in the game who have the title of Strength, after seeing Lin Jin, they can't generate any fighting spirit. They only have the shock feeling in their hearts that sparrows see Kunping. Sometimes, there was no need to say anything at all. As long as Lin Jin appeared in front of them and glanced over, everything was over. Now the Holy Empire has fallen into Lin Jin's control, and the Empire in the game is the true mainstream and the most powerful force. Once the world merges, the real world will naturally be completely at a disadvantage. Just like this time, it was just a low-level legion that caused them a lot of trouble. If it were a high-level legion, their casualties would be horrific. Since you are at a disadvantage, you naturally need a protector. Lin Jin is the most suitable person. This meeting undoubtedly confirmed this. The number of people who believe in the angel of death is doubling every day. Moreover, in this huge territory, there are no other forces competing with Lin Jin, which has also allowed Lin Jin to reach a monopoly. During this period, some evil ways also emerged. Naturally, these evil ways were eradicated as soon as possible, and they could not cause any trouble. A strange space. There is a feeling of tranquility here. A silver, white moon hangs in the sky. The moon is particularly bright. The light falling down has a hint of ice and coldness, but the entire space illuminated is like daytime. Green grass, lake surface, flying small spots of light, sea of flowers, and the breeze blowing. You can see the wind blowing the flowers, and there is also a faint fragrance in the air, which makes the whole heart calm and completely relaxed. Come down. This picturesque paradise is the divine realm of the angel of death. It can be seen that the power of faith is gathering together and pouring into the bright moon in the sky. The entire divine realm is like a heart with its own breathing. With every breath and breath, it spits out energy. The entire divine realm is like a heart. The edge of the border also began to expand. At the same time, the barrier of the realm of God has become stronger and stronger. Lin Jin's numerical value in the realm of God is also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The increase in the realm of God is also increasing, and Lin Jin's own value is too high, so this part of the increase is visible to the naked eye. If it were an ordinary angel of death, there is no way to reach Lin Jin's level. Because the realm of God has not yet been settled, the angel of death cannot enter. Except for Lin Jin, no other creature can attack this god. In the air, Lin Jin glanced at the bright moon, narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt the realm of gods. Things about the realm of gods automatically appeared in his mind. In addition, he also knows all about the use of the power of faith. Build the underworld altar of the angel of death. Lin Jin muttered silently. The next moment, he saw a bright and soft beam of light suddenly shot from the bright moon to the lake. In this energy beam, an altar with a six-pointed star emerged. This altar emerged. After that, another beam of light poured down and then turned into an altar. The Death Angel Hades altar. This is a building dedicated to summoning the Death Angel. Generally speaking, this can only be built in high-end towns. This means if Lin Jin wants to build a Death Angel Underworld altar, he needs to build a town first, and then upgrade the town from a junior town to a high-level town step by step, and then he can build the Death Angel Underworld altar. In this way, each Death Angel Underworld altar, the establishment of the Hades altar, will inevitably be accompanied by the investment of massive resources. In addition to massive resources, What is even more saved is time. Building towns and directly crossing towns saves at least more than a month. Now, Lin Jin can directly skip other places in this god's realm and build the Death Angel Underworld altar. This alone gives him a huge advantage. Lin Jin built 2 Death Angel Underworld altars in succession, but saw that the Death Angel Underworld altar was the light flickered and 2 phantoms emerged. The 2 phantoms condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were absorbing the essence of the sun, the moon, and the sky. As Lin Jin watched, these 2 angels of death also after completely condensing. One of them is holding the sickle double blade, and the other is holding the cross sword. They correspond to the Hao angel and the archangel among the angels respectively. However, although they are also angels of death, their auras are not that powerful, only level 13. As time goes by, they can automatically advance to level 14. It is worth mentioning here that these death angels are all level 13, but Lin Jin also has a way to pay enough gold and resources to directly upgrade them. Upgrading to 1. It is like upgrading an ordinary soldier. But after doing so, the attributes of these death angels are locked and can no longer be improved, turning into a quantitative product. Even though they are weak now, but if they are given time to slowly improve, they will not only be able to improve to 14, but their own quality will also improve accordingly. The higher the initial quality of the Death Angel, the higher the scope of growth that can be achieved in the future. If it is not necessary, no one will. It is like destroying the seedlings and encouraging them to grow, locking up the crown troops of their own race. Except for the 2 legendary archangels in heaven. Except for the 2 who were born at the beginning. The rest are also transformed and promoted by archangels. These are seeds. Death. The number of births and growth cycles of angels are related to the strength of the realm of God, as well as belief, and are generally positively correlated. The stronger the realm of God, the more faith is incorporated, and the crown, level creatures born from it will also be. The more there are, the shorter the growth cycle will be. For now, if Lin Jin fully exerts the power of faith in the birth and growth of death angels, he can promote these 2 death angels to level 1 in about 1 week. And he can also promote them to level 1 in 1 week. A 13th level Death Angel is automatically born. Of course, it is still impossible for Lin Jin to fill it up for the time being. The realm of God is not strong enough now, so it would be more beneficial to put more faith into the growth of the realm of God. However, Lin Jin now has people of faith in 2 worlds. It is conceivable that as time goes by, his realm of God will also develop by leaps and bounds. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. In the Evernight Empire, everything is developing in an orderly manner. The entire empire began to recover and rebuild, like a big tree, flourishing and full of hope. The Hasama Empire on the sea, now the Eternal Night Empire, has also begun to be populated by players and has also begun to rebuild. However, generally speaking, only large islands will have dense clusters of buildings, and there will not be many top-level buildings on the rest. On the sea, because of the blessing of the tidal Lin Jin, the scene was completely smooth. Lin Jin also began to reclaim wilderness, raise livestock, and develop fisheries. In addition to letting the undead work, he also asked the wizards of the Silver City State to apply a magic barrier to the undead to prevent some of the filth on the undead from affecting the soil and livestock. When the 2 camps work together, they can exert more powerful power and create more miracles. It's a pity that Lin Jin didn't get the power of the elves. If there was a way to get the help of the elves, relying on the power of the earth and life of the elves, these crops would develop better. Speaking of elves, Lin Jin's side is developing in an orderly manner, but the elves in Irolan Forest are now facing unprecedented pressure. The elves of Irolan are well prepared to deal with the attack of the undead. They were indeed waiting for the attack of the undead, but it was not Lin Jin's undead army, but the undead army of the Sand Golden Tower Empire. After the undead Great Lord King Acta Nen woke up, he awakened all the undead legions that were sleeping in the Sand Golden Tower Empire, and also awakened all the mummy legions and pharaoh legions in the pyramid. You know, the legions of the undead are almost all immortal. The Sand Golden Tower Empire doesn't seem to have much special features, and its combat effectiveness is only average, but in fact, the Sand Golden Tower Empire's foundation is very powerful. Over a long period of time, they also produced many mummies and even pharaohs, and these mummies and pharaohs also rested in the pyramids. Each pyramid is equivalent to a military storage location. Now that King Aktanan has awakened these legions, the strength of the entire Sand Golden Tower Empire has naturally surged. The original emperor of the Sand Golden Tower Empire was a devout servant of King Aktanan. After he directly submitted to King Aktanan, the entire empire also submitted to King Aktanan, and even the players were included in Aktanan. Under the command of King Tanan, the faith of the entire empire began to be unified, and it quickly began its own expansion. Some surrounding small countries were quickly conquered, destroyed, and transformed into the power of the Sand Golden Tower Empire. The undead have this advantage. They don't need to wait for buildings to be built or to recruit troops. As long as you are strong enough, you can roll up naturally. When there are no natural enemies, Aktanan pushes forward, and the number of undead legions that are trapped in him increases. They wanted to attack the Eternal Night Emperor, but what stood in front of them was the Elolan Empire. It has to be said that King Aktanan is still courageous. He actually chose to attack the Orolan elves directly. The huge undead army is truly fearless. King Aktanan is the undead lord of the underworld. His status is extremely noble. He also has powerful power in the underworld, so he doesn't mind such a small army at all. However, Eilolon Forest saw endless ghouls. The ghouls were flooding here. Among them, one could also see a mummy. These figures with emaciated bodies, but wrapped in white bandages, looked particularly special. Gloomy. Mummies are melee soldiers. Although they walk with a limp, their defense is very strong. Their jumping ability is amazing, and they also have a bloodthirsty effect. They can absorb the blood of living creatures, restore their own injuries, and even strengthen themselves. The mummy elders are long, ranged soldiers. They hold golden scepters in their hands and wear golden crowns on their heads. They look very majestic. The sky is full of rotten lamassu, these sphinx, like undead bodies. Among this long wave of undead, the most eye-catching thing is indeed a giant snake exuding a dark aura. It is like a Cobra King magnified countless times. Its body has decayed, but it still contains flesh and blood. Frame. As its pitch, black tongue spits out. Bursts of black poisonous mist linger. Once its huge body stands up, its shadow will cover the entire battlefield. This is the underworld's snake Apophis. This is what King Aktanan has been cultivating until now. The number of souls swallowed by this underworld snake Apophis alone is countless. On the back of the underworld snake, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He also had an extremely precious golden crown on his head, a black staff in his hand, and the bandages on his body all exuded an ominous aura. This is none other than King Aktanan. Beside him, there were many pharaohs gathered. These pharaohs were all dressed in golden cloth armor and looked very noble. Each of them held a staff in their hands. They looked like legal soldiers, but they also had extremely strong close combat capabilities. Attack. Following King Aktanan's order, countless ghouls and ghouls were seen mixed with the skeleton army, and they also launched an attack on the Orolan elves in front of them. The difference between the undead army can also be seen here. Although King Aktanan is also an undead hero, the ones he resurrected are all ghouls and ghouls. The legions are mainly ghouls and ghouls, not ordinary skeleton legions. In addition to the mummy elders, the 12th level troops are also poisonous lamassu. However, there are relatively few terrifying knights in the empire. The overwhelming undead are all roaring towards the front. As for the elven legions in front, they are also the same. It's like facing a formidable enemy. The undead army sent by King Aktanan this time has reached millions. Although most of them are low-level units and the middle-level core troops are relatively small, the number of high-level undead correspondingly is large. The mummy phalanx, the mummy elder phalanx and the pharaoh phalanx make people shudder when they look at them. The underworld snake exuding a strong aura of darkness and death gives them a great deterrent effect. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu.